Are you ready to experience real healing, body, mind, and soul? Introducing Becoming Whole, Healing with Francie Soito, a powerful new live show on SoulSearch TV. Francie is a Reiki master, psychic medium, and angelic channel with over 15 years of experience helping people and pets heal, receive messages from the spirit world, and reconnect with their true path. Every other Thursday at 6 p.m. Pacific, join Francie live as she taps into your energy field, connects with your angels and guides, and offers messages of healing, love, and deep transformation. Watch for free on SoulSearch TV, available online on Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, and our mobile app. Want to receive a live reading or healing? Spots are limited. Grab your ticket now and receive a private Zoom link to join the session. Launching June 26th. Let the healing begin. Ready to awaken your gifts, heal your soul, and live transformed? Join evidential psychic mediums Kelly Eckhart and Cheryl Murphy every Wednesday at 4 p.m. Pacific for Seeing Beyond, Living Transformed. Receive powerful psychic or mediumship readings and soul messages. Watch free on SoulSearch TV or reserve your live reading spot today. Every other Thursday at 6 p.m. Pacific, experience Becoming Whole, Healing with Francie. Step into a sacred container of transformational healing, soul alignment, and divine messages. Live healings on Zoom. Space is limited. And journey inward with light mirror reflections. Soul-to-soul sessions with Ragini. Through meditation, chanting, energy messages, and guidance from the masters, strengthen your inner guidance and remember who you truly are. Join the Zoom room free or watch on SoulSearch TV. 3 powerful shows, 1 sacred space. Stream online, Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, or our mobile app. Looking for clarity, guidance, and insight? Join Online Insights with Bob the Psychic every Monday at 7 p.m. MST. Bob brings through powerful, intuitive messages, tarot readings, and mediumship to help you gain clarity in love, career, family, and your life path. With warmth, humor, and heart, Bob connects directly to your energy, offering validation, hope, and guidance to help you move forward with confidence and purpose. Sign up on Eventbrite for your own live reading, or tune in for free on SoulSearch TV, YouTube, and Facebook Live. Online Insights with Bob the Psychic, Mondays at 7 p.m. MST. Clarity, connection, and confidence from the comfort of your home. Only on SoulSearch TV. Are you ready to experience real healing, body, mind, and soul? Introducing Becoming Whole, Healing with Francie Soito.
Check, check.
I definitely do. I'm going to sit for the next section.
Oh, beautiful. Okay.
Are you ready to experience real healing, body, mind, and soul? Introducing Becoming Whole, Healing with Francie Soito, a powerful new live show on SoulSearch TV. Francie is a Reiki master, psychic medium, and angelic channel with over 15 years of experience helping people and pets heal, receive messages from the spirit world, and reconnect with their true path. Every other Thursday at 6 p.m. Pacific, join Francie live as she taps into your energy field, connects with your angels and guides, and offers messages of healing, love, and deep transformation. Watch for free on SoulSearch TV, available online on Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, and our mobile app. Want to receive a live reading or healing? Spots are limited. Grab your ticket now and receive a private Zoom link to join the session. Launching June 26th. Let the healing begin. Ready to awaken your gifts, heal your soul, and live transformed? Join evidential psychic mediums Kelly Eckhart and Cheryl Murphy every Wednesday at 4 p.m. Pacific for Seeing Beyond, Living Transformed. Receive powerful psychic or mediumship readings and soul messages. Watch free on SoulSearch TV or reserve your live reading spot today. Every other Thursday at 6 p.m. Pacific, experience Becoming Whole, Healing with Francie. Step into a sacred container of transformational healing, soul alignment, and divine messages. Live healings on Zoom. Space is limited. And journey inward with light mirror reflections. Soul-to-soul sessions with Ragini. Through meditation, chanting, energy messages, and guidance from the masters, strengthen your inner guidance and remember who you truly are. Join the Zoom room free or watch on SoulSearch TV. 3 powerful shows, 1 sacred space. Stream online, Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, or our mobile app. Looking for clarity, guidance, and insight? Join Online Insights with Bob the Psychic every Monday at 7 p.m. MST. Bob brings through powerful, intuitive messages, tarot readings, and mediumship to help you gain clarity in love, career, family, and your life path. With warmth, humor, and heart, Bob connects directly to your energy, offering validation, hope, and guidance to help you move forward with confidence and purpose. Sign up on Eventbrite for your own live reading, or tune in for free on SoulSearch TV, YouTube, and Facebook Live. Online Insights with Bob the Psychic, Mondays at 7 p.m. MST. Clarity, connection, and confidence from the comfort of your home. Only on SoulSearch TV. Are you ready to experience real healing, body, mind, and soul? Introducing Becoming Whole, Healing with Francie Soito, a powerful new live show on SoulSearch TV. Francie is a Reiki master, psychic medium, and angelic channel with over 15 years of experience helping people and pets heal, receive messages from the spirit world, and reconnect with their true path. Every other Thursday at 6 p.m. Pacific, join Francie live as she taps into your energy field, connects with your angels and guides, and offers messages of healing, love, and deep transformation. Watch for free on SoulSearch TV, available online on Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, and our mobile app. Want to receive a live reading or healing? Spots are limited. Grab your ticket now and receive a private Zoom link to join the session. Launching June 26th. Let the healing begin. Ready to awaken your gifts, heal your soul, and live transformed? Join evidential psychic mediums Kelly Eckhart and Cheryl Murphy every Wednesday at 4 p.m. Pacific for Seeing Beyond, Living Transformed. Receive powerful psychic or mediumship readings and soul messages. Watch free on SoulSearch TV or reserve your live reading spot today. every other Thursday at 6 p.m. Pacific, experience Becoming Whole, Healing with Francie. Step into a sacred container of transformational healing, soul alignment, and divine messages. Live healings on Zoom. Space is limited. And journey inward with light mirror reflections. Soul-to-soul sessions with Ragini. Through meditation, chanting, energy messages, and guidance from the masters, strengthen your inner guidance and remember who you truly are. Join the Zoom room free or watch on SoulSearch TV. 3 powerful shows, 1 sacred space. Stream online, Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, or our mobile app. Looking for clarity, guidance, and insight? Join Online Insights with Bob the Psychic every Monday at 7 p.m. MST. Bob brings through powerful, intuitive messages, tarot readings, and mediumship to help you gain clarity in love, career, family, and your life path. With warmth, humor, and heart, Bob connects directly to your energy, offering validation, hope, and guidance to help you move forward with confidence and purpose. Sign up on Eventbrite for your own live reading, or tune in for free on SoulSearch TV, YouTube, and Facebook Live. Online Insights with Bob the Psychic, Mondays at 7 p.m. MST. Clarity, connection, and confidence from the comfort of your home. Only on SoulSearch TV. Are you ready to experience real healing, body, mind, and soul? Introducing Becoming Whole, Healing with Francie Soito, a powerful new live show on SoulSearch TV.
Good morning, live streamers. Hello. Sorry, I didn't mean to startle you all here. We are live streaming on our YouTube channel. We are here on day 2 of our Palo Alto Expo. And oh my gosh, day 2 was already started with a huge bang. We had a beautiful Reiki circle in here this morning. We heated up the room, the temperature's up, and now we're bringing in the angels with the most angelic being I know, who I'm so excited to call a dear friend in my life. Oh, this is such a good day. So welcome all live streamers. Welcome everybody here live. Can everybody here live say good morning to all the live streamers? Good morning. No such thing as time or space, so we are all in this space together. I'm Barbara. Welcome. It's such a perfect day today. Well, I am just, again, so proud and honored and blessed to welcome my dear friend Rachel Cooley. Rachel is a divine feminine leader who brings the angelic light of hope to the world after rising from the trauma of an ancestral escape from the Armenian genocide. Working side by side with the angels, Rachel transformed generational fear, struggle, and strife on her spiritual journey to reclaim her valued space in the world. She now has served in her soul's purpose for 26 years as an angel therapy practitioner. She started when she was 3, by the way. So sweet. Mentor and certification trainer, helping others follow their divine guidance and receive their birthright blessings with the angels to thrive in a miraculous life beyond their greatest challenges. Rachel currently supports women to embrace their blessings in her 12-month Angelic Sanctuary Journey program and makes a divine impact in the world as she trains angel mentors in her certification training. In her workshop with us today, all you lovely attendees, both here and live streaming, Rachel will invite us to open ourselves up to our birthright blessings through angelic guidance, support, power, and provision to victoriously live and lead with grace, prosperity, and impact in unprecedented times. Discover the path to fulfill our destiny and help co-create a better world. Without further ado, I'm so excited to bring you Rachel.
Thank you, Barbie. That was amazing, as always. And as my friend and client Lydia says, angel amazing. So welcome, dear ones. Welcome. I number one want to say congratulations for being here, for listening to your soul's call, to be here not only at SoulSearch, but also to be here for my talk today on activating angelic power and blessings. And it is a joy to be here. I'm here in my hometown. I've lived in Palo Alto. My parents we all moved in here in 79, late 78 going into 79. So I've lived here a long time aside from college and living in Mountain View for a while, but I love Palo Alto. And so I welcome you all here. It's sweet to be here with you all. So I am here to support you, dear ones, and to support you in connecting you with the angelic realm, whether you are new to them or whether you've been working with them for a while. The angels are here to support us in our lives, to help us to release fear, stress, and worries, to connect with their divine guidance, and also for us to receive more peace of mind. Who would love to receive and have more peace of mind these days? I think a lot of us would, yes? Absolutely, absolutely. So welcome, and really, I invite you to give yourself a hug for listening to your divine guidance and for being here today. Yay! And that's like symbolic of our angels hugging us. I love to bring in hugs because as our angels envelop us in their wings of light, they bring us a beautiful angelic hug. In a little bit, I will do an invocation as we begin our time together today. Just want to make sure everyone has a guide. I handed them out. So if you need a guide, I have extras up front. And do you need a guide? Yeah. Okay, great. We get you a guide. There you go. I have a couple extra pens if anyone needs to borrow any up front. But again, congratulations for following your inner guidance and for being here today and for being here with our theme on activating angelic power and blessings. And it really is, when we work with the angels, a co-creation in working with them, because it's basically us giving them permission, which is a little preview to one of my steps. When we give them permission to help us, miracles happen because the angels respect our free will and our choices. And so with our yes, they always come through and help us. And also the other part I love to share about the angels is we need to trust in the timing in which they answer our prayers. So I want to start out, before I go into the invocation, let's start out with a little bit of an intro. Who here is new to the angels? I'm just curious. Yeah, a couple of new people. Yeah, cool. Welcome. And who here has been working with them for a while? Crystal has. Yeah, awesome. So we have like a combination. So I'll just start out with, I love to call it Angels 101 for everyone here live in the room and also live streaming. So the angels, dear ones, are the messengers of God. They're here to support us in our lives, and their name in all areas. And their name literally is a translation from the Greek word angelos for messengers of God or messenger of God. And they love us unconditionally. They never judge us. And they are here to help us in so many areas of our lives, including in releasing fear, stress, and worries, which is like one of the number one things that I wanted help with when I started working with the angels. Who would like to help have relief of fear, stress, and worries? If you do, raise your hand. I think a lot of us do, right? The angels have brought me so much peace in my life and clarity and certainty. And I just and really it fuels my passion to want to share about them, this incredible realm of the divine, which are amazing. So they love us unconditionally. They're available to help everyone. So you can call in. Who has heard of Archangel Michael? A lot of us have heard of Archangel Michael, yes. So he is the powerful archangel protection. So I'm giving the example of Archangel Michael because sometimes people think, I don't want to call upon Archangel Michael because I don't want to take him away from something that's quote unquote more important, right? But you don't need to worry about that because Michael, along with all the archangels who are the chief messengers of God and the angels, can help everyone simultaneously, which is really cool to know that they're available to help all of us. So that is an invitation for you to know you can invite them as you are guided and as you feel comfortable to call them in to support you, such as calling in protection. You're maybe driving on a long trip or you're sending your child off. My son's now driving. He's 19. He's been driving for a while now. But, I usually call on Archangel Michael to be with him and to surround him. His color is purple. It's a great thing to remember that is the color of Archangel Michael. You can call in his purple light to help you, to protect you, and to support you and your loved ones. So it's very powerful. And again, they have no time and space restrictions, which is really powerful. So again, you can feel free to call upon them at any time. And as I continue with my talk, and I'll segue in a little bit into the invocation, but who really is feeling that the world is in need of angelic power and blessings at this time in our world? I think a lot of us agree. Yes, I'm seeing hands up and nodding of heads. Yes. Then they want to help us. They want to help us to have more peace of mind and also to help clear dark energies, any energies that are not of a light, and to through that clearing and healing so that we can feel more empowered and more on purpose, which is awesome. Doesn't it feel good? It's so good. So as we co-create our beautiful space together, let's call in the angels. I'll start out with an invocation to call them in, strongly present. So I invite you to gently close your eyes and let's call in this incredible team and realm of the divine as we take in a new divine fresh breath in, breathing in and gently exhaling out, your ones, as we land and strongly present here in this moment and the moments following. Feeling yourself fully supported by your chair, feeling your feet upon the floor as we take in a new divine breath in and gently exhale out, and we pray in. Thank you so much, dear God, dear angels, and dear archangels for being strongly present with each and every one of us right here, right now. Thank you, dear angels, for unfolding and enveloping each one of us, dear ones, at this intense time in our world to receive your blessings, to receive your light, your love, and your beautiful, reassuring energy. So as we breathe in and out, dear ones, landing and strongly present here in this moment, we invite our dear guardian angels of each dear one here now in this room or live streaming to unfold and to envelop each one of us in their unconditionally loving white light and their wings of light, their wings of love, their wings of divine support. As we breathe in gently, exhale out, as they envelop us in their wings of light. If you'd like to give yourself another beautiful angel hug, I invite you to do so. Feeling their light, their love, their blessings. And as we take in a new divine, refreshing breath in and exhale out, we call in as well our powerful archangel team to join us here at this powerful moment. I'm looking at the time I was divinely guided to, and it's 11:11, which is really powerful. Feeling the blessings and the light of them strongly present with us. As we invite in Archangel Michael, who I just mentioned a little bit ago. Thank you, Archangel Michael, for joining us and for enveloping each dear one here in your magnificent royal blue and purple lights of protection. So as we breathe in and out, dear ones, Archangel Michael is with each one of us, enfolding and enveloping us in his royal blue and purple lights of protection and love. As we take in a new divine breath in and exhale out, as we also call in Archangel Raphael, our healing archangel, to join us. Thank you, Archangel Raphael, for beaming in your emerald green healing light right now for everyone here live in this room and tuning in online. So as we breathe in and out, dear ones, as we invite Archangel Raphael to unfold and bless us. And we invite you, Raphael, for each one of us here individually to beam in your beautiful emerald green healing light to any particular area or areas of our bodies that are in need of additional healing energy and light. So taking in a new divine breath in, dear ones, and exhaling out, allowing that healing light, the love and the blessings of Archangel Raphael to support you fully and completely. Taking in a new divine breath in and gently exhaling out as we invite in as well to join us strongly present with us, our archangels of divine guidance, Archangel Gabriel. We thank you, Archangel Gabriel, for joining us all strongly present here in this moment, enfolding us in your beautiful gold and copper lights, supporting us in our lives, in receiving divine messages and guidance to guide us in our lives in a beautiful way, for us to maintain beautiful safety and protection, light and love, and to support us as well to make the difference in the world that we are meant to make, shining our lights brightly. And as we take in another new divine breath in, dear ones, and exhale out, we call in as well Archangel Uriel. Archangel Uriel, our archangel of divine knowing, of receiving brilliant inspirations and ideas in perfect divine timing. So as we take in a new breath in, we invite you, Uriel, to beam in your beautiful luminescent yellow light upon our crown chakras, rippling throughout our bodies, our minds, and our spirits, supporting us fully and completely and guiding us. We are so grateful. So as we take in a new divine breath in, dear ones, exhaling out, noticing how do you feel, feeling the archangels in our room here, in our beautiful space here at SoulSearch, and also strongly present with you. Noticing how you feel different now from when you walked into the room. So we take in another breath in and exhale out as our guardian angels add an additional angelic blessing upon us with their white, unconditionally loving white lights. Healing energies and gently breathing in and exhaling out. And I just invite each one of us to just be as fully present here as you are here in this moment, just taking in a deep breath in again and exhaling out and trusting that you truly were divinely guided here today. So give yourself another congratulations or an angelic hug for listening to your divine guidance and for being here. And knowing as well that you and each one of us here in this room live or on broadcast, that we deserve to receive help from the divine, that we are worthy of receiving this divine help by being powerful beings, powerful children of the delight of God and the divine, and we are so grateful. So taking in a new breath in, dear ones, and gently exhale out, and we'll do a slow count from 4 to 1, and then we'll come back strongly present here in this moment. As you take in a new divine breath in at 4, breathing in and gently exhaling out, feeling the light, the love, and the blessings, feeling yourself fully supported by your chair at 2, as we're counting, actually 3, feeling your feet upon the floor, taking in a new breath in and gently pressing your feet down a little bit more to the floor at 2, with your next divine breath in, breathing in and exhaling out. And I invite you to do a little bit of a stretch, or maybe roll your shoulders a little bit, an angelic stretch. And at 1, I invite you to open your eyes, and I welcome you back into the space. Beautiful, dear ones. So I love to hear, like with a word or a couple words, how are you feeling now compared to when we started? Well, we have a baby in the room. Very sweet. I love it. Very symbolic. I love it. How are you feeling? Are you feeling more grounded, present? Like, popcorn some words. How are you feeling, love?
More enlightened.
More enlightened. I love it. Yes. Yes. Beautiful. I love it. So good. So welcome. I'm so glad you're all here. So I'm going to start in a little bit with our steps. So I want to make sure everyone has a guide. I have extra guides. I'm just going to pass some back. Okay, here you go. There we go. And a couple back there. Yeah, I'm just going to pass them out. Here you go. Anyone else need some? I gave you extras. There's some over here. Oh, yeah. Here we go. Okay. Ready? And could you pass one back to her? Thank you. All right. All right, dear one. So let's go with the flow, and let's start out with our first step in activating angelic power and blessings. I know the room is warm. I know that Barbara knows about it. If it's too warm, maybe someone can let them know. I don't know. You guys, but you know what? We also called in Archangel Michael. That could add to it. Because he tends to warm the room up, which is so powerful. So today, dear ones, I'll be sharing the initial 4 steps that you can take to activate angelic power and blessings in your life. And what I know is after my 26 years of working with the angels and helping my clients in particular, I work with women, I also work with men, but I specialize in working with women. I just know that it is so possible to catalyze miraculous blessings with this realm, with the angels. Even when you don't know how in the world something's going to work out, calling upon the angels opens up the realm of the miraculous. It is so true. Isn't that, who's psyched about that? Let's open up the realms of the miraculous. Yes. Let's do it. Just do it. Just like so many of my clients have done. I love it. I love it, dear ones. So let's start out with our first step in activating angelic power and blessings. So that is on the second page of your guide, page 2, and that is to activate angelic power and blessings. The step is that I invite you to write down. I have some extra pens if you want to borrow. To use your power of choice to ask the angels for support. To use your power of choice to ask the angels for support. They're up here. Yeah, just go ahead and grab one and then you can, yeah. All right. Yeah, to use your power of choice is to ask the angels for help because, dear ones, the angels need our permission. Yeah, go ahead. They need our permission to help us because we have free will. Because we have free will, we are a choice. So then we need to give the angels, the messengers of God, full respect, and also not just full respect, but also just to respectfully ask for their help and support. So what does it look like to ask the angels for help in our lives? So I want to give you some practical tools for how the angels can help you. Number 1 is you can ask for their help. Asking for the help out loud, saying it out loud. That's one of the ways you can say it. You can also think it silently in your mind. So you can say it out loud, you can think it in your mind, or you can write it out. So I love that little mantra, say it, think it, write it. All of them work. So let's give you some examples of how to do that because I want to make this practical for you. It could be even, angels, if you're there, can you help me? That'll work. Or you can do it, like I love to bring an affirmative prayer when I ask the angels to help me, such as, thank you, angels, for being with me now. Like I'm not just asking for them to be with me, I'm affirming that they are here now. Let's say that together. Thank you, angels, for being with me now. Being with me now. And just breathing in and out, and they're with me. Let's do a couple more. Thank you, angels, for being with me now. And let's do the protection. Thank you, angels, for protecting me now. Just for protecting me now. And you can invite in as well. When you invite them in, you can also add in Archangel Michael. So you can add in, thank you, angels and Archangel Michael for being with me now. Let's say that together. Thank you, angels and Archangel Michael for being with me now. Yes. And then he is with you. And you can add in, thank you for protecting me, guiding me, supporting me in my life. I'm grateful. These flow out of me very fast because I've been doing this now for 26 years. But it's so powerful to call on this help. But it could even just be, angels, please be with me now. Or it could be, angels, I'm nervous about this meeting. Maybe you're going to a meeting and you're nervous. So who sometimes gets nervous about a meeting, or, if you're speaking, I'm speaking right now. I was a little nervous earlier, but I'm in the flow now. But you can invite them to help you to feel more calm and centered. Yep. Thank you, angels, for enveloping your energy and lights. I'm so grateful. Let's do one more with healing. For like, if you're calling in healing energy, Raphael as our healing archangel. So we can say, I'll give you an example and then we can say it together. Thank you, Archangel Raphael, for being with me now. Thank you, Archangel Raphael, for being with me now and for surrounding me in your healing light, love, and blessings. Beautiful. And just relaxing, breathing in and out. You can say that as a mantra. Calling in the healing light, love. Thank you, Archangel Raphael, for being in your healing energy, such as into my heart or into my lungs, or if you're having a little headache, into my head or a knee or a shoulder, whatever that is. It's very powerful. So that's, again, going back to that first step because you're giving them permission to help you. And it also feels really empowering to say it. So like I said, saying it out loud is super powerful. But if you're somewhere and you don't feel like you want to say it out loud, or you don't want, you're a little bit self-conscious, you can just think it in your mind, and that works too, because they can hear our thoughts, which is really powerful, and they hear our words, and also you can write it out, which is really beautiful. So yes, so opening the door to the angels helping you is by you giving them permission to help you, and also to begin accessing their incredible support through your requests for help, and also to help you to tap into their power. This is one of the ways, the title of my talk is Activate Angelic Power and Blessings, and that is one of the ways that you do that, is through giving them permission to help you, which is so powerful. So in your handout, dear ones, we have a prayer, and I'd love us to say it together. That's on the second page, page 2, and that's right under where it says they need your permission to guide you and act on your behalf and to begin accessing their support through prayer, the prayer below. So we'll start this in just a moment, and we can read the prayer together. Okay? So at 1, 2, 3, thank you, dear angels and archangels, for being with me now. Thank you for supporting and guiding me in my life and for surrounding me with your infinite light and love. I say yes now to all of your incredible and miraculous support. And so it is. Amen. Isn't that beautiful? So then you will have this with you. So you've got a prayer right there, which is so powerful. That's one of the reasons I love to have handouts, because I want to have practical. I've given this talk a couple different times at SoulSearch, or various versions of it, and I've had great feedback on even the prayers alone. When dear ones like you go out into your lives, the power that it brings, which is really cool. So I love it. I love it. I love prayer with the angels. So calling in their power, which is incredibly awesome. I just love it. And calling in their power and blessings. I have a number of clients that I've worked with that have had so many blessings come to them, including my client Jessica. She years ago was looking for work in Silicon Valley, and she was getting stressed out, and she was just trying to figure out what she was doing. Did she want to stay in the Valley, or did she want to move back to Virginia? She called an angelic support. She started working with me and the angels, attending my talks as well, not only at SoulSearch, but also online. And then she joined my Angelic Sanctuary Journey program, which is a 12-month journey for women with the angels. Anyway, through that experience and her working with the angels more, she was able to manifest a beautiful job. She got a great contract to work here in the Valley and to be able to stay here. So she was super grateful for that. And a little side note, like within about a year later, she was next divinely guided. She was like, the angels all brought it together, that she was then called at that time to move back to Virginia to live with her family. But it all happened in perfect divine timing, and the angels helped her every step of the way, which is so powerful. So what we're going to do next is before we get to step 2, I want to bring another angelic experience to you all. I'm checking in my time. I'm doing pretty good on time. So let's go into calling in the angels and their support deeper again by going into an experience and also setting our intentions for the rest of our time here together with the angels, and also to help us tap into what we would desire personally to receive and to activate divine blessings and power. So I invite you, dear ones, we're going to go within, maybe just put aside your papers for a little bit here. And let's take in another new divine breath in, breathing in and gently exhaling out as we land and strongly present here again in this moment. Feeling yourself supported by your chair, your feet upon the floor. And I invite you, dear ones, as we breathe in and out, to tune into your heart for a few moments, in your mind, your spirit, trusting the angels that are here with us right here, right now, the divine messengers of God, here to make a beautiful difference and differences in our lives, opening up your mind, your body, your spirit, being open to receiving divine guidance, listening to the divine and the beautiful support here for us. As I invite you to feel the earth beneath your feet, through the floor, connecting with the divine as we take in a new breath in and gently exhale out. I invite you, dear ones, as your angels envelop you again in their loving light and blessings, to notice what the angels have called you here to receive support with today. What reality are they bringing forward to you in your mind and your thoughts, including any uncomfortable reality that is coming forward to you that you would love to receive angelic support with? Taking a new divine breath in and exhaling out, noticing what they're bringing your attention to, what distress, suffering, or situation or situations are you seeing in your life or in the world that could really benefit from catalyzing miraculous blessings with the angels. Breathing in and out, tuning into what is coming forward to you. What situation in your life, dear ones, or in the collective, are you feeling called or prompted as a powerful being of light, as a leader to improve by knowing how to be a beautiful vessel for this beautiful divine and angelic support and blessings? Continuing to breathe in and out, noticing What are your challenges at this moment, dear ones? In what areas of your life are you needing support in and support with? What blessings are you calling in with the angels to really support you? Breathing in and out, you're doing amazing. As the divine and the angels are instilling a beautiful new vision upon our hearts by illuminating these issues for us. For then we really are in tune with what is available for blessings and support from God and the angels. They are sending, dear ones, their first message that there is a greater possibility through direct experience activating angelic power and blessings. They are instilling upon our heart and your heart a new beautiful vision for what is possible, and calling you and I to see that a current reality can indeed and may be shifted by miraculous power, shifted into a new reality that is only possible with their divine support and assistance. So continuing to breathe in and out. And now I invite you to take a moment to feel into what new vision of reality are you longing for or feel called to help co-create that seems perhaps beyond your current reach or capacity. And what do you intend to have emerge by bringing miraculous blessings and power to the situation? This beautiful impact is a place, dear ones, of divine grace, the bridge that fills the gap in our capacity to manifest on our own or to bring something into reality solely on our own. The angels want us to know that we can help to transform these situations in our lives and on the planet through calling upon them, using our continued free will. So as we breathe in and out, now let's ask them for the support and ask to open to receive the blessings and the light and the support that we are calling in. So as you breathe in and out, dear ones, I invite you, as you are called, if there's anything in particular, maybe to voice it like you're calling in protection and light. We invite you, Archangel Michael, to envelop us in your protective energies and lights and support. If you're calling in healing, we call in again Archangel Raphael to beam in his emerald green healing light for us to support us with healing. And if you're seeking divine guidance, thank you, Archangels Gabriel and Uriel, for bringing your divine guidance to each one of us. We are so grateful. So as we take in a new divine breath in, dear ones, and gently exhaling out, we thank you to our amazing angelic team, our archangels, for this beautiful experience and prayer. And with upon your hearts, dear ones, I invite you just before we come out of that prayer, just to let your angels know through your thoughts, they can hear you, what is on your heart that you really want support with. So breathing in and out, tuning into what that is, what you would love to receive support with, and your angels are hearing you fully and completely. We thank you, dear angels. We thank you, dear God, for all of our prayers to be heard and answered. We are so grateful as we co-create with you to activate angelic power and blessings in our lives. So taking a new divine breath in, dear ones, gently exhaling out, and we'll do a slow count from 4 to 1, and then we'll come back present in the moment. At 4, taking in a new divine breath in, gently exhaling out. At 3, pressing your feet down to the floor a little bit more. Coming back more present. At 2, if you'd like, rolling your shoulders or moving in a way that's comfortable for you. I always like to call that an angelic stretch. And at 1, I invite you to take in a new divine breath in and gently exhaling out to feel held, loved, blessed, and supported. So beautiful. How are you feeling, dear ones? You feeling good? Yeah? Want to popcorn some words out? Are you feeling more grounded, protected, empowered? Like, how are you feeling? More relaxed. Awesome. Yes, that's great. That's a blessing right there, right? Yes. Good. Thank you for sharing. Beautiful. So as we continue on, dear ones, I've got a couple guides here. If anyone is just joining, I've got some guides up here. If you'd like to follow, I've got some guides here for you. They're right up here. Yeah. Can you pass it back? Thank you. Yay. And we'll keep going. We'll go to the next step. And Crystal, can you do a couple of photos live at some point? That would be lovely. Takes a couple pictures. Crystal's my amazing dear one who takes photos of me sometimes when I give talks. Because it's nice to have pictures when you do talks. Yes, I love it. Thank you, Crystal. You're amazing. All right, so let's tap into step 2. Step 2 to activate angelic power and blessings in your life. And that is to learn how they can support you. This is page 3. Learn how they can support you. We got to learn how the angels can support us. Because understanding what your divine birthright blessings are is so powerful, and it's a great place to begin. It's so good and so empowering. So let's go through that list together, dear ones. Let's go through the list that we all have here together in your handout here. So number 1, the angels can assist you to amplify healing and optimal well-being. Isn't that awesome? So good. 2, receive divine guidance to make more confident choices from a place of peace. Who would like to make more confident choices? Letting go of second guessing. Yes? Second guessing is no fun. Or third guessing, right? Next, to break free from stress, uncertainty, fear, and anxiety patterns, to relax, renew, and re-energize. Isn't that awesome? Yes. That was the number 1 thing I wanted help with, dear ones. I think I referred to it earlier in my talk, but I wanted such relief from fear, stress, and worries when I first started working with the angels, and they helped me with it to this day. 26 years in, I'm human, we're human, and our ego minds tend to go and react, and we need help to have more peace of mind. The angels are miraculous for that. Next, calling in new opportunities. Calling in new opportunities for greater prosperity that bring forth your highest good. Also, recognize and overcome what holds you back from your most abundant life. So you can be more in the flow of prosperity and blessings. Who would like to have more prosperity and blessings? Yes? Thank you, angels, for bringing us more prosperity and blessings in our lives so we can relax more and be more in our life purpose. Yeah? Next, experience more connection, joy, confidence, ease, certainty, and love on a daily basis. It's really all possible with the angels. It's really awesome. So good. And also to become more grounded and unshakable in your life so you feel stronger and more empowered. And that reminds me of a great quote from A Course in Miracles, and that is, if you only knew who walked beside you, fear would be impossible. Take that in. If you only knew who walked beside you, your angels, Archangel Michael, the archangels, all things are possible. So beautiful. And fear would be impossible. And also to become more grounded and unshakable, I just shared that, and to transform, heal, and restore your relationships, and so much more. To open and to receive all these blessings. That's something we go really in depth with in my Angelic Sanctuary Journey program, which is a powerful path that supports women to step more into their divine birthright blessings and guidance, which I love. So let's move forward, dear ones. We're doing good on time. Let's tap into next. I was just going to take a quick note, and then I'll tell you about step 3. I wanted to share another one of my clients, Lydia Ramirez. She's been working with me with the angels for 7 years now, and she's received so many blessings and working with myself and the angels, including healing in her relationships with her sons, healing and understanding from past, traumas in the past with her dad, who was a Vietnam vet, to bring healing and blessings. And that's beautiful and empowering. And also, she knew what to do when she got really sick during COVID times, during the pandemic, and she was in the hospital by herself. She knew from working with me and the angels to call upon them for healing, blessings, and light, and to stay positive. And I'm happy to report that she, after a healing process, she got out of the hospital. She kept telling the doctor, I'm going to go home. And he didn't think she was going to make it. And she's a miracle. So she is doing well and thriving. I just saw her last weekend. First time in person. I hadn't seen her in a number of years. And we co-led a retreat. So she's doing awesome. So many things are possible with the angels, dear ones. It's so cool. So let's talk about next step 3. Step 3 in our handout, which is a first page in, I believe. Step 3, to receive support from the angels, is to learn how to receive divine guidance. To learn how to receive divine guidance, which are the messages from the angels. So we must be able, dear ones, to recognize, to understand, and to follow the guidance that we are seeking and asking for to receive our blessings. So let's talk about the 4 main ways to receive divine guidance for the angels. Who's up for that? Are you into it? Yes? Yeah, let's hear about it. They're not in particular order, but one of them is through your feelings. Your feelings are one of the ways in which you receive divine guidance. So this is such as with your gut feelings. So if you go somewhere like SoulSearch or you're meeting a new person, tune into how you're feeling, whether it's in your gut or just like any part of your body. Do you feel good? Do you feel comfortable? Or do you feel like something's not quite right? That is divine guidance through your feelings. And also, I just wanted a brief side note. Have you ever not listened to your divine guidance through your feelings and you regretted it? Yes, me too. So trust your feelings, trust your intuition. I had that happen a few times, but I was like, oh my gosh, I was so right. But you know what? When that happens, that's a blessing because that's a reminder of my guidance is accurate. Okay, feelings, knowing, that's another similar thing. You have a knowing. When you meet someone again or go somewhere, you have a brilliant inspiration or idea. Those are from, so we have feelings, knowing. We also have vision, whether your eyes are open or closed, or you see angel numbers, or you see beautiful feathers and perfect divine timing. Those are ways of getting messages through your vision. And also through your hearing. Through your hearing. I guess all is well, baby. Number 4 is through your hearing. That's another way to receive divine guidance. Whether you overhear a conversation or you're online and you hear particular words and you know that they're for you. These are so many ways. Or someone says something to you. It's perfect. So those are examples of receiving divine guidance, which is awesome. I love it. So those are the 4 clairs. What was that, love? How about dreams? Good question. The dreams, a combination for the dreams. They're getting messages through the dreams is a combination of like the visual that you're getting in the dream. Also, sometimes in dreams, thank you. Sometimes in dreams, it could be that you get a message through your hearing within the dream. Right, that's another way. So the dreams can encompass a few different things, but that's great. That is another way to receive messages. Thank you for saying that. I appreciate it. Love it. And it is hot in here with the angels, right? I think we're going to have them put on the AC. Anyway. So, dear ones, what I wanted to do next, we have a little bit more time, but what I wanted to invite you to do before I share the next step, which is going to be the 4th step, maybe someone can let them know, or we'll tell Barbara when she comes back. I want you to be able to, after I share the 4th step, but before we get there, I want you to be able to stay in touch with me. If you're not already connected to me and you would like to stay connected to me, on the very back page of your sheet, before we get to step 4, we'll do that. But if you'd like to stay in touch with me and stay connected to me, please fill out the form. There's a couple different options on here. One is you can get on my email list, so you can receive my emails, such as when I'm going to be at SoulSearch. I also email out I do a weekly angel card reading video. So anyway, those are ways to stay connected. And also the Angelic Guidance Breakthrough Session, that's a way to connect with me for a complimentary session. It's not an angel reading, but what it is an opportunity to talk about what your next steps are if you're feeling inspired to learn more about working with the angels, perhaps working with me more with them, whether it's privately in one of my programs. You have options. So anyway, I want to let you know about that. So I invite you, if you'd like to stay connected, to fill out your form, and at the end you can give those to me, or even fill them out and pass them forward, whatever you'd like to do, so you can stay connected to me. So it's awesome. So anyway, I wanted to let you know about that. Also, a little side note that I am doing angelic guidance readings today. I'm in the vendor room, so I'm going to be there until 6 p.m. I'm doing 15-minute and 30-minute angel readings, where I'm working with the angel cards and also receiving guidance that I'm receiving for you, and I'm bringing in angelic support. So anyway, I just want to let you all know about that, okay? All right, so let's tap into next, dear ones. We have time for step 4. Let's make sure we get that 4th step in. And at the end, I also will be available to connect and answer any questions more deeply, and then I'll be in the vendor room. All right, let's talk about the 4th step, dear ones, to activate angelic power and blessings. I have a guide up here if you'd like to have it. Welcome. Perfect divine timing. Time for step 4. All right. So, dear ones, the fourth step is to, because I wanted to note that for the fourth step on activating angelic power and blessings in your life, sometimes we may be blocking the flow of blessings unknowingly in our lives. So, step 4 is to align your whole being with who you truly are. Align your whole being with who you truly are, also known as your divine identity. To align your mind, your actions, your emotions, the words that you're speaking, and your spirit. Because when we know who we really are on a spiritual level, we are able to access support and resources, dear ones, on a whole new level, to activate those angelic power and blessings, and also to feel more in the flow, to feel more confident, and to be more on our divine life purpose. Who would like to do that? I would. Which feels really good because it makes such a difference when we make a difference. Even if we're maybe in a job that we're not thrilled about, you know what? We can be of service. We can be in the moment, and we can act as an angel in that job until we are able to manifest the next best thing, which is really cool. That's in the past when I was doing other jobs, that brought me a lot of peace of mind and knowing I'm bringing the angels in wherever I go. Or even when you're out and about, we can make a difference. It's so beautiful. With love, with a smile, that can really make someone's day, or having a conversation, asking someone how they are. It's really beautiful. So these all make a difference. Oh, thanks, love. That's Barbara telling me I have 5 minutes. All right. So I wanted to also just add in, quite often we may be blocking the flow of communication and blessings through our conflicting thoughts, emotions, or the way that we're speaking. So the angels remind us, as we align more, we can really activate the angelic power and blessings that are our birthright, because we want to be more connected and step away from being disconnected. Who would like to be more connected with the divine? Raise your hand. Yes? Yeah, let's do it. Let's activate these beautiful blessings. So, dear ones, what I'm feeling called to do is let's go into, we have some time, we'll do a little bit of a longer closing prayer, but I want to bring in some affirmations for you, because it's super powerful to say these words to activate angelic power and blessings. I'm just going to get a little sip of water, and then we will do the closing prayer, and we'll do some angelic activation affirmations. All right. So as we take in a new breath in, dear ones, breathing in and gently exhaling out. We thank you so much, dear God. We thank you so much, dear angels, for being here strongly present with each and every one of us. Thank you for guiding each and every one of us here today to Soul Search. Thank you for giving us the green light to, yes, I need to be here today. Yes, I need to be in the talk about the angels with Rachel. I am so grateful. So taking in a new breath in and exhaling out. And let's say out loud together, thank you, angels, for blessing me in my life, for bringing in miracles, even when I don't know how it's going to happen. I'm open to the realms of the miraculous. Yes, so taking in a new breath in, exhaling out. Thank you, Archangel Michael, for empowering me with your purple lights, energy, and power. I walk more confidently with you by my side. Taking in a new breath in. Powerful, dear ones. Let's keep going. Thank you, Archangel Raphael, for beaming in your emerald green healing lights into my body, my mind, and my spirit. I am so grateful. Taking in a new breath in, exhaling out. Thank you, Archangel Gabriel, Archangel of divine guidance, for guiding me every day in my life so that I know more clearly what to do. Taking a new breath in, feeling empowered, dear ones, as we call in next Archangel Uriel. Thank you, Archangel Uriel, for being strongly present with me, for guiding me, for bringing me ahas, brilliant inspirations, ideas, and flow. I am so grateful. Taking in a deep breath in, exhaling out as we call in next our guardian angels. Thank you, guardian angels, for blessing me every day of my life and for enfolding me in your unconditionally loving wings of light, love, power, protection, and support. Taking in a divine breath in, exhaling out. Thank you so much, amazing angels. Let's say it out loud. Thank you so much, amazing angels. I am so grateful. With God and the angels, all things are always possible. And I am so grateful. New divine breath in with an angel hug. Exhaling out, and so it all is, and so it all is, and so it all is. Thank you, God. Thank you, angels. Thank you, archangels, for all the incredible activation and support that we've activated today. Walk forward, dear ones, with clarity, with vision, with confidence, knowing indeed that all things are possible with God and the angels. And like I said, even when you don't know how in the world it's going to happen, be open to the realms of the miraculous and know that I'm here to support you with that. So thank you so much for being here and for being present and for co-creating with me with the angels and the archangels. I will be in the vendor room today till 6 p.m. I'm doing angelic guidance readings and support sessions, and I would love to support you with the angels or to answer your questions. Many angel blessings. Take care. Dear ones. Woo, we activated so many blessings. Keep me posted with what miracles happen. Thank you, dear ones, for joining online. It's been a joy to support you with the angels. Angel blessings, and take care. All right.
Are you ready to experience real healing, body, mind, and soul? Introducing Becoming Whole, Healing with Francie Soito, a powerful new live show on SoulSearch TV. Francie is a Reiki master, psychic medium, and angelic channel with over 15 years of experience helping people and pets heal, receive messages from the spirit world, and reconnect with their true path. Every other Thursday at 6 p.m. Pacific, join Francie live as she taps into your energy field, connects with your angels and guides, and offers messages of healing, love, and deep transformation. Watch for free on SoulSearch TV, available online on Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, and our mobile app. Want to receive a live reading or healing? Spots are limited. Grab your ticket now and receive a private Zoom link to join the session. Launching June 26th. Let the healing begin. Ready to awaken your gifts, heal your soul, and live transformed? Join evidential psychic mediums Kelly Eckhart and Cheryl Murphy every Wednesday at 4 p.m. Pacific for Seeing Beyond, Living Transformed. Receive powerful psychic or mediumship readings and soul messages. Watch free on SoulSearch TV or reserve your live reading spot today. Every other Thursday at 6 p.m. Pacific, experience Becoming Whole, Healing with Francie. Step into a sacred container of transformational healing, soul alignment, and divine messages. Live healings on Zoom. Space is limited. And journey inward with light mirror reflections. Soul-to-soul sessions with Ragini. Through meditation, chanting, energy messages, and guidance from the masters, strengthen your inner guidance and remember who you truly are. Join the Zoom room free or watch on SoulSearch TV. 3 powerful shows, 1 sacred space. Stream online, Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, or our mobile app. Looking for clarity, guidance, and insight? Join Online Insights with Bob the Psychic every Monday at 7 p.m. MST. Bob brings through powerful, intuitive messages, tarot readings, and mediumship to help you gain clarity in love, career, family, and your life path. With warmth, humor, and heart, Bob connects directly to your energy, offering validation, hope, and guidance to help you move forward with confidence and purpose. Sign up on Eventbrite for your own live reading, or tune in for free on SoulSearch TV, YouTube, and Facebook Live. Online Insights with Bob the Psychic, Mondays at 7 p.m. MST. Clarity, connection, and confidence from the comfort of your home. Only on SoulSearch TV. Are you ready to experience real healing, body, mind, and soul? Introducing Becoming Whole, Healing with Francie Soito, a powerful new live show on SoulSearch TV. Francie is a Reiki master, psychic medium, and angelic channel with over 15 years of experience helping people and pets heal, receive messages from the spirit world, and reconnect with their true path. Every other Thursday at 6 p.m. Pacific, join Francie live as she taps into your energy field, connects with your angels and guides, and offers messages of healing, love, and deep transformation. Watch for free on SoulSearch TV, available online on Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, and our mobile app. Want to receive a live reading or healing? Spots are limited. Grab your ticket now and receive a private Zoom link to join the session. Launching June 26th. Let the healing begin. Ready to awaken your gifts, heal your soul, and live transformed? Join evidential psychic mediums Kelly Eckhart and Cheryl Murphy every Wednesday at 4 p.m. Pacific for Seeing Beyond, Living Transformed. Receive powerful psychic or mediumship readings and soul messages. Watch free on SoulSearch TV or reserve your live reading spot today. Every other Thursday at 6 p.m. Pacific, experience Becoming Whole, Healing with Francie. Step into a sacred container of transformational healing, soul alignment, and divine messages. Live healings on Zoom. Space is limited. And journey inward with light mirror reflections. Soul-to-soul sessions with Ragini. Through meditation, chanting, energy messages, and guidance from the masters, strengthen your inner guidance and remember who you truly are. Join the Zoom room free or watch on SoulSearch TV. 3 powerful shows, 1 sacred space. Stream online, Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, or our mobile app. Looking for clarity, guidance, and insight? Join Online Insights with Bob the Psychic every Monday at 7 p.m. MST. Bob brings through powerful, intuitive messages, tarot readings, and mediumship to help you gain clarity in love, career, family, and your life path. With warmth, humor, and heart, Bob connects directly to your energy, offering validation, hope, and guidance to help you move forward with confidence and purpose. Sign up on Eventbrite for your own live reading, or tune in for free on SoulSearch TV, YouTube, and Facebook Live. Online Insights with Bob the Psychic, Mondays at 7 p.m. MST. Clarity, connection, and confidence from the comfort of your home. Only on SoulSearch TV. Are you ready to experience real healing, body, mind, and soul? Introducing Becoming Whole, Healing with Francie Soito, a powerful new live show on SoulSearch TV. Francie is a Reiki master, psychic medium, and angelic channel with over 15 years of experience helping people and pets heal, receive messages from the spirit world, and reconnect with their true path. Every other Thursday at 6 p.m. Pacific, join Francie live as she taps into your energy field, connects with your angels and guides, and offers messages of healing, love, and deep transformation. Watch for free on SoulSearch TV, available online on Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, and our mobile app. Want to receive a live reading or healing? Spots are limited. Grab your ticket now and receive a private Zoom link to join the session. Launching June 26th. Let the healing begin. Ready to awaken your gifts, heal your soul, and live transformed? Join evidential psychic mediums Kelly Eckhart and Cheryl Murphy every Wednesday at 4 p.m. Pacific for Seeing Beyond, Living Transformed. Receive powerful psychic or mediumship readings and soul messages. Watch free on SoulSearch TV or reserve your live reading spot today. Every other Thursday at 6 p.m. Pacific, experience Becoming Whole, Healing with Francie. Step into...
Hi, everyone. Welcome, live streamers. Welcome back to day 2 of our Palo Alto Enlightenment Expo. Welcome to everybody here joining us live. Can everybody say a big hello to all our live streamers? Hello. No such thing as time or space. We are all in this together. And you are in for a treat for all of us here who are doing amazing work in the world, who have gifts to share, to be able to tap into the spiritual currency we call money, bring that into our lives, to be able then to give what we want to give and do what we want to do. Money becomes a blessing. And there is nobody better than to talk about how to turn this into allow abundance to create a business, to create your spiritual calling in the world. And our next speaker right here, I wish I could stay, but I'm going to catch it on YouTube, on our YouTube channel, on the replay. Christine Bolden is here to teach us how to use our energy and our voice to ask for what we would love. Christine's work blends intuitive insight with decades of business experience to help people get clear, shift what's stuck, and take aligned action in their lives, business, or relationships. Whether she's leading an energy reading, a sales workshop, or a live event, Christine's goal is always the same: to help people show up fully and ask for more. What we are trained not to do. We're going to learn to shift out of that pattern today so that we can show up with more confidence and more clarity in our lives. So today with Christine, we're going to discover how to channel our spiritual gifts into a financially stable business. Woohoo to that. Thank you, Christine. Let's welcome her now.
Thank you for being here. So I just want to hear from you guys, and I wish I could see on the live stream kind of what kind of businesses you have. I've talked to a couple people who have different energy works. Anybody else want to share? Yeah.
Well, I do manage, I'm a treasurer for the Santa Clara Women's Club.
Okay.
So there's a group that I have to work with, all women. Well,
right.
We have a couple of men in there too, because it's open. And I do manage a couple of properties, so it's all how to get all that together so I don't get overstressed.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
Still have income.
Okay, great. So that's a great example, because I just want to say every business can be a spiritual business. I've had people who come to work with me who are bookkeepers or accountants or who, do financial planning. Everything is a spiritual business because we are spiritual beings, right? We are beings or souls in physical bodies. So everything can be a spiritual business. Anybody else want to share? Yeah.
Having corporate life. It sounds like you might have too.
Yes. Yeah.
So I do corporate marketing, but for tech companies. But
Okay.
I have other things that I'm interested in, and so sort of manuscript that I never put out there.
That you haven't put out yet? Yep.
I haven't put out there yet. Reiki practice.
Okay.
Things that I could combine into a business, but have not done that yet.
Okay, awesome. Thank you for sharing. All right, so I'm going to get started. So I want to just tell you what we're going to talk about today. So we're going to talk about why it is so important if you are a spiritual person or a spiritual entrepreneur to get your work out right now at this time. We're going to talk about the secret ingredient to creating trust and confidence in yourself and your clients. I'm going to tell you a little bit about the quiet selling method. I did work in sales and managed sales teams in the technology world for over 15 years. And I brought my psychic and energy work combined with that. And I call that the quiet selling method. And then we're going to talk about a couple opportunities if you want to work with me or learn more about me. I'm going to share a little bit of that with you. So first of all, I just want to say, like, I really believe the most important connection that you can have is a connection with yourself, right? And that's why I say, like, every business is a spiritual business, but it all starts with you, right? Like attracts like. Your energy is what's going to draw you in, right? So it's very important. I think everyone in this room would agree, right? We come here to these different fairs and workshops and work with, you know, intuitives, or we might ourselves be intuitive, but a lot of times we are looking outside. The first thing we need to do is look within, right? That's really important. Now, a little bit about me. Like I said, I ran sales teams for over 15 years in technology, but I'm also a psychic. So for a long time, my whole life, I was really scared of my abilities. I didn't, you know, I could feel what other people were feeling. I was very empathic. I was getting information, and it really overwhelmed me. And so I worked with a lot of different teachers, eventually did like a 2-year clairvoyant program. And I realized a lot of the things I was actually doing in my sales life were energy management practices, and I didn't really know how to explain them. And that's when I started this quiet selling method, because I realized, oh, this is stuff I was already doing. I didn't really know how to explain it. And I kind of put it all together. So that's kind of me. Right now, I do teach the quiet selling method to people. I also do readings and energy work. So if you are a spiritual entrepreneur, that's something that I can definitely kind of help you guys with. Okay, so why is it important now? Does anybody have a feeling of like why it's so important right now if you're a spiritual entrepreneur? What's going on in the world? Anyone feel like there's good things happening? I think there are, but there's a lot of confusion, right? There's a lot of discord. There's a lot of disagreements. There's a lot of new technology that scares people, right? The one thing that people go to when they're really scared is they're looking for guidance, right? And they might be looking for guidance. You know, at this point, I think people are a little bit disappointed in kind of government structures. They're a little bit scared and wary and suspicious. So what are they looking for? They're looking for information from you if you're a healer, right? Especially with the advent of things like AI, right? You're getting all of this information, but even with AI building up the way it is, right? What's going to happen? Well, what's going to be the thing that's valued? Your own intuition, right? That's the one thing that AI can never take away from us, right? So even if it's changing jobs, which I think that's debatable, if people aren't getting work, right? They're going to need a contact with their own intuition, and they're going to look to you for guidance, right? So now is really, really an important time if you do some kind of spiritual work, to do it for yourself or to be assisting other people. So it's a really, really important time right now. Okay, so I want to just hear from you guys. How do you feel? Like, what's a word that would describe how you feel about selling your own services? And even if you're not doing that, what's the emotion that brings up? If you're like, oh, I'm going to go out there and I'm going to go, you know, sell an energy reading, or I'm going to go talk to someone in line. Like, what emotions does that bring up for you? Anyone want to share?
Uncomfortable.
Uncomfortable. Perfect. Okay. Stress. Great. Anyone on this side?
Skeptical sometimes.
Skeptical. Great. Okay. These are all things I've heard. So I've also heard greedy. I feel greedy. I feel anxious. I feel terrified. I feel obnoxious. I feel rude, right? All of these are very common things that we feel when we're going out to sell our own services. Now, let me ask you, have you ever bought anything and you're like, oh my God, this is the best thing ever? Like, I love that I bought this. Like, it was worth every penny. Yes. Yeah. Has anyone not ever bought anything that they felt good about? Right? Everyone's had one experience where you're like, that you can remember, where you're like, I bought that and it was worth every penny. I'm so glad I bought it, right? Right? This is negativity bias. So we always think like, oh, I'm pushing this on someone, or I'm pushy. But yeah, we've all bought things and we felt great about them, right? So what does that tell us? Where does this idea come from, that like selling is pushy or aggressive? Anyone have an idea? I don't actually know where it came from, but I would say overall, it comes from programming from society, right? What's the visual most people have of like a negative selling? Anyone? Yes. Everyone thinks about the sleazy car salesman. Like we even have a picture in our mind, right? And I even bought a car a couple of years ago, and I was like, is this like a real thing? And like the person who sold me the car was so lovely. It was really like a pleasant experience. I mean, the negotiating not perfect, but you know, we have this idea that it's going to be really negative and pushy, but that's a great example of programming. So I'll give you an example. When I do readings for people, I do energy readings. I'm looking for three things. Number one, I'm looking for other people's energy, right? If I can be mom or grandma or a partner, I'm looking for programming, right? We all have programming from society, from media, from school, from church, from all of these different things, right? How do we remove that programming? Right? We have to do the work. We have to do the work on that and work on that. The third thing is, I always say past parallel lives, because sometimes we're completing stuff, but that programming that we get, that's like legit. And we've all been programmed. There's this universal program running. Sales is not good, or it's pushy, right? But at the same time, if we're using our throat chakra, we're asking for what we want, we're receiving. It's one of the most spiritual things you can do, is to ask for money to receive it. Right? It has to do with your fifth chakra, about asking for what you want. It has to do with your heart chakra, which is about receiving, right? So how do we reprogram ourselves so that we can be comfortable receiving and asking for what we want, right? And that's kind of the work that I'm doing. And so I would say the great thing about doing this work is it doesn't just help you with money. It helps you to receive anything. So people who've worked with me, they're like, oh my God, now I have a better relationship with my partner because I can ask for what I want. Or I can have a better relationship with my kids because I can see, you know, that they're struggling here, and I can see, you know, what the energy is, or I can see what the programming is, right? So just being able to ask for what you want is going to help every single part of your life. So the quiet selling method is really like three things. Number one, it's how do we work on that programming, right? Because your mindset is really important, right? Like what I was saying, like attracts like. How we feel is going to determine what types of people we attract. Now that's one part of it. The other big part of it is that you do have to learn like the tactics of selling, like the sales 101 stuff. And a lot of people teach this, but make it really overly complicated. And there are certain things like people, you know, the big thing I hear from people all the time, like, oh, I hate following up with people, right? But I'll give you a stat, 90% of sales is made in the follow-up. So if you're not following up with people and you can't do that in a way that feels good, you're basically like, first of all, doing way too much work for yourself, and you're leaving a lot of money on the table. So it's those kinds of things that you do have to learn, like the basic sales 101 stuff. And there's ways to do that feel good with your energy and make you not feel like you're being pushy, but you have to do those both together. You can't just do the mindset part, right? A lot of people will teach you manifesting and visualization, and that's really great. I love that stuff, but you have to know the sales basics that go with it, because there's some things that you don't have to do. Like I've had people say, well, I hate social media, I don't want to do that. Totally fine. If you hate it, you should not do it. You should do the things that you love. You could come to conferences, you can do something else. Some people love to work with people and be people pleaser type people, working at conferences, meeting people in person. Other people like to be home, working on their computer, not interacting as much. Either way is fine, as long as you're following, you know, the basic practices. So you do have to honor what you want. The third part is really working with your energy, right? And we're going to talk about how that works in sales in a minute. So your energy really controls your life. And I've done a lot of work on this. And I always say there's 5 main concepts that I teach people. Number 1, grounding, right? And we're going to talk about 3 of these. Number 2, boundaries, right? Everyone would agree, especially in business, but in life, boundaries are really important. You'll also notice these work with your chakras, right? Grounding, first chakra, boundaries, second chakra. Seniority. What is seniority? The seniority is taking ownership. We can't control other people. We can control how we feel and what our actions are. So I always say seniority is like the opposite of being a victim, right? And you can have seniority around not just you, but your ideas. You can say, I have seniority over my relationship with money. I have seniority over my business. I have seniority over how I feel about my health, right? So you can have seniority over everything. Neutrality, another great one, right? To be able to look at something in a neutral way is not the easiest thing, but it is an amazing skill that if you can bring to business and you can bring to your clients, it will change your life. And then the last one is present time. Being in present time. We don't realize how often we're thinking about the future or we're going into the past. Staying in the actual present is an incredibly powerful tool that can really do so much for you, especially in this day and age where we all feel like we don't have enough time. You can actually like bend time if you're in present time, but I'm not going to go into that today. All right, so let's talk about grounding. And I don't want to spend too much time because we have a limited amount of time to present here. But what are like signs that you feel grounded? Anyone?
Confidence.
You feel, what's that?
Confidence.
Confidence. Oh, that's a great one. Okay, you feel more confident when you're grounded. That's great. Yeah. Anybody else?
Being realistic.
Being realistic. Great. Awesome. So these are great things. So you see how this like applies to kind of our sales and business process, right? If we're not grounded, right, we can't focus. We can't. We don't have that confidence, right? We are all over the place, right? You meet a lot of people who are ungrounded and they don't have the clarity, right? So when we're going and we're asking for what we want, if we're not grounded, right, in our physical bodies, it makes it really, really difficult, right? So I do teach a lot of practices around grounding. To me, grounding is feeling safe in your body and on earth. And it's amazing how often people don't feel grounded. You know, it is our first chakra for a reason. And I always say you have to start there. If you don't feel safe and grounded in your body, it's going to be really hard to manifest because you are a being in a body, right? That body has to feel safe. And sometimes the body doesn't feel safe because you're this unlimited soul, which is awesome, right? You have unlimited potential as a soul, but you were put in this body, right? We can't fly. We have to deal with gravity, all this other, we have to eat, we have to take care of our bodies, right? There's all this stuff, but we need to feel safe first to manifest. So I would say like, that's the first step is being grounded, right? Especially when we're trying to attract other people, right? We're ungrounded. What are we going to do? We're going to attract people who are also ungrounded. So how we deal with our energy is a direct reflection of the clients that we attract. Okay, number 2, boundaries, right? This is very much second chakra, clairsentience, right? Feeling the emotions of others. If we don't have strong boundaries, what happens? We might, what's that? Absorb, great. I was just going to say, feeling other people's energy, right? Big one. Anybody else? If you don't have strong boundaries?
Abuse.
What's that?
Abuse.
Abuse, yeah, great. You get pushed around, right? So not only in your personal life, but if you're a person who doesn't have boundaries and you say like, hey, I do these energy readings, they're $300, and you're like, no, I want to pay you $100. And you're like, hey, what? No, that's my price, right? So someone comes and they try to interfere with your boundaries. They try to put their energy on yours, right? This really affects us especially if we're working with groups, right? How do you manage your energy, right? How do you manage the energy of money and the interaction there, right? You have to have really strong boundaries to be able to run a business, right? You have to work on these. And again, second chakra, right? The first 3 chakras are very much body chakras. So when we're running a physical business, even if it's virtual, right? We have to work on these chakras, right? We have to have strong boundaries, not just with our clients, but with our spaces, right? So if we're in a big space or you're in an office space, however you have it, right? Like everything has energy, not just people. Things have energy, conference rooms have energy, hotel has energy, trees have energy, right? So we have to learn to manage those boundaries. Another big thing, if we don't have clear boundaries, is we'll feel resentment, right? So a lot of what I notice, a big theme, especially in people who do spiritual work, we're undercharging almost everyone across the board. Actually, I don't think I've met anyone who I'm like, you could raise your price. What happens when we keep undercharging, right? It creates frustration. It creates resentment. All of a sudden you don't like the work anymore because you're not asking for what you're worth, right? That's a boundary issue, 100%. Okay, third one is seniority. So we were talking about this. What happens when you have seniority in your business or in your space? When you feel in charge, how does that make you feel or not make you feel? So I would say, like, I was going to say confidence, but I like how you said confidence with the first. But confidence, right? You can make decisions with clarity, right? There's no going back and forth. You're like, should I do this? Should I do this? Should I come to SoulSearch? Should I not come to SoulSearch? Should I spend the whole day there, right? So when we don't have seniority, we're very easily swayed by other people's opinions, like, oh my God, that person is doing that on that table. I should be doing that. Or, oh my God, my sign's so bad. You know, you're constantly comparing yourself to other people because you don't have seniority and you're worried about it. But instead of being like, you know what, this is what I do. I'm going to stay in my lane. I'm going to stay focused on what I do, right? That's having seniority instead of looking at it like, oh, that person has so many people at their table. What am I doing wrong? Well, maybe you're not doing anything wrong, right? Maybe that person's selling something for $5 and they're getting 20 clients and you sell one thing for $1,000. All you need is one client. Right. So it's very much about kind of knowing who you are. That's how I describe seniority, right? Knowing who you are and feeling really confident and owning that. Really important. Okay. So now we're going to talk about the sales stuff. And I call it, a lot of people, has anyone ever heard about the sales funnel or heard that word? Yeah. Okay. So sales funnel, a lot of people overly complicate it. I call it the abundance funnel. There's a lot of really terrible language in like traditional selling that I've rewritten. But the important thing to know is that it is a funnel. So what is a funnel? It's a triangle, right? Wider on the top, smaller on the bottom. What does that mean? People have to move through the top of the funnel to get to the bottom. The people at the bottom are your clients. The people at the top are all of the people who've ever maybe seen you, heard about you, know about what you do, right? So everything you ever bought, from toothpaste to a car, goes through a sales funnel. And once you understand the steps, you can notice how that works. So I'm just going to go through them really quick so that you guys can get an overview of it. So number one, top of the funnel, awareness, right? So if you are selling a car, you're probably doing car commercials. You have all these dealerships people drive by. I mean, you have a product that people are seeing all the time, right? But what do you do if you're a spiritual practitioner? How do you build awareness? You can come to a place like this, right? Yeah. Anybody else? Flyers. Yep. Great. Yep. Get listed in directories. You could be doing social media. Anything else? Oh, I didn't know if you were going to say something. Having what? Having what? Oh, like if you were building your brand? Yeah. Okay. So you can talk about your stuff. You know, you can go up to someone at a smart Starbucks and be like, hey, I do energy readings, right? Like that's not necessarily the best way, but you could do that, right? So you want to build awareness. If you're a toothpaste brand, they spend an enormous amount on advertising, right? It probably costs like 5 cents for them to make the toothpaste, but they're spending a lot more than that on the packaging and the advertising, right? So advertising is another way, right? So awareness, the biggest thing with awareness, what you don't want to be too wide or too narrow. So if you're too narrow and you're like, well, I really just tell my friends and my family and I just get referrals. How many people do that? Most people I talk to are like, I just do referrals, which is great. Referrals are amazing. They are not a way to build a business, right? You need more than that. If you have a really robust business just from referrals, you've probably been doing it for 30 years and you're probably leaving a bunch of money on the table. So referrals are great. But think about that. The top of your funnel is like, instead of this big, it's this big. So what's the bottom? It's going to be even smaller. Yeah, exactly. So if you're a person where you're like, well, I just get referrals, you have a lot more that you could be doing. Now, vice versa, if you're like, if someone asks you, well, who could you do your work with? And you're like, I can do it on anyone, anywhere in the world, anywhere in the astral, I could do everything. What happens? Well, your funnel is so wide that, you would think the bottom would be wider, but what happens is what we have to do is get from one stage of the funnel to the other. So it's really hard to move people down. So I always say you have to be specific, but not too specific, right? When I first started my business, I was like, well, I'm going to sell to all women, because women don't know sales. It was like a little bit too broad for me. I liked the idea and I was like, oh, I'm so excited. And I just do these ads or I talk to people and I could just tell it wasn't landing. And I was like, God, what is it? And then I started talking about how I'm an introvert in sales. And all of a sudden people were like, wait, what? And I was getting all of these comments on my ads, and all of these people were talking to me. And I was like, oh, interesting. Now, that was when I was first started. And I am more of an introvert because I feel so much of other people's energy. I just like to put boundaries up. But it was really interesting. Once I went into that, I saw a lot more people were interested. So you do have to have some kind of niche, right? So if you say, oh, I do energy work, you have to figure out, well, who's my audience, right? Is it everybody? Is it just people locally? But you need to have an angle. I work with so many people who are like, yeah, I do healing. I'm like, tell me more about the healing. Tell me more about who you work with. So it might be like a certain type of person. It might be a certain demographic. It might be a certain location. It might be a certain interest, right? But I would always say, like, one of the tips is think about like who you are. Because again, like attracts like. Great example. I had a couple clients a couple of years ago. It was funny. All of them had like more than 8 kids, which is a lot, right? Like, I'm like, I have 2 kids. I'm like, that's a lot. Like having 8 kids. I'm like, that is a very specific demographic. And they told me, yeah, I always attract people that are kind of similar. I'm like, of course. So that's great. So talk about that. Someone who has 8 kids is like amazing with time management, right? Is like very effective communicator, I would guess. Like, I'm like, there's really great strengths to, managing a large family. So think about what's unique about you personally. If you can't zero in on your business, that's a great way or a great tip for it. Okay, second one. So we built interest. We've told people that we're out there. We're like, hey, here's my card. Here's my dealership, right? The next step is what I call interest and intrigue. Now, the reason I call it that, like way back when I first started working in sales, I think they called it interest, right? But now we have social media. We have devices. We have information at our fingertips. People are overwhelmed with information. It's not enough for them to have interest. It has to be intriguing. So the great news for all of you is spiritual work is naturally intriguing. So that is good. But we need to figure out what's really going to make someone like make a decision to work with you, right? Because a lot of spiritual work also requires people to be very vulnerable. Right? You're sharing who you are. You're probably sharing some struggles that you have, and then there might be a perception like, oh, this person's like seeing into my soul. I don't know if they, if I want to show them all of that. Right. So it's a very vulnerable part of, of working with someone. So you have to figure out, how do I make what I do not just interesting, but intriguing? Right. So that's really a trick for you to think about. And it's also important to know, a lot of people stay in this part of the funnel for a very long time. Have you guys ever had clients that, maybe have been following you for years, or like, oh, I took your card 2 years ago and now I'm finally ready? Anyone have had that experience? Someone just told me that at the booth earlier. But that happens, right? Especially with this kind of work, right? They're like, oh man, who is that person I met at SoulSearch 2 years ago? Like, I really need, an energy reading or something. So a lot of times people stay in this area, but that's again why we have to nurture these people, keep providing interesting and intriguing information, right? And so that goes to business practices, whether you send a regular email to people or you send any kind of follow-ups, right? We were talking about follow-ups before. Like, it's really, really important to do that, because people get your information and sometimes they're sitting on it, right? Especially in this kind of business, people are sometimes, something extreme has to happen in their life for them to take action, right? Okay, so we've built awareness, we've built interest, right? And the next step is offer and negotiation, right? So in the case of a car dealership, right? You walk into the dealership, right? And you're saying, hey, can I test drive a car? So what do? They're like, okay, great. Because you're having that full experience now. You're actually driving, you're doing a test drive, right? So great example, if you're doing spiritual work, right? Maybe you do not necessarily a free call, but a mini session for someone, right? You're giving them like a test drive, right? But how do you develop that? How do you negotiate? How do you present your offer? What actually are you selling? And this is also where a lot of people get stuck. If someone asked me what I did, there's 2 parts of it. I always say there's the actual like stuff you're selling, and then there's the experience, right? So if you ask me, well, what happens when I book a reading with you? The stuff would be like, I was like, okay, well, I'll send you a Zoom link. I'm going to have my eyes closed. I want you to have your eyes open, and I'm just going to talk to you. I mean, that sounds pretty boring, right? Like that does not sound interesting. Now, when I talk about what actually happens in the experience, I would say, well, I'm reading your higher self, and I'm gonna ask you and your higher self, what is happening in your energy that you need to clear? Like, where do you need clarity? Where do you want to build confidence? What do you want to get rid of? What's going on? That's the experience of it, right? But if I were just to talk about the details, it would be extremely boring, right? When someone is advertising a Toyota or a Lexus, right? They're not like, when you go to the dealer, they're like, yeah, there's 4 wheels, it's made of metal, there's an engine, right? It comes in all these colors, right? No, they're selling you. You see a certain car, they're selling, a Volvo is selling safety, right? You're selling security. And that's why when you see these car commercials, you see the whole experience, right? You see them sitting in there, they're loading their dog in, their kids, they have a brand new baby, right? You see, that's why car commercials are so in depth, because they're trying to show you the whole experience of it, not just the stuff, right? So it's really important for you to know what's the experience of what you're selling, whether it's an energy reading or accounting, like what are you really selling? You're selling some kind of transformation, right? Even in something like accounting, right? Or like financial planners, right? What are they doing? They're really like looking at your investments, and they're spending like a very small amount of time, right? And then they're calling you once a quarter. But what are they really doing? They're selling you financial security. You're buying their expertise and the confidence that someone else is dealing with that for you, right? So really important when you're speaking to someone and you're telling them what you offer, that you're talking about the transformation of it, right? And this is so important if you're speaking to people on the phone, because they'll want to rush you, right? It's the same reason when you go to a gym, they don't tell you, or you call a gym, they don't tell you the price on the phone, right? Because you're like, well, how much is a membership? And they're like, no, you have to come in. Like, just tell me the amount. And they're like, no, you have to come in, because they want you to experience it. And they're like, and they want you to see all of the other people who are doing it, right? That's really important, right? And they do that for a reason. And as much as it frustrates us, if someone's just like, well, just tell me the price, just tell me the price, those aren't your clients, right? If that's all they want to know, they're probably not for you. And that's also a great boundary exercise when people are like, just tell me how much does it cost? Well, you have to wait and you have to see the experience. You have to see what you're going to experience. Okay. Last one. In traditional sales, they call it, anyone know? The last stage? Closing. Closing is the worst possible name. This is the start of your relationship with someone, right? A very intimate relationship if you're doing spiritual work, right? You're like merging energy, you're reading, depending on what you do, right? Closing is the worst possible word. And closing is one of the trickiest areas. I would say the biggest struggles for people who are in small businesses, like most of us have, are number one, building awareness. So it's the very top of the funnel, and the very bottom, closing. How you close is how you're setting the container for your business. So if you're scared to ask for money, or you're hesitant, or you're like, I'm not going to even say it, I'm just going to email it to you, what do you think happens to the relationship that you have? What's the container that you're setting? You're like coming to it with scarcity, with insecurity, right? That is the worst way to start a relationship. The other thing to know is the very best clients you will always have will be the clients that you already have. So the easiest people to sell to are the people who you're already working with. And what a lot of people do is they churn through clients, or they don't have another offer for someone, right? So you'll be like, oh, you did a reading with me, great. Bye. See you later, right? And now you've just developed a relationship with this person. You've just, created some really magical experience for them. The best thing that you can do is tell them what else you have to offer. Now, that doesn't have to be pushy, right? It can be done in a lot of different ways. But if you're not working with the clients you already have to make more money, you're leaving a ton of money on the table. And that's why I say everyone should have some kind of upsell, some kind of downsell, right? And what's an upsell? It's just an additional way to work with you, right? Oh, you did a reading with me? Great. Do you want to book a package? Because you could get a better price, and you could book 3 readings with me, and you can use them over the next year, right? So that's just an example. Or you're like, oh, no, I can't afford that. Oh, well, you know what? I do have some very low cost meditations. If you want to do them, on your own, you can get them on my website. I can send you a link of what I think is appropriate, right? There's an upsell and a downsell. Super easy. right? But we all have to have that. If we're not working with our current clients and trying to give them more, we're actually doing a disservice to them and to ourselves. Because once you've created, especially in this kind of work, a container with someone, you've basically like created this relationship in this container. Somebody else, they go to somebody else, they're going to have to start from scratch. But you can actually go deeper with them. And this is one of the things I teach as well. Once you've developed a relationship with someone, and I'm sure that you guys have, like, do people here have repeat clients? A lot of repeat clients? Yes, no? Any? Yes? Do you find that you have more, like you can do deeper work with them as you go on?
I'm a Reiki master,
Okay.
and as Reiki, the more you do Reiki, the more you get out of Reiki.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah. So that's a great example.
So it's, by the fourth session, there, we are blown away
Right.
with what happens.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah.
But it's hard to, for me, or it's a challenge for me to persuade people with that idea
Mm.
to come again and again.
Okay.
So that's, I'm very curious.
Yeah. That's interesting. So I just want to repeat for the live stream. So you were saying Reiki is something that works better the more you do it, right? And you're saying you have resistance to having them continue or to asking them again?
I'm not asking.
Okay.
I lay it out there.
Oh, okay.
I have a lot of, the opening. It's every, times are challenging with money.
Yeah.
Cash,
Right.
and it's a treat
Mm-hmm.
to lay on a table.
Mm-hmm.
And bills pile up and
Right.
self-care.
Yeah.
We all know all about that.
Yeah.
So I get resistance. Oh, I feel so good. It was a wonderful session.
Mm-hmm.
I want
Right.
more.
Yeah.
So I'm tempted. I haven't yet.
Right.
I'm tempted to do a sliding scale,
Okay.
but I don't want to because
Mhm.
I want to value my.
Right. Oh, so you're saying the resistance is from the clients?
Yeah.
Oh, got it. Okay. Yes. Okay, great. So perfect example. Reiki's better the more you do it. People are resistant to investing in themselves, right? So that is a great example. So, and then you're saying sliding scale, which I do love, to be equitable. And I think that's important in the work, but you don't necessarily have to do a sliding scale with what you're doing if you don't want to. But yeah, I mean, it's important to say like, well, what is coming up for them that they don't feel comfortable prioritizing themselves, right? Because most people don't. And as spiritual advisors or guides, right, it is our job to tell them. And a lot of times we're hesitant because it sounds like a pushy kind of sales thing to be like, well, this is really important. But to be able to guide them and saying like, you have to take care of yourself first, right? Like that is really important because it sounds like those people, I would say, and because we all come across this all the time, right? Reiki, spiritual work, right, is seen as, an extra, a bonus, something I do, when I want to do something extra, right? But really, it's so, so important, right? It's important for their self-care. It's important for that, especially if like, hey, we've already done this work. It's just going to get better and better, right? So it's really kind of, figuring out a way you can have that conversation and saying like, hey, why, and sometimes it's a question like, what else is going on in your life that like like taking care of yourself and prioritizing yourself is not important, right?
So Reiki is not. I don't do talk
Mhm.
with my clients.
Okay.
We just share.
Right. Right.
Because it's not what Reiki is.
Right.
It's not talk. It's not
Right.
words.
Right.
So I don't really want to know their business.
Mhm.
I feel their business.
Right.
And when they ask me, I tell
Yep.
them. So how do I get past them learning how to take care of themselves without what you just said?
Is there any type of your work that's about, I guess, prioritizing self? Because I wouldn't say it's part of your work, yeah, but you would have a conversation when you're charging them and stuff. So it doesn't have to be necessarily a counseling session.
I ask them what's going on
Mhm. Right.
before the session.
Mhm.
Is there anything you want to tell me?
Right.
I don't probe
Right.
because that gets mixed up.
Right. Got it. Yeah. So I think it's either having a sale, like a conversation after, right? And it doesn't have to be a long conversation, and it could just be a thought like, hey, what I notice is, one of the things I like to say is like, I notice the clients who are most successful make this a priority because it comes first, right? And I say, like, for me, I put self-care in my calendar. I put the yoga in my calendar or whatever before I do anything else, because I know it makes a difference in my life.
That's the word I'm looking for.
So it could be something like that. Okay. Yeah. Money represents our priorities. Yeah.
Christine, when you feel that way, when you don't want to communicate as much, do you advise having maybe printouts or providing something that says, here's the advantage of you continuing these sessions?
I love that. Yeah. And everyone's different, and that's a great thing. When you talk about even things like learning styles, everyone learns different. Some people are auditory learners. I was kind of sad. I wanted to do a slideshow for you guys today. And the reason I do that is because a lot of people are visual learners, right? Some people are more kinesthetic, right? So there's a lot of things that you can do. So you can have a conversation. You can also set the energy, right, of the room and the intention, like, hey, even if that's something you do before the session, and you could do it out loud or not, and be like, hey, I want to set the intention that this person's going to take care of themselves first, right? I love sending some kind of follow-up like that as well, and just saying, but that, like, the phrase I always like to use is like, the clients that are most successful with me do this, right? You have choice. And of course, people do have financial struggles, right? And I don't ever want to not acknowledge that. And I always say, yes, I know that that's so important, right? So, but again, money always represents our priorities, right? Because then there's, they're going off and doing something else. So sometimes it's a more in-depth conversation. Sometimes it's just, saying like, hey, it's, it's up to you. It's what's a priority for you. And it is tricky because sometimes spiritual work is unseen, or we don't see the effects until later, but they do almost always tend to be cumulative, right? Just like Reiki. So, okay, great. All right. We are almost wrapping up. So I want to tell you guys a little bit more about kind of what I do, and kind of summarize what we learned so far. So number one, our energy sets the tone, right? How we show up and how we sell and how we do our business and market it is the clients that we attract. So we do have to kind of use our voice and ask for what we want and feel comfortable receiving so that we can attract those kinds of clients, right? So our energy really matters. Number two, the abundance funnel, right? We always follow these 4 basic steps. So, I mean, even if you just think of it, if you leave here and you just remember, oh, it's a funnel, it's bigger on the top, smaller on the bottom, like, that's something, right? Because that other area where I said is really tough for people, that building awareness, a lot of people just, quite frankly, are not building enough awareness. So, maybe you come to the show and it's slow and you're like, what else can I do? Well, you can network with people, you can walk around, right? You can do all of these different things. Shows aren't the best example, right? But how can you get the word out about what you do? And I'll just give you guys a quick tip. My favorite thing, if you're brand new, is to create partnerships, right? Say you have a booth out there, you're not getting any business. Go look. I mean, there's amazing people here, right? Make a part, like, talk to someone and be like, oh, that's what you did. Like, I just met someone over there who was like, I have an office space that I can rent for you in this region where I already want to go. And so I'm going to talk to her next week, right? There's so many opportunities for partnerships here at a place like this. If you're just getting started, find someone that you like and be like, oh, what I do complementary to what you do? Great. One of my favorite clients was a divorce coach. She specifically coached women who were going through a divorce. Her best partnership, divorce attorneys, right? Completely complementary. Divorce attorneys are always coaching people. That is not their expertise, and you're paying them a ridiculous hourly rate if you're complaining to them as your client, right? So for both of these parties, it was a perfect fit, right? Because the divorce attorneys don't want to be talking about divorce to their, giving therapy all the time, and they want to refer, and that's exactly what she did, right? So there is someone out there who is a partner for you or many people. It could be a group, an organization, it could be a person, right? Partnerships are a great way to get started, or even just to grow your business, right? So many times we work as spiritual people, like kind of in a bubble, right? Or we're like, oh, this is, I'm just going to do this. And I know, sometimes it's tricky merging with other people's energy. This is why you need the boundaries, right? That's why that's really important. But yeah, creating partnerships is a great way to build your business. And then my last tip, or my last summary, is I always say you want to connect first and sell later, right? Selling it doesn't matter what you're selling. If you're selling a car, toothpaste, a psychic reading, you're connecting with a person, right? You are a person connecting to another human, right? So it's always about connection first. You always want to do a connect. Like, that's why I tried to meet a lot of you and talk to you first, right? Because that's what it's about. It's really connecting first. And then, if you want to make some kind of offer, then that's great, right? And I always say making an offer is anything like, it's offering something that someone may not want. If I offer you a piece of candy or a piece of gum, right? It's just making an offer. If you said no, I wouldn't be offended. I'd be like, oh, okay, great. You don't want gum right now? Totally fine, right? That's all that we're doing, right? So a lot of us have this baggage about asking and money and all of these things, right? We have to really reprogram ourselves and realize, hey, we're just making an offer, right? So a little bit of what I do. I do have a program called the Quiet Selling Method, and it's basically a community, because I really feel like we are more powerful in community. And that's why I like partnerships, because I feel like the stronger, our connections, the stronger that we are. So the Quiet Selling Method is like a 1-year program. I teach all of these things: the energy management, the sales funnel, how to kind of connect with someone and use your energetic practices to not just sell, but also work with your clients. A big thing that I see very often with boundaries, like we work with a client and then we don't separate from their energy, right? This is specifically in psychic work. Thank you. Right? How do we make sure that we separate with them so we clear that energy, right? Because sometimes we have very strong, like clients, and we feel them after they leave, right? Sometimes people have very basic practices, but sometimes they don't. So it's like stuff like that that's really, really important. I've worked with a lot of really well-known people, like Ainsley McLeod was a client. He's a really famous past life regression psychic who's been on Ellen and Oprah. He was a client of mine. Dr. Pete Goldman developed the zone technique, is a really well-known chiropractor who's coaching people. So I've coached a lot of people in these groups. If it is something you're interested in, you can go to my URL. I have a booth right at the end there, but it's christinebolden.com/SoulSearch. And you'll see on there, you can win a reading with me, but there's also some information about my program there. If you're interested in this, I would really encourage you to book a 15-minute call with me. It's totally free. You can see it right on my website or on that URL, and there's a lot more information. And I work with people individually and in groups. There's different levels to work with me, but if that's something that you're interested, I would love to welcome you. Any questions that anybody has, or anything that comes up for them from this work?
How long did it take you to get your business going? I'm sorry.
Oh, no, go ahead. So that's a good question. How long did it take? I would say, realistically, it took about 2 to 3 years to get to where I wanted to. But I started slow. I did a lot of things in the beginning. What kind of work do you do?
I'm a project manager in biotech.
Okay. All right. And do you want to, is that what you're talking about, or you want to do something else?
I'm not sure what I want to do.
Okay. All right. So there's a lot of ways that you can start. So that's why I was saying, when you're first starting out, if you're doing some kind of individual spiritual work, like doing some kind of partnership with someone is a great idea, right? How you build your business in the beginning, your business is always going to evolve. Businesses, just like people, have their own energy. They have their own timeline, right? What you start in the beginning might be very different than what it evolves to. But yeah, I think that's like a good rule of thumb. But it also depends on your expectations, right? Sometimes people retire and they're like, oh, I just want a simple business that does something on the side. You could do that a little more quickly. Yeah, what was your question?
Actually, mine was more like, see, I come from a family, my parents, my grandma, my grandparents, down the lineage, as we call it.
Yeah.
And they always were kind of like, I was brought up like, donate your time, or it's giving and you will return. Yeah.
Yep.
So so that's where, I come to now, how everything's gotten expensive.
Right. Yeah.
It's,
Yeah.
now I'm retired.
Right.
It's a different situation for me, but I really like the way you said about, when you're doing a reading or something, let them know what, the whole picture here, than
Right.
just cutting them off at the end. Like,
Right.
oh, it'll be, how long?
Yeah.
Maybe a year. Okay, then they don't have to worry about coming back.
Mhm.
But
Yeah.
so not be, off and not charging them what I'm worth. I've done this like for about 30, 35 years. I started
Wow.
really young.
Yeah.
It all started when, since my birth, actually my parents, according to my parents.
Yeah.
So it just comes down, and like you said, things would show up and stuff, and you just go, wow, how did this happen? But yeah, and so that brought me into thinking about that. So thank you.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, thank you for sharing that. And I think that's important. So just for the live stream, you were saying that, you were taught to really volunteer your energy and then it would come back to you. And I think that is important, right? To put your positive energy out there. But I think sometimes we misinterpret that, and that's not like all we should be doing, right? And there's a limit to how often we do that, right? But I do think it's really important to serve community and, to provide to people, right, in need. But that doesn't mean you have to do it all the time, right? You can limit it, and maybe you do, like I do free meditations on my website, like once a month, right? Or sometimes we'll do like a 4-week program where I'll say like, yeah, I want to provide this to people. So, even if they don't want to work with me after, that's okay, because I want to like serve the community. So I think that's really beautiful. But yeah, it is nice to be able to also support yourself, right? Because you are the priority and you come first, right? So you have to take care of you and pay your bills.
And that's what I was looking at, and like now where am I going to, do I go back to work part-time, or what is it what I do? And,
right.
Where I go from here.
Yeah.
Continue doing what I'm doing, but now after hearing you, I can kind of focus a little bit more on charging.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. And if you're an individual practitioner, a great thing that to do is really just to provide something at the end, or like as a follow-up. So like, for example, I use technology to send a 3-month follow-up right after someone does a reading. So 3 months later, because I know that's like a good, bookmark, I'm like, I just send them an email that says like, hey, it was so great. Just wanted to check in, see if you feel called to do another reading, right? So it's like stuff like that.
Yeah,
but
like that.
yeah. Well, thank you all so much. I really appreciate it. I appreciate all your questions. It was great. And thank you if you were on the live stream. So awesome. Thank you guys.
Are you ready to experience real healing, body, mind, and soul? Introducing Becoming Whole, Healing with Francie Soito, a powerful new live show on SoulSearch TV. Francie is a Reiki master, psychic medium, and angelic channel with over 15 years of experience helping people and pets heal, receive messages from the spirit world, and reconnect with their true path. Every other Thursday at 6 p.m. Pacific, join Francie live as she taps into your energy field, connects with your angels and guides, and offers messages of healing, love, and deep transformation. Watch for free on SoulSearch TV, available online on Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, and our mobile app. Want to receive a live reading or healing? Spots are limited. Grab your ticket now and receive a private Zoom link to join the session. Launching June 26th. Let the healing begin. Ready to awaken your gifts, heal your soul, and live transformed? Join evidential psychic mediums Kelly Eckhart and Cheryl Murphy every Wednesday at 4 p.m. Pacific for Seeing Beyond, Living Transformed. Receive powerful psychic or mediumship readings and soul messages. Watch free on SoulSearch TV or reserve your live reading spot today. Every other Thursday at 6 p.m. Pacific, experience Becoming Whole, Healing with Francie. Step into a sacred container of transformational healing, soul alignment, and divine messages. Live healings on Zoom. Space is limited. And journey inward with light mirror reflections. Soul-to-soul sessions with Ragini. Through meditation, chanting, energy messages, and guidance from the masters, strengthen your inner guidance and remember who you truly are. Join the Zoom room free or watch on SoulSearch TV. 3 powerful shows, 1 sacred space, Stream online, Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, or our mobile app. Looking for clarity, guidance, and insight? Join Online Insights with Bob the Psychic every Monday at 7 p.m. MST. Bob brings through powerful, intuitive messages, tarot readings, and mediumship to help you gain clarity in love, career, family, and your life path. With warmth, humor, and heart, Bob connects directly to your energy, offering validation, hope, and guidance to help you move forward with confidence and purpose. Sign up on Eventbrite for your own live reading, or tune in for free on SoulSearch TV, YouTube, and Facebook Live. Online Insights with Bob the Psychic, Mondays at 7 p.m. MST. Clarity, connection, and confidence from the comfort of your home. Only on SoulSearch TV. Are you ready to experience real healing, body, mind, and soul? Introducing Becoming Whole, Healing with Francie Soito, a powerful new live show on SoulSearch TV. Francie is a Reiki master, psychic medium, and angelic channel with over 15 years of experience helping people and pets heal, receive messages from the spirit world, and reconnect with their true path. Every other Thursday at 6 p.m. Pacific, join Francie live as she taps into your energy field, connects with your angels and guides, and offers messages of healing, love, and deep transformation. Watch for free on SoulSearch TV, available online on Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, and our mobile app. Want to receive a live reading or healing? Spots are limited. Grab your ticket now and receive a private Zoom link to join the session. Launching June 26th. Let the healing begin. Ready to awaken your gifts, heal your soul, and live transformed? Join evidential psychic mediums Kelly Eckhart and Cheryl Murphy every Wednesday at 4 p.m. Pacific for Seeing Beyond, Living Transformed. Receive powerful psychic or mediumship readings and soul messages. Watch free on SoulSearch TV or reserve your live reading spot today. Every other Thursday at 6 p.m. Pacific, experience Becoming Whole, Healing with Francie. Step into a sacred container of transformational healing, soul alignment, and divine messages. Live healings on Zoom. Space is limited. And journey inward with light mirror reflections. Soul-to-soul sessions with Ragini. Through meditation, chanting, energy messages, and guidance from the masters, strengthen your inner guidance and remember who you truly are. Join the Zoom room free or watch on SoulSearch TV. 3 powerful shows, 1 sacred space. Stream online, Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, or our mobile app. Looking for clarity, guidance, and insight? Join Online Insights with Bob the Psychic every Monday at 7 p.m. MST. Bob brings through powerful, intuitive messages, tarot readings, and mediumship to help you gain clarity in love, career, family, and your life path. With warmth, humor, and heart, Bob connects directly to your energy, offering validation, hope, and guidance to help you move forward with confidence and purpose. Sign up on Eventbrite for your own live reading, or tune in for free on SoulSearch TV, YouTube, and Facebook Live. Online Insights with Bob the Psychic, Mondays at 7 p.m. MST. Clarity, connection, and confidence from the comfort of your home. Only on SoulSearch TV. Are you ready to experience real healing, body, mind, and soul? Introducing Becoming Whole, Healing with Francie Soito, a powerful new live show on SoulSearch TV. Francie is a Reiki master, psychic medium, and angelic channel with over 15 years of experience helping people and pets heal, receive messages from the spirit world, and reconnect with their true path. Every other Thursday at 6 p.m. Pacific, join Francie live as she taps into your energy field, connects with your angels and guides, and offers messages of healing, love, and deep transformation. Watch for free on SoulSearch TV, available online on Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, and our mobile app. Want to receive a live reading or healing? Spots are limited. Grab your ticket now and receive a private Zoom link to join the session. Launching June 26th. Let the healing begin. Ready to awaken your gifts, heal your soul, and live transformed? Join evidential psychic mediums Kelly Eckhart and Cheryl Murphy every Wednesday at 4 p.m. Pacific for Seeing Beyond, Living Transformed. Receive powerful psychic or mediumship readings and soul messages. Watch free on SoulSearch TV or reserve your live reading spot today. Every other Thursday at 6 p.m. Pacific, experience Becoming Whole, Healing with Francie. Step into a sacred container of transformational healing, soul alignment, and divine messages. Live healings on Zoom. Space is limited. And journey inward with light mirror reflections. Soul to soul sessions with Ragini. Through meditation, chanting, energy messages, and guidance from the masters, strengthen your inner guidance and remember who you truly are. Join the Zoom room free or watch on SoulSearch TV.
Hello, everyone. Hello, everyone joining us here live, and hello to everyone joining us via live stream on day 2 of our Enlightenment Expo in Palo Alto. It has been a phenomenal day. I know everybody here can feel the energy, but hopefully you can too, everyone who is live streaming. What a day it has been. Can everybody here say hello to all our live streamers? Hi. No such thing as time or space. We are all in this space together, and we are doing amazing work today just by being present here. There are certain speakers where I get very choked up when I introduce, and it never fails. Our amazing next speaker just happens to be the founder and creatrix of SoulSearch. I could say a million amazing things about Tangela, about her background as a serial technology entrepreneur, her work in international economic development and global trade, the businesses she's created, the spiritual journey she's been on, her wanderings. But what I really want to impress on you, and what chokes me up every time, is that this is a woman who had a full life, who had everything in the 3D world you think you would need or want to be successful. And she got a calling from spirit. She got a calling from spirit to leave that world behind and to create this amazing platform for spirituality and consciousness that is SoulSearch. She is the reason we are all here today, because she said yes. That one magic word, yes. She didn't have to. She could have said, you want me to what? Well, maybe tomorrow, maybe tomorrow, maybe tomorrow. And without knowing the how, she said yes. And as a result, I not only am so honored and privileged and blessed to be a part of her in her work in the world, but I am just blessed to have her as my sister. And yeah. And you will be blessed to just share in and revel in her gifts today. So without further ado, before I start to cry, I'm going to introduce my sister Tangela to you all.
Thank you, Barbara. So beautiful. I love you.
And it was her birthday last week, so we can all just wish her happy birthday.
Thank you guys. Thank you, Barbara. And hello, everyone. I'm Tangela. As Barbara gave that amazing introduction, I'm the founder of SoulSearch, and welcome to our SoulSearch Enlightenment Expo here in Palo Alto. I do have a cold today, so I'm a little sick, so just bear with me. but I'm really excited that all of you are here and that we're all coming together in this way. Today, my talk is about becoming, you are a now Earth leader, how inner peace brings about global change. And for me, this is a really important topic because we live in a very chaotic world where we look at the news right now and we just get overwhelmed, right? How many of you guys get overwhelmed when looking at the news? Yeah, it's intense, right? There's war, there's poverty, there's political infighting, there's lack of support systems, there's environmental degradation. There's so much happening, and we can feel, who am I? Just one small person on this planet. Who am I to do anything about this? I'm not the president. I'm not a senator. I'm not a congresswoman or a congressman. There's really not much that I can do. And for me, this is a really important topic for us to be really embodying and stepping into, because actually each one of us has incredible power to affect global change and to create global impact. And we do that when we begin to connect with our own inner peace and with our own inner calm. And so this is the leadership for this day. It's what I call vibrational leadership. So welcome and for coming here today, because we are all here to connect and stand in our vibrational leadership and our vibrational power. Because peace is not something to be created on the outside. Peace is a frequency that we are all creating from the inside. And each one of us has that power and ability and capability to be creating that peace in this very moment. And when we create that peace, that begins to ripple out across the entire planet, across the cosmos, across the universe and the multiverse. That is each and one of us, the power that we have as gods and goddesses in human form. So we're here today to really bring together spirituality with the practicality of the world we live in. Because what's the point of being spiritual? Yes, it's for our own inner peace and inner calm, but when we begin to understand that our own inner peace is what creates the outer peace, wow, that becomes really, really exciting. So I just want us to come and land here together right now, just connect heart to heart, and just exhale, letting go of all the energies outside. And then inhale. Exhale. And inhale. Feeling that inner peace and inner calm that resides within each of our hearts in all moments. But when we connect to that inner peace, we're connecting to the greater source, the universe, all there is, and all there ever will be. And so for me, we're creating what I call the now Earth. How many of you guys have heard of the new Earth as a spiritual topic? Okay. What does the new Earth mean to you? Do any of you guys want to share? What does the new Earth symbolize, represent? Want to popcorn, throw something out? New Earth?
I would say I read Expo years ago, and I would say the new Earth is based on existence is based on presence and love versus a presence of fear.
Yeah, beautiful. Existence based on presence of love rather than fear. I love that.
And for me, I have I think visually. So earlier in one of the meditations, actually in the Reiki circle, I'd imagine we were coming through midnight, 12 o'clock, and we're passing that, we're coming out of that dark place. And to me, the new earth is a new beginning, but we're coming through and there's a sunlight or a light shining, and it's starting to shine joy and hope and peace and love on our spirit, instead of all that stuff that we experienced as we went through the dark, through the midnight, and we have to go through that darkness in order to get to that new beginning. But I feel that light of the spirit is starting to shine, whatever you want to call it. But like I feel like it's going to become stronger and stronger as we move more into the new earth, the new beginning.
Beautiful. So joy, love, peace, unity. Michael, do you have any?
I would say it's just being your best self, and everyone making a commitment and expressing your true creativity and your true gifts, and then that emanates out and kind of touches people in ways that we don't even know, and that is the new earth. And there may still be challenges and wars and all that, but there's this group of awakening people living that.
Yeah, beautiful. Awakening, bringing forth our unique gifts and contributions to the world and connection. Anyone else want to say what you feel like the new earth is about? Any other volunteers? Yes. One word? Any thoughts?
For me, what comes through is just love, more love.
Beautiful. More love.
Connection, a lot of connection.
Connection.
Love.
Connection, spirituality, love. Exactly. And so in the spiritual world, or in the new age community, we talk about new earth as something that we're creating, a world of love, community, connection, peace, love, harmony, connecting to one another, being able to share our unique gifts. So do we feel the frequency of what this new earth is supposed to be? Peace, love, harmony, joy. This is the new earth that we're creating together. This is the new earth. And I call it the now earth because, as Eckhart totally said, everything is in the now. Everything is in the now moment. So the new earth is not something that we are waiting to create later, once we've achieved enlightenment, or once we've released our traumas, or once we've changed the government, or once we have a new environmental regulation put into place. We're not waiting for that. The now earth is something that we're creating here with our frequency of love, with our frequency of connection, of community, of joy, of peace, of presence, of power. Because when we create that frequency, that's what begins to shift the frequency of the planet. What we see around us in the macrocosm is just a reflection of what's going on in the microcosm and within each of us. And so, I really believe that if everyone on the planet just meditated 10 minutes a day, we would stop all wars. Not because each of our government leaders have changed, but because their nervous system has relaxed, because they have moved from a world of fear to love. We have all moved from a world of fear to love. And that's really what this now earth is all about. Like you guys said, moving from a world from fear to love, from separation to unity, from chaos to harmony, from this dissonance that we feel inside of us, where we're there's so much chaos within, we feel and see the chaos without. If people are fearful within, they create separation and fear on the outside, where I have to be scared of you because you look different from me, or because you're from a different country, or you have a different ethnicity or religion. All of those things are coming from fear and separation. But in the now earth, when we remember that we're all one, war, poverty, environmental degradation, none of that can exist. Why? Because if I truly knew that you were a part of who I am, like my brother, my sister, my family, to the essence of that, I would never allow you to go hungry on the street. I would never allow you to live in a refugee camp. I would never allow you to live in a state where you don't have your basic needs met. And the reality is we live in a world where it's possible that everyone has their basic needs met. We have enough abundance in this moment. We have the technologies available in this moment, that there should be no hunger, there should be no war, that everyone should have health care, that everyone should have a home and safe place to live. But we don't have that in the 3D reality because we still live in a separation and fear consciousness. And so that's why this work that we're all doing here together today, as we come and gather in Soul Family and raise our consciousness, is so important, because as we raise our consciousness and choose peace, choose love, choose unity, choose community, we choose that for the planet, and we lift that vibration together. And so it's really revolutionary work when we do spiritual work, when we meditate, when we choose peace, when we choose calm, because this is what brings us into that now earth frequency, that now earth energy. It's not something that's out there. For all of us, it's something that's right in here. And the more that we can choose to tap into that in all moments, the more we begin vibrating that energy of peace and calm and love out throughout the planet. And we begin sharing that energy and creating that energy. And that's what we're all here doing together, co-creating this now earth. When we step into the peace and calm and knowing who we are in all moments as perfection. Hi, come on in, have a seat. We can then choose that. When we choose that for ourselves, we choose that for the planet. And it can be hard. I'm not saying it's easy, right? We live in a world where we're constantly bombarded. It might be by society, by media, social media, our family, our friends, who we have to be, what we have to do, how we have to say it, how we have to dress, how we have to act, what we have to eat. It's like we are constantly bombarded by messages telling us who we have to be. So we live in this restriction of, I have to be this person for my family. I have to be this person for my religion. I have to be this person for my teachers. I have to be this person for my friends. I have to be this person because the media says I need to make this much money and I need to have this car and I have to have this home. So we are constantly bombarded by things that take us out of our peace. But this is our soul's journey, to remember that we may be getting all this information from the outside, but we're here to return to the inside. Who am I in the depths of my being and my soul? And what does that mean and look like for me outside of what I've been told? Doesn't mean you can't listen, doesn't mean you can't have conversations, but it all comes back to you. Who am I? What is important to me? What makes me who I am? And how can I express my creativity, my unique gifts, my authenticity, my strength and my power in the fullness of my being? And that's what we're here to do when we return to ourselves. And as we return to ourselves and the authenticity of who we are, we give everyone around us permission to return to the authenticity of who they are. Because most of us go around life wearing masks of who we think we're supposed to be. But when we can start releasing the masks, that's a huge exhale. We can let go of the masks and relax. And when we can relax, that's when we can be at peace. And when we can be at peace, we give everyone permission to be at peace. And so this is a profound journey that we're all on together. It's spiritual, it's personal, it's political, and it's global. Because when we can relax into who we are, we allow the entire world to relax into who we all are, which is love, which is unity, which is joy, which is creativity, which is peace, purpose, presence, power. This is who we are, not everything we've been told we're supposed to be. And so every moment we have a choice of how are we going to respond? How are we going to react? And that's the move from 3D to 5D. Because in the 3D world, we react to everything around us. These people are making us lose our jobs. Okay, so we have to throw them out of the country. I'm not trying to be political, but or it can be the other side as well. Whatever it is, we have reactions, right? But when we can look within and say, what am I fearful of? I'm fearful of not having enough, of not having enough abundance to support myself, to support my family. Rather than being in separation and fear of others, how can I choose love? How can I choose compassion? How can I choose solutions, knowing that there is enough abundance for all? And that together, when we choose love and presence and power, we can create those solutions to create jobs, to build our economies, to build our abundance individually and collectively. Our day-to-day reactions are what make us choose peace or choose fear. And so we have that moment. We have that power in every moment. Do I choose peace and power? Do I pause and choose peace and respond from a place of peace and love and harmony, the new earth frequency? Or do I react and choose anger, choose separation, choose fear? Every moment, each one of us has that choice. And it doesn't mean we have to be perfect, right? Because we live in this 3D world and we get riled up. We get angry, we get upset. But when we can take that pause and ask, what would love do? What would peace do? What would harmony do? And then respond from that place. That's what creates worlds and opens up the universe. So we have this power within each and every one of us to create this now earth together. And every time we choose our own presence, remember our true power, and choose the frequency of love, peace, and unity consciousness, that's the consciousness we are together creating on this planet. That is the awakening. This is the ascension. When people talk about the ascension and the awakening and creating the golden age, this is what we're doing together, right here, right now, moment to moment. It's not about spiritual miracles. Although, yes, those are all very possible, and each one of us has the power to be able to, bilocate, walk through walls, walk on fire, incredible intuitive and psychic capabilities. All of that's possible for all of us. And yes, that's all part of the now earth as well. Because as we remember who we are, we're going to be stepping more and more into all of our psychic and intuitive and spiritual abilities and gifts. That is part of the now earth that we're creating. Instant manifestation, unlimited abundance. But all of that starts with a very simple premise of us choosing peace, choosing power, choosing love, moment to moment. And the more we can do that, we move from 3D into 4D into 5D. And that's how we're creating the now earth together and affecting global change, political change, revolutionary change. And so I'd love for you all to join me now in a little practice in meditation so we can do this together and raise the vibration of the planet. So just put your feet on the ground and connect to the earth, taking a deep breath in and a deep breath out. And just relax. Another deep breath in. Deep breath out. And begin to relax into your spiritual heart. Relaxing into your spiritual heart, just begin to feel the presence and power and peace of who you are. Feeling the depths of your soul and the expansiveness of your heart. Feeling this immense peace that lives inside of you in all moments, in every moment. This is your inner well of peace and power available to you at all times. Feeling the expansiveness of your soul as you've never felt before. You begin to bring that energy down, 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 through your feet, through the layers of the earth, until you reach the crystalline core of Mama Gaia. Boom. As you connect with the energy of Mother Earth, you feel her enveloping you with her incredible, unconditional love, eternal ancient wisdom, her strength and her stability. She wraps you in her arms and says, I am always with you in all moments. Call on me when you need my support for strength, for stability, to remember who you are, for you have chosen to walk here on this planet during these turbulent times as a now Earthling. And I am here to strengthen you, support you, and guide you. For I am Mother Earth. You relax into her arms, letting go of all of the restrictions that you carry, placed upon you in this lifetime and in so many lifetimes. You relax and begin to release, letting go, knowing that Mother Earth sees you for who you are, as a leader, as a god, goddess in human form, coming here to this planet during this time of awakening to bring forth the golden age. As you relax in her arms, you begin to feel the connection and the community that you have across planet Earth. All of the brothers and sisters, human, animal, plant, mineral, for we are all here connected as one global family. We are here together, co-creating a beautiful world of harmony, joy, peace, love, abundance, creativity that we know is possible. Feeling this connection with our global family and feeling the support of Mama Gaia, we breathe in this energy up, 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 up through the layers of the earth, through the crust, and into our feet, bringing this energy up, 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 up through our body, activating every cell, every strand of DNA in this cosmic connection that we hold together in unity consciousness on this planet. We activate our root chakra, our seat of strength and stability, which connects us to Mother Earth, so that we have the ability to walk this planet strong and stable, knowing who we are and what we are here to do, and what we are doing now in this moment, and raising the vibration to it. We light up our sacral chakra, our seat of creativity, bringing forth our unique gifts for this planet. For each one of us holds our own key that is unique, that is beautiful, that is a part of the puzzle of how we are bringing forth this new earth together and lighting up our solar plexus, our seat of power, our ability to manifest all that it is that we know we want to create in this new earth together. Global peace, environmental safety and protection, harmony, homes for all, education for all, food for all, the end of poverty, the end of wars. We know what is possible, and we are here to manifest that together and bring all of this into fruition. We light up our heart chakra, and we feel our heart expanding wider and wider and wider, so that we can hold in our hearts the entire planet in love and unity consciousness, giving and receiving this unconditional love in the expansiveness of our hearts. We hold the whole world in our hearts together. And lighting up our throat chakra, our ability to speak our truth with power and integrity, knowing that when we vibrate in our truth of power, peace, and harmony, we give permission for all to vibrate and speak their truth. Lighting up our third eye, our ability to see beyond the veils, to see and be in the multi-dimensional realms, and know and understand that we have a great mission here, each and every one of us, having incarnated on this planet during this time, bringing forth our intuition and our knowing and our gifts from many, many, many lifetimes. We bring them here now together to open up and co-create this new earth together. And lighting up our crown chakra, our connection to all there ever is and all there ever will be. We feel our energy going up and up and up and up and up and up and up into the celestial realms, into the cosmos, where we connect to the expansiveness of our soul. We feel ourselves soaring higher and higher and higher like an eagle, feeling the freedom of who we truly are as sovereign souls here, looking down on planet Earth, knowing and understanding that we are so free, we are so powerful, we are unconditional love, community, connection, beauty, peace. We feel our own power as if never before, because we feel the beauty and understand that we are God. As we soar higher and higher and higher, we feel and hear a celebration around us. Here we are, surrounded and celebrated by the angels, the archangels, Archangel Michael, Metatron, Uriel, Zadkiel, all bow in reverence to you and your bravery and courage for what you are here to do on this planet during this time. And they bow to you for your vibrational leadership, for your courage, for your calm, for your peace. And they say, we are always with you. Call on us, and we are here beside you. And then you feel and hear another celebration, joyous, of the divine feminine and masculine masters, gods and goddesses, Master Jesus, Mother Mary, Mary Magdalene, Abraham, Sarah, Jacob, Isaac, Prophet Muhammad, Khadijah, Aisha, Buddha, Tara, Kuan Yin, White Buffalo Calf Woman, Shiva, Lakshmi, Saraswati, Durga, Isis, Osiris, Ra. So many more known and unknown, named and unnamed, seen and unseen. Feel the powerful holy presence around you of these masters who have also walked the earth, and they bow to you and say, we thank you for your courage, for your power, for your strength to come to planet Earth during this time. We too have walked the planet, and we know and understand how difficult it can be to face the chaos, the anxieties, the anger, the fear, the separation. And we know that everything is accelerating during this time. But just call on us and know that we are here, surrounding you with light, sharing our light with you, and amplifying your light so that you can light up the planet brighter and brighter, stronger and stronger, deeper. Call on us. Receive the light of who you truly are. For we are all one and walk with you, not as those above you. We walk beside you as your brothers and sisters. You feel and breathe in their holy presence. You feel their light pouring into you, rapidly expanding your aura brighter and brighter and brighter, amplifying your light greater and greater and greater. Feeling this immense light and power of who you truly are as a luminous divine presence as you have never felt before. Breathe that in and breathe it out. Feeling the unconditional love of the angels and the masters. Knowing and understanding and feeling this immense presence of light that you are in all moments. Breathing in this light and power from the cosmic angelic realms. You bring this energy back down, 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 down through the solar system, through the galaxies, into your crown chakra, boom, lighting you up, expanding your aura, illuminating your presence, exploding your heart. You feel yourself as a luminous ball of light, lighting up the entire planet with your frequency and vibration. You feel your vibration of love, power, peace, presence, faith, harmony, joy, unity, creativity, your own unique light. You feel and share this across the planet in this moment, in all moments. And together, each one of us, this incredible ray of light that we are, we travel across the planet together now, visiting all of the places where we know that our light is needed most. We go to the war zones, the refugee camps, the prisons, the detention centers. We go to the hospitals, the orphanages. We go to every place where we feel the desolation, the chaos, the depression, the fear, the anxiety. And we give our love. We give our peace. We share our presence. And we share our heart. And we choose one person to sit in front of, and we look into their eyes. And where we see chaos, where we see fear, where we see hopelessness, we share our love. We share our faith. We share our peace. We share our harmony. We share our power. And as we give, we receive. And as we give, we receive. And as we give, we receive. Breathing in this immense power of who you truly are. Feeling the luminous light of your eternal soul lighting up the entire planet. Breathe in this power and share it out into the world, knowing and understanding and feeling that you are a now Earth leader. That by your presence, your power, your love, and your light, you are raising the vibration of the planet. You are raising the frequency. And you are creating the now Earth. Breathing in the peace and power of who you are. Remembering that you are this luminous soul in all moments. Feeling your true peace and power in the strength of your being. And the magnanimity of who you are. Remembering that you are God Goddess. You are perfection. Thank you for sharing your love. Thank you for sharing your light. Thank you for creating this now. Breathing in your peace and power. Breathing it across the planet. You feel your heart-to-heart connection across space and time with all of our beautiful brothers and sisters, humans, animals, plants, minerals. Feel we are all one cosmic family. Mother Earth, Mama Gaia, human family, animal family, plant and mineral family, angelic family, the divine masters, all of us, breathing in and knowing and understanding that we are one cosmic family here, creating this frequency of unity consciousness together in all moments. Breathing in your peace and power, feeling your light illuminating the entire planet, feeling the light of who you truly are as a God Goddess in human form. Give thanks in remembrance of who we truly are. And we begin to return to our bodies, yet staying connected to our luminous selves, to our luminous souls, to the multidimensional realms, knowing and understanding now, more than ever before, our true power, our true nature, our true abilities to create this now Earth together. Coming back into your body slowly. Begin to wiggle your fingers and toes. And staying connected to the luminosity and the light of who you truly are as an eternal being. Remembering that each one of us is shifting and creating this new frequency of new Earth together. Each moment we can decide. I am peace. I am love. I am light. Open your eyes and coming back into your body. Thank you so much for joining me in raising the frequency of the planet together. That is energy work that we have all done together today. And when we do this work, this is how we co-create the now Earth together. For each one of us, as we all felt today, how many of you felt the creation of that light and love that we shared across the planet? Each one of us has that power and purpose in all moments. And so we create this power in every moment, in every response, in every reaction that we have, we can return to ourselves and say, pause. I am peace. I am love. I am light. And when we do that, we are creating this now earth together. It's an act of love. It's an act of peace. It's an act of leadership. So thank you all for sharing with me today and being in your vibrational leadership and for embracing your role as a now earth leader. This is the time of spiritual awakening. This is the advent of the golden age. But we are no longer in that age where we were monks. Each one of us here have been monks, living in caves, meditating, living in the temples, in the monasteries as priests and priestesses. Each one of us here have had that in so many lifetimes. And so we can connect so easily to the divinity within us because we have done it across space and time. But this time, connecting to divinity is not just about connecting up there. It's about connecting here to our communities, to our humanity, to Mother Earth, to our animal, plant, and mineral friends. And that can be so hard because when we live in a cave, we're with ourselves and God. But when we live on Earth, we're with each other. And we get triggered, and we get angry, and we react, and we get upset, and we get fearful, and we want to separate. And this is the true spiritual work of this time. How can I choose love? How can I choose peace? How can I choose unity and community? Not just in my divine connection to Source in this way, but my divine connection to Source in all ways. Because each one of us is God. Each one of us is Source. Each one of us is connected. And when we remember that, and we can be that love, be that community, be that connection, that's when we create the now earth together. The old age of priest and priestess is gone. We are now here to embody God and Goddess in each one of us. So thank you all for your vibrational leadership today. Thank you for joining me in doing this work together. Doesn't matter how you do it, when you do it, where you do it. You do it the way that feels good to you. You do it in the simplicity of just asking, what would love do in this moment? And that's what changes the world. Because can you imagine if our leaders asked, what would love do? We would have a very different planet. So we start by asking ourselves. So thank you so much for joining me here today and raising the vibration of the planet together. It's an honor to be with all of you to do this work. And I will be here the rest of the day here at SoulSearch. You guys can come chat with me. I do have 2 retreats coming up. I have, for those of you who would love to work with me who are women, I have an Embody the Goddess Women's Empowerment Retreat in Sedona coming up February 6th through 8th. That's going to be very powerful. We'll be going deeper into a lot of the topics we covered here. You know, it is the rise of the divine feminine right now, and we are balancing the masculine feminine energies on the planet. So we'll be doing womb healing, we'll be doing breath work, we'll be doing journeys on the land and activations, cacao ceremony. So if you're interested in coming to my women's retreat, that'll be February 6th through 8th, and I have some flyers up here. And I do have a co-ed retreat coming up in April as well. I don't have the info up for that, but I'll pass around I'll pass this around. And so if you guys are interested, feel free to sign up. And that will be, you can just sign up to get more info or take a flyer for my women's retreat. And of course, stay connected with SoulSearch. We have our next expo coming up in Pleasanton,
December 6th, 7th. And then we have a full calendar for next year coming up. So come and join us at our expos. We love having you guys here. We love being in spiritual community like this together every month. And also, of course, we have SoulSearch TV. So check out our shows on SoulSearch TV. We do live readings every week. We have Bob the Psychic doing live readings on Monday, 7 p.m. Mountain. So I guess that's 6 p.m. Pacific. So if you guys want to tune in, get a live reading with Bob the Psychic. And of course, if you guys have any questions, feel free to come up and chat with me. And I'll also be at the registration desk and walking around. It is my greatest honor and pleasure and blessing to be able to do this work with you guys. I would have never thought this. I would have never imagined I'd be doing this work. So if it's possible for me, it's possible for all of us. Thank you guys so much. So thank you guys. How do you feel? Good.
Grateful.
Grateful.
A lot of gratitude.
Gratitude. Wonderful. Do you feel
Are you ready to experience real healing, body, mind, and soul? Introducing Becoming Whole, Healing with Francie Soito, a powerful new live show on SoulSearch TV. Francie is a Reiki master, psychic medium, and angelic channel with over 15 years of experience helping people and pets heal, receive messages from the spirit world, and reconnect with their true path. Every other Thursday at 6 p.m. Pacific, join Francie live as she taps into your energy field, connects with your angels and guides, and offers messages of healing, love, and deep transformation. Watch for free on SoulSearch TV, available online on Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, and our mobile app. Want to receive a live reading or healing? Spots are limited. Grab your ticket now and receive a private Zoom link to join the session. Launching June 26th. Let the healing begin. Ready to awaken your gifts, heal your soul, and live transformed? Join evidential psychic mediums Kelly Eckhart and Cheryl Murphy every Wednesday at 4 p.m. Pacific for Seeing Beyond, Living Transformed. Receive powerful psychic or mediumship readings and soul messages. Watch free on SoulSearch TV or reserve your live reading spot today. Every other Thursday at 6 p.m. Pacific, experience Becoming Whole, Healing with Francie. Step into a sacred container of transformational healing, soul alignment, and divine messages. Live healings on Zoom. Space is limited. And journey inward with light mirror reflections. Soul-to-soul sessions with Ragini. Through meditation, chanting, energy messages, and guidance from the masters, strengthen your inner guidance and remember who you truly are. Join the Zoom room free or watch on SoulSearch TV. 3 powerful shows, 1 sacred space. Stream online, Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, or our mobile app. Looking for clarity, guidance, and insight? Join Online Insights with Bob the Psychic every Monday at 7 p.m. MST. Bob brings through powerful, intuitive messages, tarot readings, and mediumship to help you gain clarity in love, career, family, and your life path. With warmth, humor, and heart, Bob connects directly to your energy, offering validation, hope, and guidance to help you move forward with confidence and purpose. Sign up on Eventbrite for your own live reading, or tune in for free on SoulSearch TV, YouTube, and Facebook Live. Online Insights with Bob the Psychic, Mondays at 7 p.m. MST. Clarity, connection, and confidence from the comfort of your home. Only on SoulSearch TV. Are you ready to experience real healing, body, mind, and soul? Introducing Becoming Whole, Healing with Francie Soito, a powerful new live show on SoulSearch TV. Francie is a Reiki master, psychic medium, and angelic channel with over 15 years of experience helping people and pets heal, receive messages from the spirit world, and reconnect with their true path. Every other Thursday at 6 p.m. Pacific, join Francie live as she taps into your energy field, connects with your angels and guides, and offers messages of healing, love, and deep transformation. Watch for free on SoulSearch TV, available online on Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, and our mobile app. Want to receive a live reading or healing? Spots are limited. Grab your ticket now and receive a private Zoom link to join the session. Launching June 26th. Let the healing begin. Ready to awaken your gifts, heal your soul, and live transformed? Join evidential psychic mediums Kelly Eckhart and Cheryl Murphy every Wednesday at 4 p.m. Pacific for Seeing Beyond, Living Transformed. Receive powerful psychic or mediumship readings and soul messages. Watch free on SoulSearch TV or reserve your live reading spot today. Every other Thursday at 6 p.m. Pacific, experience Becoming Whole, Healing with Francie. Step into a sacred container of transformational healing, soul alignment, and divine messages. Live healings on Zoom. Space is limited. And journey inward with light mirror reflections. Soul-to-soul sessions with Ragini. Through meditation, chanting, energy messages, and guidance from the masters, strengthen your inner guidance and remember who you truly are. Join the Zoom room free or watch on SoulSearch TV. 3 powerful shows, 1 sacred space. Stream online, Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, or our mobile app. Looking for clarity, guidance, and insight? Join Online Insights with Bob the Psychic every Monday at 7 p.m. MST. Bob brings through powerful, intuitive messages, tarot readings, and mediumship to help you gain clarity in love, career, family, and your life path. With warmth, humor, and heart, Bob connects directly to your energy, offering validation, hope, and guidance to help you move forward with confidence and purpose. Sign up on Eventbrite for your own live reading, or tune in for free on SoulSearch TV, YouTube, and Facebook Live. Online Insights with Bob the Psychic, Mondays at 7 p.m. MST. Clarity, connection, and confidence from the comfort of your home. Only on SoulSearch TV. Are you ready to experience real healing, body, mind, and soul? Introducing Becoming Whole, Healing with Francie Soito, a powerful new live show on SoulSearch TV. Francie is a Reiki master, psychic medium, and angelic channel with over 15 years of experience helping people and pets heal, receive messages from the spirit world, and reconnect with their true path. Every other Thursday at 6 p.m. Pacific, join Francie live as she taps into your energy field, connects with your angels and guides, and offers messages of healing, love, and deep transformation. Watch for free on SoulSearch TV, available online on Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, and our mobile app. Want to receive a live reading or healing? Spots are limited. Grab your ticket now and receive a private Zoom link to join the session. Launching June 26th. Let the healing begin. Ready to awaken your gifts, heal your soul, and live transformed? Join evidential psychic mediums Kelly Eckhart and Cheryl Murphy every Wednesday at 4 p.m. Pacific for seeing beyond, living transformed. Receive powerful psychic or mediumship readings and soul messages. Watch free on SoulSearch TV or reserve your live reading spot today. Every other Thursday at 6 p.m. Pacific, experience Becoming Whole, Healing with Francie. Step into a sacred container of transformational healing, soul alignment, and divine messages. Live healings on Zoom. Space is limited. And journey inward with light mirror reflections. Soul to soul sessions with Ragini. Through meditation, chanting, energy messages, and guidance from the masters, strengthen your inner guidance and remember who you truly are. Join the Zoom room free or watch on SoulSearch TV. 3 powerful shows, 1 sacred space. Stream online, Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, or our mobile app. Looking for clarity, guidance, and insight? Join Online Insights with Bob the Psychic every Monday at 7 p.m. MST. Bob brings through powerful, intuitive messages, tarot readings, and mediumship to help you gain clarity in love, career, family, and your life path. With warmth, humor, and heart, Bob connects directly to your energy, offering validation, hope, and guidance to help you move forward with confidence and purpose. Sign up on Eventbrite for your own live reading or tune in for free on SoulSearch.
Hello, live streamers. Welcome back to day 2 at the Palo Alto Enlightenment Expo. For our next amazing speaker, welcome to everybody joining us here live. Many of you who have been in this speaker room keeping the seats warm all day, and we're so blessed and grateful to have you. And our next speaker, it just keeps getting better and better. Today has been an extraordinary day. It's always an extraordinary day at our Enlightenment Expos, but I don't know, today has a certain feeling about it. So it's perfect that we have our next amazing speaker coming up for you, Carmen Fromont. Carmen began her spiritual journey as she trained as a yoga teacher in her 20s. She explored many pathways leading to God, believing that more than one way was available. It was through a Western master, Omram Mikhail Ivanhoff, that she discovered her family of souls. How lucky are you? It's amazing. And the keys to solve the problems of existence. Through pursuing her flying career, she was an amazing flight attendant, Carmen became an author and the coordinator of the Aquarian team with 3 books published so far. Carmen has been giving talks around the world. She's given many podcasts, recorded episodes for Om Times TV, and has been teaching the sacred dance, and I'm going to make sure I say this correctly, Panyaridmi? Okay, I said it perfectly. Go figure, Panyaridmi, which I'd like to learn more about. Today, Carmen will take us on a journey through nutrition, reincarnation, and sexuality in the light of initiatic science. So without further ado, let's welcome Carmen.
Thank you for every one of you for being here. And before we start, I invite you to take maybe less than a minute of silence so that we become receptive, our soul opens up so that you can learn as much as possible. A short minute. So today we have 3 big subjects to cover. 3 subjects that affect all of us: nutrition, sexuality, and reincarnation. But we won't talk about food combination or positions here. We're going to change the level from which to understand things. And to relate to where I'm coming from is, people thought for the longest time that it was the sun that was turning around the earth and that the earth was at the center for centuries and centuries. And that was called the geocentric point of view. And then somebody came and said, it's the sun that is at the center and the planets turn around. Well, that took a long, long time for the church, the politics, to accept that point of view. Now we all know it's called the heliocentric point of view, and we accept the fact that the Earth is one of the planets that turns around the sun. Well, when we understand certain things from the point of view of the Earth, we may not have the full point of view of things. Maybe because of our culture, because of our education, we see things from the materialistic point of view. All education is based on learning things intellectually, being more competitive to have a better position in life, and it has a certain value to it. But as you're here, because you're looking after your development and evolution, to take another point of view, like the point of view of the great teachers, the initiates, the masters, they come from another point of view, which is the point of view of the spirit. It is from the heliocentric point of view, the spirit at the center, that they explain things, and not from the human point of view or from the earth point of view that they see things. So let's begin with nutrition. We all have to eat once, twice, or 3 times a day, because otherwise the body will not survive. Well, maybe 60 days is the longest that somebody's gone without food, without water. Then it goes down to only a few days. And without air, even a few minutes, 4 minutes, and you lose your brain function. It tells us one thing: the more subtle, the most important it is, right? Makes sense. So when we look at food as physical food, we try to feed the body. But what about our subtle bodies? What about the astral, which is the emotional body? What about the mental body? And yet we have 3 more subtle bodies, which is the causal body, the higher reason. That's where all the prototypes, the geometrical figures are, in that causal body. When inventors invent something, they take the prototype in that world, the causal body. Then there's the Buddhic body, which is the body of the soul, the higher soul. And then there's the Atmic body, which is the world of spirit. So we haven't learned about these subtle bodies, but because we have life, we have those subtle bodies. We're not aware of them because we don't work with them. They are like when you break an arm and it hasn't worked for many, many weeks in a plaster. When you try to give it order, it doesn't obey. You have to go to physiotherapy to get it mobile again. It's the same with these subtle bodies. Because we don't use them, we don't work with them, they're dormant. They're not atrophied, but they're dormant. So using nutrition to nourish our subtle bodies will provide us a type of yoga that is so quick with rewards. People do yoga because they're looking for relaxation. They're also knowing that it will require attention, concentration, and self-control in yoga. Well, the yoga of nutrition called Jnani yoga is that type of yoga where if you concentrate and you focus and you exercise self-control, you will discover elements in the food that you eat that will start nourishing your subtle bodies. For example, if you eat in a hurry and maybe complaining or arguing, your digestive system is affected by that because your attitude impregnates your food. But if you take time to relax, to say thank you for the food that is before you. And you are receptive towards the subtle elements that compose it, all of a sudden you're extracting from the food elements that you would not get if you were eating in a hurry. Makes sense, right? Do you remember the movie Karate Kid with Miyagi, the teacher? Miyagi and Dan. Dan wanted in a hurry to know the movement so he would go and oppose his enemy. Miyagi said, you're going to start painting like this with the two hands. You're going to start shining the car like this. What he was giving him were keys to concentrate. And by concentrating, he was able to be more focused. And in that focus, he could get the result he wanted without having to all the heavy training that others were taking in this other karate classes. It's the same with us. If we know how to concentrate, if you take that opportunity 3 times a day to eat your food with attention, reverence, not only do you nourish your subtle bodies, but you gather your energy into one direction. Do you remember the old cameras where you had to adjust the focus? Even very performing cameras, you still have to adjust the focus. In order to have a clear picture, it was good to adjust the focus, otherwise everything was hazy. But once the focus was made, you had a clear picture of your subject. It's the same with us. If we know how to concentrate, gather our energy in one focal point, then the picture is clear. So when you eat with attention, self-control, and focus, you gather all the energies that would be dispersed into 1,001 thoughts. And by bringing them together, an hour or so later, maybe even half an hour, whoops, there's a clarity inside that reveals solution to problems, that gives you a good insight. That's because of the ability to concentrate. So there are keys for this yoga of nutrition. The first one is to start with small things, like your cutlery, your glass, your plate. Try to handle them so there's no noise. That will develop your attention and your focus. Just that little exercise will bring you rewards beyond what you've ever experienced before. Small thing. The second thing is chew your food well until it's almost liquid, that it goes down on its own. And there's a reason for this. It's because above the tongue and below the tongue, we have glands whose function is to extract the etheric body from food. And that's very important because your best defense mechanism against illnesses is your etheric body. It's the seat of vitality. So by chewing your food properly, if you add also conscious breathing as you chew, these glands will deliver the etheric energy from your food and your etheric body will be stronger. The etheric body is the first body that nourishes the nervous system. That's why even before the food hits the tummy, you already feel some satisfaction from just a few mouthfuls of bread or whatever. Already you feel there's something that is already nourished. That's because the etheric body is looking after the nervous system. Very important. The third key, I mentioned it a little bit, is do some conscious breathing. As you chew, you inhale and you can even visualize the breath of air sustaining your etheric body. The fourth point is to be very grateful in your heart, because food is like a love letter from the Creator. You know that everything starts in the invisible. Take, for example, you have a thought to invent something, or to start a new company, or to create a product. First, it's a thought. The thought is there, it kind of works, it's magic. And then you need the heart, you need the feeling, the enthusiasm to get going with it. Who could help me? How will that be produced? And then the third step is to gather the elements that will compose that invention. So everything starts from the invisible as a thought, goes through the emotional part because it's the motor to get things moving, and then to realize it in matter, the product. So it is the same when we say thank you, thank you, thank you with all your heart. It's like you're taking the substance in the food from the invisible world and you bring it to feed your astral body, your emotions, with something that is very beautiful, gratitude. And the next one is to think that your food, which started in the subtle plane, through the sun, the stars, the constellation, Mother Earth has produced fruits and vegetables and whatever else. So there is components in the mental world that gives you the vitamins, the minerals, the protein, whatever composes that food. So you see how your mental body is nourished, your astral body is nourished, your etheric body is nourished, and of course your body will be nourished even more so because you will have eaten in alignment with your spiritual self. Not just horizontally to quickly feed your body and go on to the next activity all scattered, as many of us are involved in life. We're working, we have families. If we just took time, 3 times a day, twice a day, if you're down to 1 time a day, do it consciously. So that's the way of eating. Now let's talk about the food that is the most nourishing for our system, our body and bodies with the different levels. The food that contains the most solar light is the one that contains the prana, is the one that contains the subtle energies that are the purest. That means fruit, vegetables, grain, nuts, seeds. The food that rots the fastest is meat. It is the one that contains the least solar particles. So as we engage on the path of evolution, maybe we want to consider to use solar food as the most sustaining food for our subtle bodies. I know it doesn't sit with everybody to make a step to become vegetarians, but there are reasons why on the path towards perfection that we choose that option. Because when animals go to the slaughterhouse, they know they're going to die, and they're not happy about that. And they scream and yell, and it brings an acidity in their flesh that is being eaten by people. So I'll tell you a story. I was a flight attendant, like Barbara said, for 49 years. And one day we had a passenger in first class who had such a strong smell. Us, the crew, were saying, ooh. I said, okay, I'm going to find out. I'm going to go and talk to him after the meal service. So I went to him and I asked him, did you just board in Vancouver or did you come from somewhere else? He said, I just came from Beijing. All right. And what were you doing? I'm talking about in the 80s, this story is. He says, I'm working for the Canadian government establishing standards for slaughterhouses in China. Ah, I says, that's very interesting. Now tell me, is it true that when animals are brought to the slaughterhouse, the noise is so much from the animals that you inject them with a tranquilizer so the employees are not so affected by the noise? And he said, yes, it's true. So not only was there the fear of the animal that is communicated through their flesh, there's also the tranquilizers that are injected into them for the satisfaction of the employees. So there's the fear, the cruelty, And there's one third element among the animals is the need to reproduce without question. So by eating meat, it links us to the fear, the cruelty, and the need to reproduce. So it is something that when you're ready, when you want to nourish the different aspects of your being, to consider those elements. They're pretty heavy, I understand. The other thing with nutrition is that there is also some kind of ethics in nourishing yourself. If you always fill yourself to the fullest, it engages the digestive system, yes. But if you leave a little bit of room to not eat to your fill, it will force the body to go and seek in the subtle bodies what will support you better. So just leave a little fill. Another thing to consider is maybe fasting. You know, intermittent fasting has become very popular over the years. In the divine school of Omram Mikhaila Ivanov, disciples are welcome to do 24-hour of fasting, but a lazy way. So let's take Thursday. You have breakfast Thursday morning, you have lunch Thursday noon, you skip dinner Thursday night, and you skip breakfast Friday morning. Then you have your lunch Friday and your dinners Friday night. So you've eaten twice on Thursday, you've eaten twice on Friday, but you fasted noon to noon. What a nice lazy week. Even flying, I could do that. There was no problem. And that allows your system to rest. It allows your ego to say, no, I'm the one deciding right now. You're not going for this. So it's part of the self-control we talked about at the beginning. Finding ways to establish your own kingdom through your masterhood decisions. And it's also a time where maybe you will listen to some very beautiful music that is uplifting, where you read a book that will inspire you because you become more receptive. If your tummy is not busy digesting, then you're maybe more awake and receptive on other level. So it's a very good time through a short fast or a longer fast to nourish your subtle bodies. So that being said, there's also other types of food that are even more subtler, like prayers, meditation, contemplation, and identification. These are processes that all great teachers and masters know. If you want to become one with God, you start with these processes and you develop one after the other. And that requires the same thing as with the yoga of nutrition: attention, concentration, and self-control. These processes of praying, meditating, contemplating, identifying are steps in the development that the soul needs in order to fuse with spirit. Now, we're going to jump from nutrition to sexuality. We think that sexuality just relates to, yes, do you want to ask a question now?
About the first part, do you mind?
Yes?
So it's interesting hearing this. I don't sleep well. I'm up every 2 hours. I have PTSD. They say it's adrenals. But what's interesting hearing you speak about food and helping your nervous system is what breaks the cycle, even though the Western medicine said don't eat late at night. If I eat, I break the cycle. I sleep for 3-4 hours, but it doesn't matter what I eat. I'm not eating all the foods I realize. It's something that's kind of an aha moment for me, that it must be my nervous system that's calming the food.
Mm-hmm. So I repeat the question for people who are online listening to this talk at the moment. So the lady is saying she has PTSD, she has trouble sleeping, and to break this cycle, eating helps her. And I agree with you in the sense that if we don't eat, the energy goes somewhere else. And if it goes into the brain, you may be very busy in your mind. And one way to break the system is if you have food in your tummy, then the energy is there and then this slows down. But there are some other means. There are prayers you can say until you fall asleep. My favorite one, when I was so jet lagged for so many years, was Psalm 91. It's so long that if I manage making it to the end, I was lucky. The Psalm 91. Psalm 91. And if I started it a second time, I rarely finished it. I fell asleep before finishing the prayer. Another way is turn on your light and start reading inspiring, reading something not complicated, something that will just ease your mind from jumping from one thing to the next. The mind is meant to think, but because we have not trained it, it's thinking so many thoughts by the minute that we lose our power. So the idea is to slow down the mind, give it something nice to read, something inspiring, where your soul connects to what you're reading so that your mind doesn't go to history or future things. Okay, does that help? Yes. Okay. Another thing you can do is rub your solar plexus and just bring it some calm and nice feeling, because your solar plexus is actually your feeling brain. Here, the white matter is on the outside. Here, the white matter is on the inside. So that's why people say, oh, I had a gut feeling about this. The gut feeling defies the reason, because this has a very big truth about it. And it's not just a solar plexus, it's a hara center connected. Okay? So back to sexuality. We have all come from sex. Undeniable, we're on earth, this is how it is. There is men and women, and we're not going to go into the transgender ideology because that's another chapter and it's not our goal here. To understand where the sexual energy connects us in our soul, in our spirit, we have to come back to the structure that the great masters see in the invisible. So there's the Godhead. God decided that he would like to manifest himself. So out of the Godhead came the polarity. The polarity is the eternal masculine, the eternal feminine. And this you can verify everywhere in nature through electricity, magnetism, acid and base, men and women. So in the world of principles where the eternal masculine feminine is that came out of unity, you have duality or polarity. Without polarity, there's no life. It's as plain as this. In the polarity, you have the electricity, if you want, or you have the eternal masculine that thrusts forward. That's its duty, thrust forward. Our anatomy, the anatomy of man is like this. In the eternal feminine, you have the receptivity, so that you have electricity and magnetism. That's how electricity works, with the plug and the receptor, right? With the acid and the base, you get the salt. With the father, the mother, you get the child. So you have unity, polarity, trinity. That's the world of principles. Beyond the world of principles, you have the world of laws. We'll cover that when we talk about reincarnation in a short while. And then the world of manifestations. That's where matter exists. So to understand sexuality properly is we have to go back to the eternal masculine and feminine as being cosmic energy. That cosmic energy, as it comes down and is interpreted through us, can be attraction at the sexual organs, and that's where a lot of people live their life by, is that attraction. The next level it goes through is into the muscles, and that becomes movement. That's how you decide with that same energy that you're going to exercise your muscle. The third one is the feeling from the hara the solar plexus and the heart. That's where now emotions and sensations come in. The next level, the same cosmic energy goes through, is through the brain, where it becomes reason and intelligence. So if all the energy goes there and stays there, the rest is not fed properly. So cosmic intelligence is very brilliant. It has created the channels through which we can bring this energy up in order to reach back to the source where we came from. But if we only use it at the bottom level, there's no pressure to go up. Just take the example of a building, 10-story building. If the inhabitants on the ground floor all open their taps full volume, there's no pressure for the other floors to be fed. It's the same with us. There's a difference between sexuality and love. You'd say, where is the mark? Where is the difference? Well, sexuality is very ego-driven. Self-satisfaction, sometimes at the expense of the partner. It's always about me, myself, and I. It's very ego-driven because it hasn't evolved. It's still at that level of attraction. So it wants its pleasure. But once we grow spiritually, we learn that pleasure is only one aspect of life, that if we know how to use certain elements for our growth and development, then this pressure starts going up and it becomes a work rather than just a pleasure. In fact, so much so that this work opens channels to a different type of pleasure, which can reach ecstasy. It's far better than the attraction on the lower level. And if only the young people, the youth, knew that the waste they produce there feeds the astral level, then they get confused. They get into all the negative jealousy and anger and elements that remain at the level of attraction. If they only knew that it's a quintessence, it's a divine quintessence. That's what this sexual energy is, this cosmic energy. It's a quintessence, but it's raw. It's raw because we are in matter. So it's up to us through our consciousness to sublimate it, to transform that energy and bring it to serve. And the best ally you can get to achieve this is to have a high ideal. A high ideal like becoming Christ-like, to become your higher self, to have a mind as luminous as the sun, a heart as pure as crystal, a soul as vast as the universe, and a spirit as powerful as God and one with God. This is the ideal that in the divine school of Omra Michaela Ivanov, we repeat. We repeat this high ideal because whenever there is something that is troubling us, if we repeat the high ideal, it's like the energy takes another direction from where it wanted to take us, whether it was anger or sexual satisfaction. But I'm not talking about depriving that energy from operating or negating it, because it's like a dam. If you don't know how to work with it, it will crush you. But if you know how to dedicate it, orient it for a divine purpose, you awaken all your subtle bodies for that energy to bring you to where that high ideal is. These are pedagogical, psychological tricks that are so powerful. If you know your psychic structure with your subtle bodies, you will want to choose a high ideal. It's your savior into any kind of situations where your ego is trying to bring you back closer to matter and where your soul is aspiring to something higher. The high ideal is a wonderful way to deal with sexuality, and sexuality sublimated when you think of the other one first before yourself. that becomes love. Whatever we do that is altruist, this is how spirit works. Spirit never thinks of taking. Spirit is always wanting to give. So when we are willing to give, when we are willing to think of the others first, we nourish that higher self in connection with spirit. Of course, if you're built like a bull, you may think this is too difficult. This is a language you don't understand. Well, get married in a hurry, find the right wife so that your energy is at least not detrimental to a bunch of women, to one, and from there you will have space to grow. But for those who are more prepared, who are consciously seeking to reach out to perfection, transform the sense of pleasure to working with that energy. It is a sacred cosmic energy available to every one of us. Knowing how to use it is a tool towards your growth that is very, very rewarding in a sense of expansion. The more we expand our consciousness, the greater we are working towards the Christ consciousness. We are awake, I said in one of the books I co-authored, maybe at 5%. Einstein was 8%, so we'll be modest, we'll say 5%. That means that 95% of us works within that 5%. That means we repeat patterns, cliches, and our world revolves around that 5%. Our duty is to become 100% conscious. That means Buddha-like, Christ-like. So what we need is expand our consciousness so that we have more and more room for spirit to come in. Remember, spirit is the one thrusting, and the one receiving it is the feminine principle. So our soul has to create the room for spirit to come in. And to create that space in the soul, sometimes it means making sacrifices, being conscious and aware, and moving forward. Which means I have to move forward real quick into reincarnation. So I told you about the world of principles with unity, duality, trinity, then the world of laws. And that's where we know some of these laws. It's just we have not transposed it into what it means in our life. You know the law of agriculture, you see, you reap what you sow. You plant bananas, you don't get potatoes, right? It's obvious because the laws of nature are there. Well, that's linked to the law of action and reaction, cause and effect. With time, it's been distorted and it's been called the law of karma. Now, karma means you're paying for your misdeed of another life. But in fact, karma is the law of action and reaction, cause and effect. That's one law. We are all tied to it, and all of nature, all the hierarchy, all the way down to the kingdoms of the mineral, all these laws operate through everything. So the law of karma is the one that tells us why we were born in such a country, in such a place, in such circumstances, in relation to what we've created before, when we borrowed another body and we tried to grow and develop. The law of reincarnation exists through all religions. It's only on the 4th century that the Christian church did away from the law of reincarnation because they wanted people to just believe in them and be condemned for eternity if they didn't believe what they said. That's not my concept of God. It was pretty hard, but by removing the law of reincarnation, it took away the sense of responsibility that we have. By accepting reincarnation, not only does it tell us as the first benefit that there's no mistake as to where we were born, which culture, which parent. It's like cosmic intelligence has this big computer where all the stories of all the souls are in there. And there is a library called the Akasha Chronica, where some are able to go and read all the story of your soul from the time you were a spark and decided to learn about God and who you are. So that's where you started to descend into matter, step by step. So where you are today is part of this Akasha Chronica. The second benefit of accepting reincarnation is that the fault doesn't belong to the government or to the parents or to the culture. It is where you choose to be, voluntarily or involuntary, in order to keep progressing in your evolution. Once you know that, you don't feel like rebelling. You don't feel like blaming others. You accept that you are where you are because this cosmic computer has chosen the best condition for you to be there. The third benefit of reincarnation is it helps you develop your willpower to do the best that you have so that you have a bright future that no longer depends on a very revengeful God or on circumstances that you have no inkling about. You prepare your condition now through your conscious willpower for what will be in your next life. Three great benefits about reincarnation. It's not the only law. There's some other laws. There's the law of affinity, which we say birds of the same feather flock together. You've heard that, right? Drunkards attract each other, partygoers attract each other. It's a law of affinity. We don't make them up. These laws are there. Another law is the law of justice. You go to the grocery store, you pay, you get some food for it. That's kind of human justice. It's trading values. But there's another justice, divine justice, which means if you put a few more cherries to the kilo of cherry in order to please your customer, you give something that they did not ask for, but it's a pleasure to give them a little more. Now you're starting to touch divine justice. Divine justice has a lot of room for you to give more. And as you give more, you start tapping into another law that is the law of benevolence, or what they call dharma. Anything that you do to help others with no reward to yourself, it's like you get brownie points or stars, but in fact you become more spirit-like, because remember, spirit always likes to give. Spirit is never the one that is waiting for something in return. So the more that we give without expectations, the more we tap into the essence of spirit. And that's called divine justice, because divine justice is very generous. And I have to rush through, but there's one more very important thing to know. Human beings follow 4 categories. The first category is they have no choice in choosing their incarnation. They are propelled by necessity where they deserve to be to learn what they need to learn. The 24 elders, which is a celestial council, looks at the history of this soul and decides this soul needs to pay for this and this and that, and they need to learn this and this and that. We're going to send them there. So that's called the law of necessity. The second law is the law of not total free will, but where you have a choice. Because your consciousness is open and receptive, because you are reaching to your divine self, and you have some qualities and virtues to develop that are not quite in place, you decide. You say, there's this family there that would give me the perfect occasion to develop what I need to develop. Well, it could be artistic talents, it could be whatever. And the 24 elders say, you're right, go there. You will have a wonderful incarnations. You will learn what you need. So that's the second category. The third category is these beings that are almost at the state of illumination. They only have a few things to work. They miss maybe 1 or 2 things, and they have all the means to achieve it because they're awakened enough. These beings are now free. When they leave, they've learned their lesson. They never need to incarnate again. That's a third category. The fourth category is those that have reached ecstasy, those that are illuminated. They look at humanity and they say, poor human beings, do they ever need help? So they're willing to come out of their samadhi, they're willing to come out of their ecstasy, and they decide to come back down. And it's never easy for them. Take the story of all the great teachers and masters of humanity. They've had their share to suffer. On the cross, in jail, whatever. It's not easy, but they're beyond that. They don't have nothing to pay. They are free inside. They will accept their outer conditions to be on the cross. Father, let it be thy will. They are beyond rebelling. They've reached that state of oneness with God. They know their body is only there temporarily to teach something to humanity. But of course, it's the very rare beings. There's not too many who reach that fourth category. But it should be an incentive for us to wherever we're at to want to be in the next category and make the efforts. We've only got about 4 or 5 minutes for questions and answers. But I want to tell you right away before I'm rushed out of here by the next speaker that I have prepared a book for each one of you, pre-dedicated at home with a separate wish for every book. All I need to put is your name. If I don't have time within 10 minutes to write your name in the book, please come to the stand, which is right behind here, and then we'll have the time we need. Okay, questions? Yes.
The section when you said that you accept and just not rebel, but isn't part of the your part of being here is not necessarily to rebel, to be on the side that is helping others in your rebellion to whatever you're rebelling. You know what I'm saying? It's like when people are protesting, they're not protesting just for themselves. They're protesting for everybody, for those they care about. That's what I'm talking about.
Okay.
So that's where are those. Where do they fall?
Where do they fit? So the question is, there are people that are demonstrating to help others. They're not just for their own cause. They want to be of support to whatever cause. Well, it's good to work with others. The collectivity has a power. We would almost have to talk about good and evil. Seen again from the divine point of view, evil is only evil up to the angel level. Beyond the angel level, there's no more evil. It's like it's been transmuted. The frequency doesn't reach beyond angels. So at our level, when we consider evil being evil, do we have the understanding that it's a force that is maybe awakening people, that is forcing them to think, that is forcing them to, through harsh conditions, to wake up to the divine? And then maybe if it's that, then evil is serving a cause. And there's a beautiful image used by Omra Mikhaila Ivanov, and it's the one of the wheel. The wheel is turning this way here, but over here it's turning at opposite. If the wheel stops turning because we don't want evil in life, then the wheel goes nowhere. But if evil is used properly, then it creates a force, and the more it turns, the more the mud spits out. So if we take the conditions out there in the world or in our life where we think this is so evil, yes, it is evil at one level of consciousness, but what is the gold beyond this evil? What is the element that can bring me closer to God in that situation? And you make choices when you ask yourself that question. Remember, we have two natures, the human nature, the divine nature. The human nature will always rebel and find excuse and justifications to remain the way it is. The divine nature is always willing to go above itself, to see the brighter side of things. So in any situation, be it political, familial, economical, try to see it from the divine point of view. First of all, it relaxes the emotions that get so engaged into rebelling and being frustrated with things. To rise above this and say, maybe there is a divine plan, and the divine plan maybe is to bring people to choose their priorities better, understand things from a higher point of view. It's not justifying people that do bad things. They are ruled by karma. They will pay what needs to be paid for the damage they've done. And it's not me saying this. The laws are in action. God is way above the laws. He created the laws so he wouldn't have to worry about those things. He's in his unity world. So it's for us to see through the principles and through the laws. How do we understand the earthly problems here? Does that make sense? Yes. Okay, so the next speaker is going to be coming. I'm going to go and sign your names in the book, or you come and meet me at the table. And the books that I've talked about today is Gnani Yoga, the yoga of nutrition, Love and Sexuality, the sexual force or the winged dragon, and Cosmic Moral Law, Man Master of His Destiny. In here, you will understand the laws and reincarnation in far more details than what I could deliver today. So these books are at our table. Come and see us, and I will quickly go and sign. Thank you for being here.
Are you ready to experience real healing, body, mind, and soul? Introducing Becoming Whole, Healing with Francie Soito, a powerful new live show on SoulSearch TV. Francie is a Reiki master, psychic medium, and angelic channel with over 15 years of experience helping people and pets heal, receive messages from the spirit world, and reconnect with their true path. Every other Thursday at 6 p.m. Pacific, join Francie live as she taps into your energy field, connects with your angels and guides, and offers messages of healing, love, and deep transformation. Watch for free on SoulSearch TV, available online on Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, and our mobile app. Want to receive a live reading or healing? Spots are limited. Grab your ticket now and receive a private Zoom link to join the session. Launching June 26th. Let the healing begin. Ready to awaken your gifts, heal your soul, and live transformed? Join evidential psychic mediums Kelly Eckhart and Cheryl Murphy every Wednesday at 4 p.m. Pacific for Seeing Beyond, Living Transformed. Receive powerful psychic or mediumship readings and soul messages. Watch free on SoulSearch TV or reserve your live reading spot today. Every other Thursday at 6 p.m. Pacific, experience Becoming Whole, Healing with Francie. Step into a sacred container of transformational healing, soul alignment, and divine messages. Live healings on Zoom. Space is limited. And journey inward with light mirror reflections. Soul-to-soul sessions with Ragini. Through meditation, chanting, energy messages, and guidance from the masters, strengthen your inner guidance and remember who you truly are. Join the Zoom room free or watch on SoulSearch TV. 3 powerful shows, 1 sacred space. Stream online, Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, or our mobile app. Looking for clarity, guidance, and insight? Join Online Insights with Bob the Psychic every Monday at 7 p.m. MST. Bob brings through powerful, intuitive messages, tarot readings, and mediumship to help you gain clarity in love, career, family, and your life path. With warmth, humor, and heart, Bob connects directly to your energy, offering validation, hope, and guidance to help you move forward with confidence and purpose. Sign up on Eventbrite for your own live reading, or tune in for free on SoulSearch TV, YouTube, and Facebook Live. Online Insights with Bob the Psychic, Mondays at 7 p.m. MST. Clarity, connection, and confidence from the comfort of your home. Only on SoulSearch TV. Are you ready to experience real healing, body, mind, and soul? Introducing Becoming Whole, Healing with Francie Soito, a powerful new live show on SoulSearch TV. Francie is a Reiki master, psychic medium, and angelic channel with over 15 years of experience helping people and pets heal, receive messages from the spirit world, and reconnect with their true path. Every other Thursday at 6 p.m. Pacific, join Francie live as she taps into your energy field, connects with your angels and guides, and offers messages of healing, love, and deep transformation. Watch for free on SoulSearch TV, available online on Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, and our mobile app. Want to receive a live reading or healing? Spots are limited. Grab your ticket now and receive a private Zoom link to join the session. Launching June 26th. Let the healing begin. Ready to awaken your gifts, heal your soul, and live transformed? Join evidential psychic mediums Kelly Eckhart and Cheryl Murphy every Wednesday at 4 p.m. Pacific for Seeing Beyond, Living Transformed. Receive powerful psychic or mediumship readings and soul messages. Watch free on SoulSearch TV or reserve your live reading spot today. Every other Thursday at 6 p.m. Pacific, experience Becoming Whole, Healing with Francie. Step into a sacred container of transformational healing, soul alignment, and divine messages. Live healings on Zoom. Space is limited. And journey inward with light mirror reflections. Soul-to-soul sessions with Ragini. Through meditation, chanting, energy messages, and guidance from the masters, strengthen your inner guidance and remember who you truly are. Join the Zoom room free or watch on SoulSearch TV. 3 powerful shows, 1 sacred space. Stream online, Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, or our mobile app. Looking for clarity, guidance, and insight? Join Online Insights with Bob the Psychic every Monday at 7 p.m. MST. Bob brings through powerful, intuitive messages, tarot readings, and mediumship to help you gain clarity in love, career, family, and your life path. With warmth, humor, and heart, Bob connects directly to your energy, offering validation, hope, and guidance to help you move forward with confidence and purpose. Sign up on Eventbrite for your own live reading, or tune in for free on SoulSearch TV, YouTube, and Facebook Live. Online Insights with Bob the Psychic, Mondays at 7 p.m. MST. Clarity, connection, and confidence from the comfort of your home. Only on SoulSearch TV. Are you ready to experience real healing, body, mind, and soul? Introducing Becoming Whole, Healing with Francie Soito, a powerful new live show on SoulSearch TV. Francie is a Reiki master, psychic medium, and angelic channel with over 15 years of experience helping people and pets heal, receive messages from the spirit world, and reconnect with their true path. Every other Thursday at 6 p.m. Pacific, join Francie live as she taps into your energy field, connects with your angels and guides, and offers messages of healing, love, and deep transformation. Watch for free on SoulSearch TV, available online on Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, and our mobile app. Want to receive a live reading or healing? Spots are limited. Grab your ticket now and receive a private Zoom link to join the session. Launching June 26th. Let the healing begin. Ready to awaken your gifts, heal your soul, and live transformed? Join evidential psychic mediums Kelly Eckhart and Cheryl Murphy every Wednesday at 4 p.m. Pacific for Seeing Beyond, Living Transformed. Receive powerful psychic or mediumship readings and soul messages. Watch free on SoulSearch TV.
Hello, everyone. Hello, live streamers. Welcome back to day 2 of our Palo Alto Enlightenment Expo. We are winding down an amazing day. The energy is so high. It's palpable. My pup was kind of laying down chill, and all of a sudden he just kind of got up and was responding to the energy. He's a great gauge. It's been an amazing day. I hope all of you here who have joined us live have been having a spectacular eye-opening day and heart-opening day, and those joining us via live stream, we hope it's been the same for you. We feel you with us, no such thing as time or space, so thank you all for being here. I am so excited, as always, to introduce Leah Isla. Leah is a San Francisco Bay Area native based in Silicon Valley. She is a certified healer, teacher, and guide of the Modern Mystery School. Leah helps professionals maximize their performance and purpose by connecting with their spiritual power. As a vice president of design in a Fortune 500 company, Leah struggled with maintaining balance. Too often, she was overwhelmed with stress, anxiety, and imposter syndrome, something I think everybody here has felt at some point or another in their lives. By utilizing ancient mystery school teachings and techniques, she was able to improve her mental and physical health and increase her performance. Leah's passion is to share ancient wisdom to help others build stronger foundations and optimize their greatest potential. Today, Leah is going to introduce us to an ancient mystery school. We're going to learn who they are and how it can benefit us. Her mission today is to help us to maximize our performance and purpose, connecting with our spiritual power. Without further ado, let's welcome Leah. Thank you, Barbara. You can still see me. It's hard to, the screen is right there, so it's hard to know where to stand where I can see everybody. Thank you all for coming. A little bit about myself. As Barbara said, I was working in corporate, and I was an apparel designer for 20 years, and I'm an empath and intuitive. And, being vice president of a brand and leading people was very challenging, especially being an empath and intuitive, because I would absorb people's energies. I could, everything was on, hear, see, feel, and I didn't know how to turn it off. And I essentially became like a captive in my own home because I didn't want to be around people because I could absorb their energies. How many people here would consider yourself an empath or know that you're an empath? Quite a few people, right? Yeah. And so it can be very challenging, as you may have experienced. And so I was expressing myself to a girlfriend of mine who is an attorney, and I've known her since high school. And, she suggested, she's like, you have to get a life activation. And I was like, what is that? So she kind of explained to me, essentially it's light that comes down and infuses your DNA with light, which then integrates into your body and into your physical world. It awakens your divine blueprint to remind you of who you are and what your purpose is. That strengthens your spiritual gifts,
brings in more clarity and more discernment, brings in healing your genetic karma, and it also brings you into alignment of your true, authentic, divine self, so that you can create and manifest what you desire more seamlessly and attract what you desire more easily. And so I did that. And then also she said for me to take this class called Empower Thyself, where essentially you learn the foundational tools of the mystery school, and you learn the wisdom, the tools, rituals that help you to align, bringing in light from source, bringing it down into your life to create divine protection, to create healing for yourself, and to help you stay in balance. So my days were no longer these emotional roller coasters where I was going up and down, because I had this divine protection around me. And very soon I started to notice I was just in more joy, effortlessly. And so I continued doing it. And here I am years later, because I love it so much. And I saw the fruits and the positive results of what happened in my life. And so I'm happy to share that with you. But today we're going to be talking about healing and the power of healing and returning to your light. So when we look at the world today, it's easy to see that we're in a time of great change. And with that change comes an incredible opportunity, an opportunity for growth, awakening, and transformation. I'm sorry, do you want to come up here?
No, I'm just saying, excuse me, my hearing aids don't work.
Oh, okay.
So don't take this wrong.
No, thank you so much. Sorry about that. And so it's a great opportunity for growth and transformation and awakening. So one of the key teachings from the Hermetic principles is the principle of correspondence, which is expressed as above, so below, as within, so without. And so that means that the world we experience around us is often mirroring our inner world. And it's reflecting to us what's actually happening within us. And so when our inner world shifts, then our outer world begins to shift. Many people today are awakening to the awareness that their inner world matters deeply. Even when emotional discomfort is hidden, that the heart naturally longs to return to peace, clarity, and wholeness. Sometimes past experiences can shape how we show up today, such as fear may come from revisiting the past. Worry may arise from imagining the future. And stress appears when we try to live in both at the same time. But all of these are gentle invitations and reminders that our true power lives in the present. So how do we know when healing is calling us? Often emotional pain shows up quietly. It might look like avoiding certain situations or feelings, distracting ourselves with busyness or entertainment, reaching for instant gratification, using food, alcohol, or drugs to numb out, or simply noticing that joy feels further away than it used to. These aren't signs of failure. These are signals from our soul that something inside of us is ready for light and ready for attention, and it's ready to evolve. Over time, what once felt comfortable, these coping mechanisms, can now start to feel too tight, too small. Just like outgrowing an old pair of shoes, we begin to feel where our soul wants to expand. So there comes a moment, a powerful moment, when the desire to grow becomes so much stronger than the desire to stay comfortable. This is the moment where healing begins. It's when we choose courage over avoidance. It's when we choose light over shadow. And when we choose growth and overcoming over fear. So what is healing? Healing is the journey back to your authentic self. It's returning to wholeness. It's releasing the emotional attachment to past experiences that no longer define us. Through healing, the pain of the past becomes simply an event. It's not your identity. It's not your burden. And it's not your limit. So healing clears space within you. And that space is filled with light. Dr. Dave Lanyon, who is the sovereign obsessivist of the Modern Mystery School, describes healing beautifully in his book, You Are Not Perfect the Way You Are, where he says that healing yourself comes from understanding that you are healing that which is in denial or resistance. You are God, and thus possess the light that comes with this. It is the shadows that cast from this resistance that inhibit our ability to know thyself. We must work to heal these effects, and in doing so, we come closer to our divine self. This is why all healing must truly involve the light. As this light allows us the opportunity to displace the darkness within, we replace it with the light that we are by our divine nature, more in alignment with. In other words, the parts of you that deny your very nature as light creates the need to be healed. The more one knows thyself as an individual who is God, the more one heals, and the greater state of joy arises. Along with this, you gain the ability to share that joy, that peace, and the empowerment you gained that leads to it. How does that feel for you? Is that uncomfortable to hear?
You'll make me cry.
Hmm?
You'll make me cry.
Made you cry? Yeah.
Get it into my feels.
Good, good, yeah. You're remembering who you are. Yeah. And beginning to release the things that are stopping you from stepping into that greatness. Have you heard that before? That you are God?
I don't know that.
You've heard it before.
And somewhere I read it somewhere.
Yeah. So in Hermetics, we say we are God. And essentially it's because, you are the God of your world. You are the God of your universe. You create your universe. You make those decisions. You are not the God, but you are a God. You are the God that makes the decisions and creates your world. But oftentimes you're creating that world through the lens of the trauma that you experienced in the past. Right? The inner child wounding. And so it creates this distortion in your mind. You don't see things clearly with a clear lens. You're seeing it through that wounded child or that wounded trauma. And it can stop you from living a life that's full.
Could it be a past life trauma?
It could be a past life trauma. It could be something that you brought in with you because it created such an effect. And now it's like saying, I think that all hamburgers are poison, right? And so you live your whole life never trying a hamburger and always avoiding it. And so any barbecue you're going to go to, you're never going to eat it, right? You're never going to enjoy it. But that's just, an example. There's probably better ones out there. So essentially, when we heal, we shift our entire state of being. We awaken joy, vitality, positivity, and creativity. Flow. and more abundance. So healing connects you with your divine blueprint, your true divine essence, and the life you're meant to live. It reminds you of who you are, your authentic self. So I can give you an example from myself of how I have experienced these healings. And I'll do one for me and one from one of my clients. But essentially, I was sexually assaulted when I was 12 years old by an older boy. So I carried that guilt and shame with me my entire life. And it was something that I worked through. So I thought, by the time I hit 40, I thought, oh, okay, I'm good. That trauma, I've healed from it. And so I became a healer. Went to the mystery school and I was like, okay, I'm getting healing. I want to start to help others because I feel good. I'm feeling great, right? And so I set up my office and I set up my business and everything was ready to go. And I was like, okay, I'm ready to serve. I'm ready to share the light with everyone. But nobody came. The only people that came were references. There were references for friends or from colleagues, which is great. However, I couldn't get anybody who I didn't know. And so I found that strange. I was like, how can nobody find me? Why is nobody coming? I'm ready. And so I went to my guide. And guides are really great resources because they are able to hold space for you to go within, and for you to start to feel what is it that's blocking me from attaining what I want to achieve, right? And so she held space for me. And it allowed to come in that I was afraid to be alone with a stranger. So it didn't matter if it was a man or a woman. I just saw it as a threat. It was a danger to my inner child, to the old wounding, right? Because even though you have the trauma, there's always these echoes that come from it, and you don't actually know what those echoes can be. And so that echo for me was, I'm afraid to be alone in a room. And so I blocked people from coming to my office. Nobody could get through. And even though, I'm on Google and I'm like, how all these things, they can reach me digitally, they can reach me in person. Nobody could find me because I was blocking it because it was my fear that was embedded. And so when we were able to clear it, here I am, right? I'm in a room full of people. I'm safe. I'm protected. I'm serving. I'm booking clients all the time. And I was able to get over it. But it was hidden in the subconscious mind. I wasn't even aware of it. And, 90% of our decisions are made from our subconscious mind, right? So only 10% of our decisions are actually made from our consciousness that we're aware of, right? Our awareness, we're making those decisions with only 10% of awareness. And so we are on auto mode. It's a default, right? Because we've been programmed through all of our experiences. It's like, oh, okay, if I step on this red square, it means danger. So I'm not going to step on the red square, right? I'm only going to step on green squares because I know those are safe, right? But the red square is on the other side of that border, that limit. And that's where I want to go because that's where I want to expand to. That's my next opportunity. But I'm too afraid to step over there because, of the red square, right? And so when you can start to heal these limitations within you that are just hidden, bring it to the surface, not get in the mind about it. We don't need to process it. You can just let it go. Then you can bring in flow, right? You can feel that gap. So now I've taken out the wound, right? It's kind of like a splinter. I've taken out that splinter, and now I have the space for something positive to come into my life. I'm going to fill it with light, right? And I'm not going back. Right? I'm not going back. I don't have that fear anymore. Right? And so another client, a client of mine, he came in because he was experiencing stagnation in his business. So he's a contractor, and it was like summer. It's like, this is the busiest time for our contractors. Like, why are you seeing a slowdown? It was so slow that when he came in, he was like, I hate the paint color in your office. I'm going to send my guys to paint it. And he was like, I'll pay for the paint and I'll help you choose the color. They just need something to do. And I was like, cool. Yeah, I'll take it. I was like, in exchange, why don't I go ahead and do, a service for you? And I've known him for 25 years, so we're good friends. And so he came in, he got the session. We revealed that he had loaned his neighbor money, and the neighbor never paid it back. And then he saw his neighbor purchasing all these fancy toys, right? And then he got really bitter about it. Right? He got really resentful. It's like, and so that resentment, that bitterness blocked his flow, right? Because it's a scarcity mindset. You see somebody else excelling with the money that you gave them, and then you automatically go into your scarcity. Oh, they owe me, and I only have so much funds, right? And so when we cleared it, shortly afterwards, he booked a $250,000 job. So he was feeling good. And unfortunately for me, he was supposed to paint my house as well.
Did your walls get painted?
Yeah, he painted my office, which was great because that was during the week. But then the next week, he was supposed to paint my house, and he had booked that job. And he was like, "Sorry, I booked this big job, so I'm not going to be able to do your house." I'm like, "Okay, it's fine. It's a win-win for both of us. Like, I got my office painted, complimentary." So this is how healing can show up for you. And so I want to do an exercise. So if you can go ahead and plant your feet on the floor. Closing your eyes. Taking a deep breath. You want to sit up in the energy so you're in the etheric energy. Taking a deep breath, connecting within, breathing in light. Filling yourself with light, letting go of all negativity. Feeling that light flow within you. Feel it expand within your body and also outside of you into your aura. Feel every single part of you with light. All the places that are even unreachable. If you have a pain in your body, recognize that pain. Give it some attention. Fill it with light. Now imagine yourself as the bravest, most dedicated, most clear-headed, and courageous version of yourself standing in front of you. In your thoughts, ask this version of yourself for advice on an issue or issues that you feel afraid to address in your life. Address those fears that you are afraid to address. Asking yourself how you can release that fear. Listen within. Your soul knows. When you release that fear, what will happen? What is the best positive outcome that can come in to your life? Once you have all you need for today, bring that version of the self into you, your best version, and turn it so it is facing the same direction you are. Now grow it to be the same size as you inside as you currently are. And allow it to be fully present and always in your life. Coming back to the room, gently open your eyes. I apologize for all the noise that was happening, but most of you were able to get through it. How was that for you? It was good. Was it challenging?
Surprisingly.
Good. Were you able to identify some of the issues
Yeah.
and get advice from your higher self? Good. Good. Anybody else? Yes. You weren't able to? Yeah. This is one that you can go ahead and do at home and try it for yourself. And obviously you want to set a good condition where it's peaceful and quiet. So maybe early in the morning is best, or late in the evening before you go to bed, when you can really connect and be quiet within. So I also wanted to do another exercise because we have time for it. Are you up for it? Yeah. Okay. So I have these contemplation cards, and they are filled with angelic power. So what I want you to do is to go ahead and close your eyes. Go ahead and connect within again. Going back to your best version of yourself. Now ask the question. Ask a question that you would like to have answered. Think of it. Think of that question in your mind. And then all magic is spoken. So that is key. All magic is spoken. So when I ask you to, you're going to speak that question out loud. Speaking to yourself, your higher self. And if you want to keep it private, definitely you can whisper, as long as you can hear with your own ears. Okay, so go ahead and ask your question. Speaking it out loud. You can whisper it to yourself. I'm going to come around. You can open up your eyes. I'm going to come around and I'm going to fan these cards out and you can select one. I'll start with Janet. Whatever one calls to you. And you can go ahead, when you receive it, you can go ahead and look at it and read it to yourself. heart. Go ahead and connect with it. Close your eyes and bring that message to your highest self. The message may be a little confusing, may not be the easiest thing to understand. So bring it to your higher self and connect with it. Ask your higher self what it says. What is the meaning behind it? If you want to take a photo of it, you can take a photo of it. Does anybody need help? I can come around and grab them. Does anybody need help interpreting it? Would you like help? Yes. Do you mind if I read it out loud? Oh, yeah, sure. Okay. Why don't you read it out loud in your comments and then see how it feels?
You cannot share what you do not have.
That's a good one. So you cannot share what you do not have. And so that is about obtain. So this is a Hermetic principle, it's a Hermetic teaching. You cannot share what you do not have. So, let's say that you, if you want to share, we can go down to even the basics level. Let's say you go to the grocery store and you only bought 10 apples, but then you go to a family party and 20 people show up. There's going to be people that don't have an apple, right? Let's say you have, someone asks you to share your joy with them. They want to feel what joy feels like. They want to receive your joy. How much joy do you have? So you can only share what you have within yourself. So what do you have within? Is it a lot of positivity? Is it a lot of joy and fulfillment? When your family and friends come over, are you able to share your love with them? What are you sharing in your relationships? And then the other way you can put it is, what haven't you received in your relationships? What is it that you desire that you haven't received? Perhaps it's you don't feel valued enough. Or admiration. You want your significant other to have admiration for you. Do you feel that? Are you receiving the love and recognition that you desire? So if there are certain gaps in your life where you feel like you are missing that recognition, feeling that value, feeling that joy, then it's important for you to build that for yourself. Because you cannot share what you do not have. And if you want to have more joy, then you need to cultivate more joy so you can share the joy. If you want to have more value, then you need to value yourself and stand in your worthiness so that you can share that with other people. And then they can recognize it. Does this make sense? Does that answer your question? Great. Anybody else? You got yours? You understand? Okay. How was that exercise for you? Mm-hmm. Do you need help understanding the card?
Sure.
Yeah. Would you like to read it out loud?
It is by the hand of God, you, that the greatest potentials of the natural world will be drawn forth to become divine guidance.
So I'll read it out loud. The theme is divine guidance. It is by the hand of God, who is you, that the greatest potentials of the natural world will be drawn forth to become divine. So you as God can create good for all. And whatever you touch, you bring godliness to it. When you are sharing that light and you are creating with your light, you are making it holy. And so that is stepping and making it divine. You are sharing your divinity with others.
Do you mind sharing what your question was? Should I get back to dating my ex-boyfriend? Oh, interesting.
Yeah. Yeah. So it is remembering that you are God.
And like, are you choosing for your highest self?
Yeah.
I would say. Right, because you have to remember who you are, like what you're now, what your purpose is, and does that complement it? And remember, you're like the instrument for whatever you want. So, if you choose, whichever path you choose, you're being your own instrument in that choice. So, whether you choose yes or no, it's going to contribute to that higher self regardless. That's just my interpretation.
No, that's great. Yeah. And you know, it's also free will, right? It's yeah. And it's understanding that you also have to recognize and see the light of God in your ex-boyfriend and also within yourself. But you are the one that makes it holy. So if you decide to re-engage, you're the one that can make that relationship sacred because you're bringing your godliness to it. So it's really up to you. There is no right or wrong, but it's what you want to give your attention to and make it holy.
And is it in alignment?
You're welcome. Yeah. That's a good one. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, what's going to serve your highest good? You're welcome. But understand that you are worthy and you are valued. So remind yourself that standing your goddess, know that you are worthy of receiving the love and relationship that you desire. Yeah. Anyone else? So in the Modern Mercy School, we have healers that create a positive, high vibrational space for you to receive light. And so this is about having the space so that you can have a safe space for transformation. And we do this by setting the energy. We set a sacred geometry temple space. Every healer does this in the Modern Mercy School. And we hold that sacred space for you. It's high vibrational and it allows you to go deep within and just connect and guide you. But essentially all healing is self-healing. So as a healer, we are just conduits. We are the one that is allowing the light to come in, but it's you are the one that's allowing that to come inside of you and like heal those core wounds, right? And a healer is simply someone who has walked the path further ahead and they've healed themselves enough so that they can then be in service to others and share their testimonials, their positive results with others, because it's worked for them, right? So one of the important ways and powerful ways for you to begin this healing process is to receive a life activation, because it is universal. I have so many other tools. I have Ensophic Reiki healing. I have cord cuttings, negative energy clearings, aura healings. I have so many advanced healings, but the one that has the most positive impact is life activation, because that's where it starts. It's reconnecting you to your divine blueprint to remind you of who you are and what your purpose is, and it's bringing that light down into your life. And so when you can step into godliness, then that's when miracles and shifts can start to happen in your life. So I definitely encourage you to consider that and think about, the healing that you received here. And if it's something that's come to the surface and you're ready to heal and let it go so that you can bring more positivity into your life, definitely take the courage to do that, because you have to be ready to receive healing. Because it does take courage to face yourself and to let go of those limiting beliefs, right? And then also, classes are a really great way for you to receive more clarity and understanding. Because when you take modern Mushi school classes, again, it's set in the sacred geometry temple space, so it's very alchemical. So as you're receiving the teachings from the handing downs from the teacher, from the mouth of the teacher for the ear to the student, you're also receiving the energy that comes down. So you receive keys, it's an alchemical process, you're receiving healing. So the energy of the classes it's more about integrating rather versus like, I'm just going to take notes like I would in school, right? So it comes through very much like quantum effect. So healing is not about fixing what's wrong. It's about remembering who we truly are, and you are a divine being. It's the path back to peace, joy, and your radiant inner light. And once you begin that healing journey, everything in you begins to shift for the positive. So I apologize, we did a few exercises to those who came in late. But for those, and does anybody have any questions on energy healings, how they can help you or whatnot? Any questions that came up? Yes. Sorry, you're the first one to raise your hand.
Activation and stuff that energy gets in. Is there also an intention that is like actually vulnerable for attacks?
Is it also what?
Do you guys have like intention?
Oh yeah. So in order to be a good healer, you have to be a good warrior as well. And so, and in order to be a good warrior, you have to be a good healer. And so we make sure that we set the energy and that it's in a container of light and it's bringing in that divine protection. And we spend a lot of energy in actually making sure that our energy is clear in order to serve. And so we want to be within integrity and not in hypocrisy. And so it's a hard path in the modern Mercy school to be a healer, because it does mean that you are actually walking the path too. You are doing the work. You are facing yourself. You have the courage and the bravery to do that for yourself. And in the mystery school, it can be challenging. And I tell people that you have to have an open mind and you have to have the courage to break open those limitations. And so it will challenge when you come to like such as Empower Thyself, where you receive initiation. It will challenge your social conditioning. It will challenge your programming. It will challenge your religion. It will challenge your personal beliefs. And you'll feel tender because you want to hold on to all of those things, right? But in order for you to expand and to grow and to be limitless, you have to receive new information and be willing to go into the unknown. Sorry, does that answer your question? Yes.
Yeah. Are you giving healings today?
I'm not giving healings to date, but I am booking life activation sessions. My office is 10 minutes away from here.
Oh.
Yeah. So I'm in Mountain View. And then I am also doing a raffle for complimentary healing. And so that's a 30-minute session. You can come in and you'll have your choice of which healing you want to receive. And I'm going to pick a few names, so it won't just be one. Yeah. So you can enter that for that too.
Okay, and for your for the mystery school, is that also local here? Or?
Yeah. So I am a guide in the mystery school, so all of my offerings are mystery school teachings and healings. And then we also have the California base in Pleasant Hill, and that's where you learn a lot of advanced higher classes. So like Kabbalah, Universal Hermetic Ray Kabbalah is out of Pleasant Hill, as well as we do other classes, such as we have mermaid magic coming in January, and that is all about working with the elemental beings. So we do have a class called the 12 Races of Earth. There are other beings here on Earth, and they actually help us to hold the energy here. And they actually, do service for us, and you can connect with them. Mermaids are one of them, and so you learn how to work with the magic and how then you can harness that energy into your life and gain understanding of like what it is that they do. So it is, actually I forgot. They're telling me you have to be an initiate to take that class. So you do have to take the Empower Thyself class to take that. But there are lots of other classes that are more advanced that are in Pleasant Hill. And then we have guides around the Bay Area. I'm the only one in the South Bay.
So we can get information from you about if we want to take classes.
Yeah, absolutely. And then the international headquarters is in Toronto. I'll be going there this week, and that's where all the advanced classes are. So when you're ready for more and you want to become a healer, you go to Toronto. When you want to become a ritual master, you go to Toronto. When you want to receive hermetic teachings, esoteric teachings, all the higher level teachings, that's where it's out of. They also have some in London and in Brazil. Yeah. So there's lots of opportunity, and the great thing is that we're an international community. And so you get to meet people who are like similar to you, have similar interests, all different backgrounds, all very, very interesting people, but all working towards creating Shambhala. And I didn't talk about Empower Thyself that much, but in the 2-day class called Empower Thyself, you receive initiation. And through that initiation, you receive initiation with a sword. And when that sword comes down, it transfers you 10 times more light energy. So you are going to have 10 times more empowerment to anchor that into your life and to direct it anywhere in your life. And so I do caution people, because when you receive 10 times more light, if you are still in your old wounds, your old patternings, your old thought processes, that will amplify 10 times more, right? And so that's why we take the 2 days in that class, so you can receive the teachings, you can receive the tools, you can receive the energy and the rituals, so that you can create more positivity in your life. Because we want to create 10 times more positivity. And so when you can do that for yourself and think more positive, bring more positivity in your life, you're going to have 10 times more light than anybody else on the street. And so what are you doing? You're bringing 10 times more positivity for not only for you, but also for humanity. And that's how we can create Shambhala, peace on earth. We can't create it by using our same old self, doing the same old things, repeating the same patterns, right? It's like repeating the same thing and expecting a different result. Like we've been doing that for thousands of years. Right. So this 10 times more light is going to help. And you also receive an aura realignment. So your will align with the will of God, the will of the universe, and the will of nature. And so now you're going to be going clockwise. So you'll be going with the flow rather than against the current. So that allows you to make good choices. And good means good for all. So it means it's good for me, but then it's also good for you. And then lastly, you get 4 new spirit guides. So these are elevated guides that are going to be able to support you on your path. So so that class, Empower Thyself, I highly encourage you, because you do get so much value from that. And when I took that class, I was a little resistant, and I was like, wow, I would have invested so much more into this if I had known. Like there's so much value here, because it creates so much positivity in my life. Any other questions? So if you have any questions, I am, my booth is right outside, and I'm Leah Isla again, and then I hope I can connect with you. And if you want to enter the raffle as well, you can feel free to do that. And thank you so much for coming. If you have a card, I can collect it from you, or you could bring it up. Thank you.
Thank you.
Are you ready to experience real healing, body, mind, and soul? Introducing Becoming Whole, Healing with Francie Soito, a powerful new live show on SoulSearch TV. Francie is a Reiki master, psychic medium, and angelic channel with over 15 years of experience helping people and pets heal, receive messages from the spirit world, and reconnect with their true path. Every other Thursday at 6 p.m. Pacific, join Francie live as she taps into your energy field, connects with your angels and guides, and offers messages of healing, love, and deep transformation. Watch for free on SoulSearch TV, available online on Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, and our mobile app. Want to receive a live reading or healing? Spots are limited. Grab your ticket now and receive a private Zoom link to join the session. Launching June 26th. Let the healing begin. Ready to awaken your gifts, heal your soul, and live transformed? Join evidential psychic mediums Kelly Eckhart and Cheryl Murphy every Wednesday at 4 p.m. Pacific for Seeing Beyond, Living Transformed. Receive powerful psychic or mediumship readings and soul messages. Watch free on SoulSearch TV or reserve your live reading spot today. Every other Thursday at 6 p.m. Pacific, experience Becoming Whole, Healing with Francie. Step into a sacred container of transformational healing, soul alignment, and divine messages. Live healings on Zoom. Space is limited. And journey inward with light mirror reflections. Soul-to-soul sessions with Ragini. Through meditation, chanting, energy messages, and guidance from the masters, strengthen your inner guidance and remember who you truly are. Join the Zoom room free or watch on SoulSearch TV. 3 powerful shows, 1 sacred space. Stream online, Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, or our mobile app. Looking for clarity, guidance, and insight? Join Online Insights with Bob the Psychic every Monday at 7 p.m. MST. Bob brings through powerful, intuitive messages, tarot readings, and mediumship to help you gain clarity in love, career, family, and your life path. With warmth, humor, and heart, Bob connects directly to your energy, offering validation, hope, and guidance to help you move forward with confidence and purpose. Sign up on Eventbrite for your own live reading, or tune in for free on SoulSearch TV, YouTube, and Facebook Live. Online Insights with Bob the Psychic, Mondays at 7 p.m. MST. Clarity, connection, and confidence from the comfort of your home. Only on SoulSearch TV. Are you ready to experience real healing, body, mind, and soul? Introducing Becoming Whole, Healing with Francie Soito, a powerful new live show on SoulSearch TV. Francie is a Reiki master, psychic medium, and angelic channel with over 15 years of experience helping people and pets heal, receive messages from the spirit world, and reconnect with their true path. Every other Thursday at 6 p.m. Pacific, join Francie live as she taps into your energy field, connects with your angels and guides, and offers messages of healing, love, and deep transformation. Watch for free on SoulSearch TV, available online on Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, and our mobile app. Want to receive a live reading or healing? Spots are limited. Grab your ticket now and receive a private Zoom link to join the session. Launching June 26th. Let the healing begin. Ready to awaken your gifts, heal your soul, and live transformed? Join evidential psychic mediums Kelly Eckhart and Cheryl Murphy every Wednesday at 4 p.m. Pacific for for seeing beyond, living transformed. Receive powerful psychic or mediumship readings and soul messages. Watch free on SoulSearch TV or reserve your live reading spot today. Every other Thursday at 6 p.m. Pacific, experience Becoming Whole, Healing with Francie. Step into a sacred container of transformational healing, soul alignment, and divine messages. Live healings on Zoom. Space is limited. And journey inward with light mirror reflections. Soul-to-soul sessions with Ragini. Through meditation, chanting, energy messages, and guidance from the masters, strengthen your inner guidance and remember who you truly are. Join the Zoom room free or watch on SoulSearch TV. 3 powerful shows, 1 sacred space. Stream online, Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, or our mobile app. Looking for clarity, guidance, and insight? Join Online Insights with Bob the Psychic every Monday at 7 p.m. MST. Bob brings through powerful, intuitive messages, tarot readings, and mediumship to help you gain clarity in love, career, family, and your life path. With warmth, humor, and heart, Bob connects directly to your energy, offering validation, hope, and guidance to help you move forward with confidence and purpose. Sign up on Eventbrite for your own live reading, or tune in for free on SoulSearch TV, YouTube, and Facebook Live. Online Insights with Bob the Psychic, Mondays at 7 p.m. MST. Clarity, connection, and confidence from the comfort of your home. Only on SoulSearch TV. Are you ready to experience real healing, body, mind, and soul? Introducing Becoming Whole, Healing with Francie Soito, a powerful new live show on SoulSearch TV. Francie is a Reiki master, psychic medium, and angelic channel with over 15 years of experience helping people and pets heal, receive messages from the spirit world, and reconnect with their true path. Every other Thursday at 6 p.m. Pacific, join Francie live as she taps into your energy field, connects with your angels and guides, and offers messages of healing, love, and deep transformation. Watch for free on SoulSearch TV, available online on Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, and our mobile app. Want to receive a live reading or healing? Spots are limited. Grab your ticket now and receive a private Zoom link to join the session. Launching June 26th. Let the healing begin. Ready to awaken your gifts, heal your soul, and live transformed? Join evidential psychic mediums Kelly Eckhart and Cheryl Murphy every Wednesday at 4 p.m. Pacific for Seeing Beyond, Living Transformed. Receive powerful psychic or mediumship readings and soul messages. Watch free on SoulSearch TV or reserve your live reading spot today. Every other Thursday at 6 p.m. Pacific, experience Becoming Whole, Healing with Francie. Step into a sacred container of transformational healing, soul alignment, and divine messages. Live healings on Zoom. Space is limited. And journey inward with light mirror reflections. Soul-to-soul sessions with Ragini. Through meditation, chanting, energy messages, and guidance from the masters, strengthen your inner guidance and remember who you truly are. Join the Zoom room free or watch on SoulSearch TV. 3 powerful shows, 1 sacred space. Stream online, Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, or our mobile app. Looking for clarity, guidance, and insight? Join Online Insights with Bob the Psychic every Monday at 7 p.m. MST. Bob brings through powerful, intuitive messages, tarot readings, and mediumship to help you gain clarity in love, career, family, and your life path. With warmth, humor, and heart, Bob connects directly to your energy, offering validation, hope, and guidance to help you move forward with confidence and purpose. Sign up on Eventbrite for your own live reading, or tune in for free on SoulSearch TV, YouTube, and Facebook Live. Online Insights with Bob the Psychic, Mondays at 7 p.m. MST. Clarity, connection, and confidence from the comfort of your home. Only on SoulSearch TV.
Hello, live streamers. Welcome back. Hello, everybody joining us live day 2 in Palo Alto. We have our final icing on the cake speaker of the day, Allison Spencer, who not only is an amazing spiritual being and an amazing teacher, but I get to call her my beautiful soul sister. Oh, my goodness. How blessed am I, really? Oh, thank you. Love it. Well, Allison's journey here. Allison consciously began her quest for deeper understanding of life and her place in it at age 8, just like 3-4 years ago, leading her down many paths and modalities of inner inquiry. An intrepid traveler of inner and outer planes, Allison grew up in the still Wild West with cowboys and Native Americans, attending powwows and rodeos. Life as a student in Paris, a wife in communist Poland. This is a novel waiting to happen, Allison, excuse me. And raising a family in the suburban wilds of Southern California, and later living in Australia, all proved soul enriching, to say the least. Allison loves sharing what she has recovered and reclaimed as our natural right of expressing soul sovereignty. And today she is going to share her wisdom with us. Aren't we lucky? Let's welcome Allison.
Thank you so much, Barbara. Thank you so much. Thank you, SoulSearch. Thank you, team. Thank you, onliners. Thank you, everyone who's joined me in this room. So we had a quick discussion earlier. The topic is twofold. So on the roster, on the speaker schedule, is a talk that I've previously given called Creating the Past, Remembering the Future. So I have to remember what I'm remembering. And I had prepared another talk today of why am I here? So at this juncture, especially in time and space, it is for some of us a new question, for some of us a lifelong question. So I polled our in-house attendees, and the consensus is both. So I will attempt to fast track both of these topics, and I will invite anybody who wants to listen to a more extended version of Creating the Past, Remembering the Future online on the YouTube channel, the SoulSearch YouTube channel. It is SoulSearch 33. All of these talks are live, not just live streamed, but they're recorded and then posted to YouTube channel. So find the Concord Expo in August of this year. And my talk, like this weekend, is at the very end of the recording. So just fast forward, well, listen to all of them. It is a 7-hour recording, so just find your way through, and you can listen to the fully expanded version that I presented there. So a little bit about me, in addition to Barbara's introduction. I was not friendly with school. School and I were not friends. So of course I spent my pretty much entire adult life in education. So a little bit of a cosmic joke. I had a hard time understanding for a good long while, but I did learn a few things. And one of the first things that I'd like to share with you is a quick practice of pulling ourselves together. Life tears us apart, fragments us, just demands our attention every which way. So this is actually a physiological exercise. It's very quick. You can do it anywhere. You can teach anybody. It's not woo, it's actual physiological science. So our bodies are divided into 4 quadrants. We have what's known as the vertical midline barrier, and then we have a horizontal midline barrier at the navel. So this exercise is a matter of extending your hands, crossing your palms, crossing your wrists and your palms, and then interlacing your fingers. And then we're going to bring it up to our chest. And we're going to find our breath. Just in this motion, we are bringing together the left and the right. And if we're comfortable, we can cross our ankles and further reestablish this energetic flow of our scattered energies above and below, left and right, masculine, feminine. And we can pause here for just about 30 seconds, finding your breath. And filling the lungs, just letting the breath out easily. There's no blowing. It's just, breath is our friend. And unfurling, and shake our fingers. How's that feel? A little bit more centered. It's something we can do in the car, even in the office. We can just say, I'm pulling myself together. Like, what are you doing? I'm pulling myself together. What? Like, it's okay. I'm sorry, it does not matter. It's what it really boils down to is your natural, which one is going to do it naturally without thinking about it. So one day it might be one way, another day it might be another way. One really quick thing that I haven't shown before. When you interlace your fingers, which thumb is on top? That is your dominant side. Even if you're right-handed, just your regular grasp. So I'm right-handed, but my left thumb is on top. So I have a little bit of a tug of war actually going on in my physiology. So somehow I've had left dominance that is showing me that still lingers in my physiology, even though I am definitely right-handed. So just working with your body is so important because this is our traveling companion. This is our vessel that is our most intimate relationship we will ever have in this lifetime. It is our traveling companion. It actually has its own will to live. So priceless, take care of it. So a little bit of that science aside, we can talk about, jump to my notes really quick. So creating the past and remembering the future. We'll start with the past because that just happened a moment ago. That's already the past. In the theory of everything, which nobody knows who to credit it for, the theory of everything says that everything that could have happened has already happened. There is no such thing as time. It is always just now. It is always now. And the past and the present and the future is a linear construct that's a tool to help us orient in our activities. But there is only just now. Because what I said just now is then. And we think about the past as behind us and the future as ahead of us, and that we're always moving forward into the future. And what we leave in the past is like a wake, like a boat, and we don't really look at it because we're so future focused. But what we're actually doing in just that moment, I just created the past. I just now created another past, and another, and another, and another. And while we are focused on the future, we're not attentive to what we're actually creating in this moment that becomes instantly the past. So I like to use the analogy of when we plant a seed, that seed is our intention. Now, whether it's an oak tree, a seed that's going to grow into an oak tree, in this moment, I'm planting the seed, that is the present. Once the seed is planted and I go wash my hands, I walk away, that becomes the past. I just planted a seed in the past. That oak tree, if in the next present moment I water it, and then that becomes the past. And then the next present moment, it could be a week from now, I go and water it again. It will grow, right? It'll grow. Because in those present moments, I am attending to it. I am focused on it. It will grow. When does it grow? It's growing in my past, and it becomes the future. So the growth is in the past, projecting forward. So I'm trying to compress this a little bit. So if I lose anybody, just raise your hand and go, wait, hang on. So another quick analogy that I like to use is in relation to manifestation. So we have been taught a lot about how to manifest, and everything is always in the present moment. Manifesting employs intention and visualization and our focus on like vision boards and out picturing. It is a willful expression. It is a bit of an ego engagement. So what I propose as a perspective comparison or consideration, something to play with, is when we, for example, have a new car and we want to take care of it and we want to put it in the garage. But the garage is full of stuff because it's become storage. So we can sit and intend to manifest a clean garage in which to pull our car into. And what we will create is, what we've just created for our past is sitting in a chair, meditating, visualizing and manifesting our intention to manifest a clean garage. That's our past. And so what we've created, the past that's projecting forward, is more sitting in our chair, visualizing and intending to manifest. So we can do that for the longest time, or we could get up out of the chair and go to the garage and clean it. And that becomes the past that's just created the future. The car drives into the garage and we've arrived at the future that we actually intended. So this isn't so much of like a manifesting, willful thing. This is just a reorientation to time. This is how time actually operates. But we have been pulled out of our present to focus on our future with goals and schedules and to-dos and saving for rainy days. When we don't pay attention to the past that we've created, the goals they're out picturings of our past. It can't help but be an out picturing of the past. It's a projection. The past creates the future. So there's one of the things that started unraveling this for me is in George Orwell's dystopian novel, 1984. He has a really key quote, and I'm going to make sure that I get it right because every time I've reworded it for myself. So I make sure that I go back to his version before I reorient you to mine. So his version is, Who controls the past controls the future. Who controls the past controls the future. Who controls the present controls the past. Okay? So I'm going to say that again. Who controls the past controls the future, and who controls the present controls the past. So in this moment, I control exactly the past that I am going to create because I just did it. Every moment I am creating my past. Every single moment. We are creational beings. We are doing nothing but creating. And that was just the past. So what did that project into the future? So there is an act of volition. It is paying attention to what it is that we are as creator beings. What is it that I'm creating? I mean, we think of the past as like the garbage dump of our lives. Like, oh man, I wish I hadn't done that, and I wish I hadn't done that. And I can't get away from it fast enough. So we come to events like this and we engage with modalities to clean it up, to resolve the conflicts, to pull us back together. And that's tremendous. At the same time, so that's creating a past of where we're resolving the past. At the same time, our intention is still focused on the future. I want to get away from that past, so I'm doing this. I want a better future. I want to be moving into this dreamland that I'm trying to manifest. So my proposal is in this reorientation of time, that paying attention, our life force, when someone says, hey, pay attention, or our attention is grabbed away from us, it's the news, it's the guy or gal or grandma who cut us off in traffic. It's like, there's our attention. But that's our life force. We are literally paying with our life force. When we pay attention, we are paying with our life force. Time is the only thing that we all have in common. And when we spend our time and our attention unconsciously or in ways that dissipate our life force, it is harder to stay focused on creating our past, which then projects into the future that we really, truly desire. So, take a deep breath. Any questions so far? Yes? How do you deal with that? So the question is that when in the example that I gave of cleaning the garage, that is within our power to do that. And yet life offers us lots of opportunities where we have no control. And so how do we address that? And that really comes down to our ability to either react or respond. So our ability to do that, it's like there's a pause button. If we can develop a pause button and decide to choose whether to react or to respond. So a couple of tactics, a couple of methods, these are part of the tools, is recognition that from childhood, we are fragmented. Every trauma, every single trauma takes us out of our body. And that fragment of us is frozen in that time and space. Every single fragment is waiting for us to call it home. It's like an orphan. It's like, can I come home? And the triggers, how we know that there's a fragment, is when we're triggered. If something sets us off, it's a fragment waving a white flag saying, I'm here. Can I come home? Can you bring me home now, please? And it really is not a difficult thing. We can go through a lot of counseling. We can do a lot of wonderful modalities to address the past traumas. But in the moment that you recognize that there is a fragment, you can pause. You can tell the fragment, hey, I see you. okay, I got it. I got the message. Maybe now is not the perfect time for me to work with you, bring you home, but I see you. Hang on. I'm on my way. And the next private moment that you have, whether it's, a corner, your office, a restroom, the car is a great place. Just say, come on home. And you want to bring your fragments home through a cleansing, whether it's fire, whether it's a bath, whatever element, whatever works for you, but bring it home clean. You don't want the energy signature of anybody else. You just want to come on home, baby. And it's so easy. Come on home. It's okay. I got you. You're safe. And this is a reintegration. This is so important. This is one of the simplest, most powerful things that I have ever. I learned this firsthand. I mean, this was my own experience. I didn't learn this through a workshop such as this. I didn't learn it from anybody. This was my own experience, where I was actually very deeply in shadow work. I was doing a lot of concerted, I was involved with a group, and that was the focus. And I was on a Saturday morning with my journal and my cup of coffee doing my homework after a busy week, after the next meeting of the class was going to be, and I'm just like, okay, I got to get my homework done. And I had this cacophony in my head. And I'm like, not now, it's the litany of the to-dos, and can I get your attention? And the mind's just got to hammer you. And I couldn't. I'm like, all the other tools and techniques that I knew of, hang on, thanks very much. I hear you. I see you, whatever. I'll get to you in just a minute. Wasn't working. And so I just put my pen down and I sat in a moment of fine. What do you want? Fine. You got my attention. Tell me. And the energetic sense that arrived was a very long line of small children outside my front door knocking, saying, can I come in? Can I come home? It's always emotional because it's such a tender moment where it's okay. It's okay to bring them home. They're just parts of you that have been hanging out, waiting for the day to come on home. And the thing is that when they reintegrate, and I'm like, hang on, not a rush, like one at a time, as I sat in tears and comforting myself and feeling the energetic rush of all this energy returning to me. That was my energy. Guys, that was mine. That belonged to me. And I've been putting it off because I didn't have the time. Couldn't deal with it. I couldn't deal. It wasn't time. And so what I found was that with the reintegration, and I'll wrap this up with your question, with the reintegration, all the wisdom that came with that trauma arrived with them too. I didn't have to wait and go searching for that wisdom. It arrived with them. So I haven't for years, put all these triggers, like triggered, boop. It's like, okay, there you are, hello. And I'm going to say just a quick word about a rescue kit. So when you are triggered, having a little rescue kit is really nice to have so that you can respond versus react. And the rescue kit is something like, I rely very much on Bach Flower Remedies Rescue Remedy. It just brings down the edge like so gently and so wonderfully. It is, I always have it on hand because it is just absolutely a go-to. Some like scents, aromatherapy, lavender is a known comforting scent, whatever comforts you. I love cedar. Cedar comforts me. Yeah. It's just, it's so grounding. It just pulls things right back together. So these are things that I carry all the time. I have available, easy. Bruce Lipton, Dr. Bruce Lipton is a well-known doctor who went through his awakening. And I heard a talk of his a number of years ago where he said something really super key that I like to share. And that is pain takes the reasoning brain offline. It kicks us into fight or flight. And so we're not reasoning. We're not in the frontal lobe. We're not in the reasoning area of the brain when we're in fight or flight or freeze. So that's why a rescue kit is really nice to have on hand, because then we're not having to think about how to help myself. Okay? So when life happens, and to your question, so pulling this back, when life happens and you don't have the capacity to control it, what you control is you. Do I react or do I respond? And giving yourself the pause to choose. And say I react, man, I am triggered and I am pulled out of my body and I'm like, oh, hang on. Good one. Good one. You got me. You got me. So what I'm going to do now, not just the fragments, I'm going to reclaim my energy from that experience. I'm cut off in traffic like, oh, Mia. Nope. Good on you. You got me. I'm going to reclaim the energy that just left me, cleanse that driver's energy signature. I don't need any entanglement. And I'm going to return the energy that driver just gave me, because that doesn't belong to me. So I reclaim the energy that belongs to me from all the traumas, everything that just doesn't. It's like, I don't want my energy hanging out there. I'm going to pull it back, and I don't need to be carrying anybody's energy that is not mine. So I'm going to return that. And all done with love. I mean, there's just no need to do it any other way. And it really, not that I've ever tried practicing it any other way, but I doubt that it would be as effective. And you don't want to be spitting out your, anger at somebody else, because you're just entangling with them. So, does that answer your question in a way? What I'm saying, yeah. So the follow-up question was, if in the circumstances that are not being controlled, that how do I summarize that? Yeah, say that again. Yep. Yes. So we may not. So the follow-up question is, does actually reclaiming the energy and pulling our fragments back maybe eliminate some of the unwanted, uncontrolled events? And I'm going to say yes. And the reason I'm going to say yes is because those triggers are our fragmented aspects that are trying to get our attention. So the more integrated we are, the more embodied we are, the more we have the capacity to choose to respond, and we can acknowledge that the triggers are our fragments. So the fewer fragments we have, guess what? The fewer triggers. We're not triggered. There's no entry point. Yes.
I have some PTSD, and I have so many tools, like EFT and naming, and yet when I'm triggered, or everything goes out the window.
Mm-hmm.
And so you're saying I'm probably like I have too much, like I have a list, and where's the list, right? And so are you saying something to smell or to touch, or or to something that's better?
Yes. Yeah. Actually, so the question is, with PTSD, when triggers are frequent, and I have had experience with PTSD, so I'm not saying it's a wide experience, but I do know what it is to just in an instant be out of my body, and like, how do you get back? Yeah. And so the rescue kit is about whatever helps bring you back. So if it's the scent, and it could be at different times, but I'm always using the rescue remedy. That is my first go-to, because there's just something about it that works for me. And honestly, I have been in a work situation where we had a bomb threat, and I passed around the rescue remedy to those who were involved with dealing with that. And it was the first time everybody had been introduced to rescue remedy. And they were like, what was that? You know, because it just helped dial the edge down. So that, again, going back to Bruce Lipton, so that the reasoning brain can come back online. Because that's what you need for self-comfort. When you're in fight, flight, or freeze, there's no comfort. You're just like, get me out, get me out, get me out, get me out. So yeah, does that help? So whatever works. That's why I have a variety, because not every moment is going to be identical.
And I like returning the energy to where it belongs.
Absolutely.
I forget to do that, and Wade Dyer always talks about they cut you off, you're having a good day, and you're taking it on. It's
Yes.
not that they cut you off.
Right. Yeah. Returning the energy, reclaiming your energy, returning what doesn't belong to you is just, it's a practice and it's a skill. It's a muscle that will build. It will become second nature if you employ it as much as I do. I will share that this originated from me with my dreams. I was so traumatized in my dreams that I was going into my workday and coming back and going into the same traumatic dream that night, just entering right back into it as if that was the life and this was the dream. So I had to do something, and I started every morning, and I still do this. I've been doing this for, I'd say I probably started doing this in 2009. So it's been a while. Every morning, I reclaim all energy from my dreams, and I return all energy that does not belong to me. The statement that I make, it's a declaration. As an infinite sovereign creator being, I reclaim all energy that belongs to me. I return all energy that does not. And it could be as simple as that. I've elaborated, I've made it more intricate, and I can share that afterwards. But yeah, I'm going to check the time and see where we're at, because we haven't even gotten to remembering the future, let alone why am I here. So I've got 20 more minutes, just about. So remembering the future is, there's two components to remembering the future. The first component is, let me check my notes. I want to make sure I really stay on track because of the time. Okay. Thanks for letting me pause. Okay, so we did cover a little bit about the future, about the past, creating the future. So we can remember the future just like we remember the past. And this is where our imagination comes into play. We're not imagining, but we can play, we can exercise with our imagination. Einstein is credited with saying that knowledge can take you from A to Z, but imagination can take you everywhere. And I'm going to say imagination can take you every when as well. Because the past, present, and future are just this linear construct that help us orient our lives to progression, to a sense of movement through our lives. But in the concept of the present moment, the constant present, we can imagine an old vinyl LP record. And you can drop the needle on that record anywhere and it will play, right? You don't have to put it on the edge and wait till it plays all the way to the middle. That's linear. That's the start and, say, in the middle and the end. you can drop the needle on time in the same way. And just like remembering the past, what you're doing is time traveling. When you go into your past memories, remembering your last birthday, or the last time you bought a new car, or maybe you never had a new car, but you got a different new car. Whatever it is, an event, you can go back and you time travel to that event. In your inner being, you are reliving, you are recalling, you're calling forward that memory. And it's not that we can't remember the future, we just haven't been taught how. And because we haven't been taught how, we've never practiced it. So it's something that we can actually practice, and you can play with it. And I'll share my experience with remembering the future. It was my first exposure to this was in something in a talk like this. I was also, just like this, I was also part of the staff. And I didn't quite catch the concept as it was being presented. But it intrigued me. 3-4 months later, I was in another event, much bigger, a few hundred people. And the last speaker of the day told a story of preparing role-playing for a job interview. So this was a concept of fake it till you make it. So the friends, they're role-playing, this is the interview, this is what I'm going to say, this is how it's going to go. This is how I envision it. This is how I want it to manifest. And in the role-playing, the sense of embodiment, stepping into it, it's not the fake it till you make it is I'm going to act as an actor, like I am, but the practiced actors embody their roles. They become them. I mean, some actors don't even want to be called by their real name. They want to be called by their role name during the time that they are embodying that role, because they become that, they personify that character. So as the speaker in my second experience here was explaining how everything unfolded exactly how it had been role played. And that offered him the insight to start playing with remembering the future. And he started with his own team of people practicing, his own friends, practicing remembering the future. Even just with the start of their days. I remember I had a great day today. It's not about the details. This isn't about the details. This is about the feeling. I am embodying the feeling of that memory. I remember having a great day. What does that feel like? I mean, you can feel like you can call from the past and you can project it into the future and create that future and remember it at the same time, because I know it's mind-bending, but we're only ever in the present moment. So I started practicing this with my friends, and I had an international flight that was coming up, probably 6 weeks down the road. And I just wanted space. I wanted to be comfortable on this long international 14-hour flight. And that's what I wanted. I wanted to be comfortable. I wanted to be able to sleep. I wanted to be comfortable. It was a long flight. I just wanted to be comfortable. So it was rather grueling. My friends, we practiced. They remembered that with me. And that's all we said. It wasn't detailed. It's just, I remember you had a great flight. I remember you were comfortable and you arrived rested, and it just really went well. So you can see generally, because it's the sensation, it's the feeling. So I actually barely made the flight. And racing to the airport, I had no thought at all about the future that I had been working to create. I sat down in my window seat and I waited for the doors to close. We were 3 seats across. I had nobody in either seat. And as we taxied down the runway, I noticed that there was nobody in the 3 seats in front of me. And I peeked behind me, and there was no one in the 3 seats behind me. I had 9 seats of airline real estate for this international flight. So I'm like, okay, this is a worthy practice. This is fun. I can do this. So another quick example of a companion and I, at the time, were driving on our way to an outdoor event. And it was pouring rain. And he was saying, it's not, we might as well turn around. We're going to get rained out. And I'm like, no, we're going to be fine. We're going to be fine. I remember it was bright. It was beautiful, sunny skies. So we had about a 20-minute drive, and he pulls out his phone and he puts up the weather channel. And he's like, see? I'm like, so? That's not how I remember it. I don't remember that. That's right now. That's happening right now. What I remember is that we had a beautiful event. Well, guess which one of us had the memory of their choosing. So it is fun to play with it. And we're human players. We're animals. We like to play and like get so serious, and we're so focused on the future when we can remember the future and create a new muscle to play with. So let me check my time really quick. Okay, I have 9 minutes to tell us, why am I here? Because you're here. Short answer. We can all go home now. So anybody ever ask themselves, why am I here? Yeah. For some of us, it's a question. For me, it was a question from childhood. No idea. I felt like I had been dropped into an empty field. Sometimes I felt like I'd been dropped into a city, as a child, into a city where I didn't know the language, no directions, no roadmap, no communications, no nothing. Like, what is this place, and why am I here? So, fast tracking. I'm sure all of us have heard it said that we are human beings, not human doings. Also, we've heard it said that we are spiritual beings having a human experience. So if we combine the two, we can think of ourselves as spiritual beings doing human. So we're here having an experience of human. But what is my mission? What am I supposed to do while I'm here, other than survive and please my parents and obey the teacher and the religion and this authority and that authority that tells me that I'm not good enough and I'm broken and I don't fit in and nothing works. There's no quarter. Like, nothing is making sense. So my journey, as Barbara in the introduction, started when I was 8 years old, and actually started a little bit before that, but at 5. But anyway, the 8-year-old, I discovered astrology. And I'm like, this is secret. I don't know who I can talk to about this. So I kept my ears open. And then when reincarnation came along, I'm like, oh, that's secret too. But I know there's something there. There's something about it. So it's this constant breadcrumb trail of trying to find why I was here. Like, what am I doing? What is my purpose? Okay, we're told you're here for a purpose. What's your mission? You're here to do something. Purpose is for an object. Objects are created for purpose. A screwdriver is an object that's created for the purpose of screwing in screws. A car is created for the purpose of transporting us. It is also an object. A frying pan is an object. I'm not an object. I'm not here for a purpose. I am not a utility. I am not here to serve, to service, to be a serf to or a slave to anyone. What I am here and what makes me happy is contributing. Humans contribute. Objects have purpose. It is not a human expression to have a purpose. We are not objects. There are alien gods that have objectified humans, gotten us off track way back in Babylonian creation stories and Sumerian and Anunnaki, and we can go into all of that, but we won't because there's not time. So suffice it to say, we are human. We are experiencing the human experience in contribution because we are community beings. We exist in community. We are not isolated. And so everybody needs to bring something to the potluck. So what do you bring? What do you bring? So quickly, shifting into an analogy that I heard ages and ages ago, early on in my experience, probably college years somewhere, is how we plan for this incarnational journey. And the analogy goes, imagine, now this is using the, going on the premise that there is reincarnation, that we have the capacity, that we have the right to determine our journey for this incarnation. And we may even have a team that also assists us in that. We take into consideration all the past lives, the things that we want to experience, the good, the bad, the highs, the lows. Okay, very quickly, for me, fate is the beginning and the end. We're born and we leave, we die. That's fate. Everything else in between is destiny. Whether we meet it or we don't, it's flexible. The in-between is the free will flexibility, but there are certain things that we are setting in motion before we arrive. So the plan, the analogy is a gigantic warehouse supermarket, and you're going to fill your cart with all the things that you want to experience in this life. Most of them. The building blocks. Okay. So what are you going to need? Are you going to be living in a particular region where you need to know a lot of outdoor skills? Are you going to be in a highly technical life? Are you going to be living in a city, in the country? What are you going to be experiencing? So you fill your cart with certain talents, skills, predispositions, a template, an outline for this life. And oh my goodness, now I'm racing. I'm like, okay, I've got 3 minutes. Actually, I'm the last talk of the day, so I got all the time in the world. And I just created the past, right? So I'm remembering the future. So one of the templates that we can utilize goes back to Hippocrates, the father of modern medicine, ancient medicine. He created a system for diagnosing called the four humors. And he was talking about biles, bodily fluids. So we're going to fast forward to the Middle Ages. And this morphed into the four temperaments. And interestingly enough, the Catholic Church has long used the four temperaments as a means of reflection and growth. So you're learning your strengths and your weaknesses. So I learned about the four temperaments in Waldorf education. Quickly, Rudolf Steiner, an Austrian mystic from the late 1800s into the mid 2000s, I think it was maybe the 1930s, perhaps is when he passed on. He developed the Waldorf school system as at a request for the Waldorf factory in Austria for the workers' children. And this was a model that, as a mystic and an intuitive himself, he saw that the child arrives whole, and not like our modern school system that says that the child is empty and you have to fill the child up with knowledge. The Waldorf system is respecting that the child is a whole being, and it's like a flower. It helps the child blossom. And the teachers are taught to recognize each child's temperament, their primary temperament. Now we have all four temperaments, but the primary temperament is the one in childhood is the one that we lead with. And Steiner proposes that by the time we're an adult, we've incorporated all of them. So quickly, there's a mnemonic that I like to use And in the interest of time, so I want to give you this tool so you can explore this for yourself. So the mnemonic is a boo-boo finger. A boo-boo finger, it's bleeding. The sanguine child, so I'll introduce these in the order of this mnemonic. The sanguine child, this is the air element. This child is light and has ideas and bounces from one idea to the next on their toes, skipping, joyful, more in the air than on the ground. So can be qualified as superficial. So that's the flip side of the coin. So that child is going to look at the boo-boo finger and go, how did that happen? I'm curious. I'm curious. The phlegmatic child is of the water element. The phlegmatic child is comfort loving, deeply, because of the water element, deeply, intuitively, empathetically sensitive, feels everything and everybody. So loves the comfort, the comfy sofa, the pillow, the food, the just non-confrontational people pleaser is one of the downsides. And so that child is going to look at their finger and go, I'm going to comfort myself. Okay. So the next child, the melancholic child, this is the earth element. And that child is a perfectionist. That child will not talk for 2 years, but then come out speaking full sentences. This is, and I should say that the first one, the sanguine, is extroverted. The phlegmatic is introverted. The melancholic is also introverted. This is the child that you can find reading books in the closet. Okay? You cannot make this child do anything they do not want to do before they're ready to do it. And when they practice in private, okay, and they are also great dramatists. So when the melancholic child sees that boo-boo finger, they're going to go, I'm gonna die. Oh my gosh. And they are inconsolable until they are ready to be consoled. And the last child, the choleric child, is the fire element. These are the natural born leaders. They are the get it done. They are the kid in class who, when you ask a question, you know, it's not even out of your mouth, the teacher, and the child's like, me. And you call on them and they're like, maybe it's this. They don't actually know, but they want to be first. So, you know, they want to get it done. Let's go. And they can be firm walkers, they can be loud talkers, and they can erupt in a moment and then walk away feeling better, and the debris in their wake is like, what just happened? So that child in the boo-boo finger is going to paint on war and come after you because you're going to pay. So each one of us has all 4 of these qualities within us. This is a template. This is how we build our house of this, our incarnational house. So our foundation is based on this primary temperament, which one we started out as a child, and the other ones develop over time. So oftentimes our opposite temperament is one that we will retreat into if we are not accepted in our primary temperament. So the pairing is the air element, the sanguine, with the melancholic earth element. These are really polar opposites. So one is an extrovert, one is an introvert, air, earth. These are the pairings. The other is the water and the fire elements, the phlegmatic and the choleric. Fire and water, steam or extinguishing, you know, evaporating. So these two, these are the opposites. Again, introvert, extrovert. So in a nutshell, this is a framework that you have established for yourself, and you can use with every family member that you have, any child that's in your purview, to understand them. Because oftentimes what's happened is that we get parented by our parents' temperament, and they were probably parented by their parents' temperament. So I have an elder in my family who shared, I never got to be me. Can you imagine getting to your elder years never got to be me. I never got to be me. And she didn't. She was choleric. That was not acceptable. You had to be quiet. And so she reverted into her quiet. So it's you, yeah. So any questions really quick? That's who we are. So let me wrap that up. So why we are here. Okay. So we are, I'm pulling it back to, we are spiritual beings doing human. So what we are beings. We are being who we be. So the best thing that we can be is integrated, pulling our fragments home. We can be embodied on the planet. Our mission is to be. Our mission is to be. The reason why I'm here is your energy signature is unique to you. And when you are embodied on this planet, you know who you are. You can be the most you can be whatever temperament that is, whatever flavor of constellation those 4 characteristics bring to you. You be you. Don't be somebody else. You can't be somebody else, but we can try. We're constantly trying to be somebody else. We're trying to please. We're labels. We're pulled off center all the time. Our mission is to be who we be. So that is it in a nutshell. Thank you all. Thanks for hanging with me. That was a race. And thank you. I'd like to thank Manuel, our tremendous tech, for all his help through this weekend. And I want to thank everyone here and online for joining SoulSearch for this weekend in Palo Alto. Good night, everybody.
Are you ready to experience real healing, body, mind, and soul? Introducing Becoming Whole, Healing with